Weil ich sage, ich mache jetzt mittlerweile 8 Sachen gleichzeitig. Das ist mein Recorder noch, ich muss die Headsets anlegen, ich muss den Stream überwachen, ich muss das überwachen. Sorry, wenn du Bock hast, komm vorbei, ich weise dich ein.
Was glaubst du, wie viele Sachen ich heute noch
Welcome to the Rise of AI Summit 2020. Welcome to the future again. We've just updated to a very new version of the future of AI, and we are happy that you are with us. Wherever you are, whatever time it is at your location, whether you're wearing formal or casual business attire, or what I like to call sloppy business, a button-down shirt above and a sweatpant below the event horizon. That's perfect attire for COVID times, I think. We are glad to have you with us. To our tiny but cherished in-house audience, thank you all for dressing up and for making the way here today in person. My name is Daniel. I'll be your host for today and tomorrow on Rise of AI's Future Space, formerly known as Future Stage. I have had the great pleasure to be the conferences and summits moderator for the last couple of years. And now, over these years, Rise of AI has become a household name, at least in any household that has anything to do with technology. And I'm proud to be a small part of that. The much bigger part, of course, is the man who I will talk to very soon, Fabian Westerheide. He conceived Rise of AI, and together with his incredibly smart and talented wife, Veronica, he made it what it is today. Or rather, what it was last year, because of course 2020 didn't go exactly as planned for all of us. Why? Because it was not planned and executed by the Westerheides. I'm quite sure of that. Still, we have an exciting lineup of speakers, many even in the house, the Ullstein House here in Berlin. Either you're very fearless or you've had your COVID shots early, I presume. No, I'm kidding. We have very good hygiene measures in place to keep us all safe, and we take those very seriously. This is not a place for strolling around today, so if you have to go somewhere, please always wear your mask and please mind the marked path. But rest assured, we're grateful for you being here in person, and we are very happy to welcome everybody, all the virtual speakers and viewers who tuned in with us. Not only to Future Space, by the way, we also have Hybrid Space going, which will start at 11 o'clock, which is for everybody on location, a little bit down that way, and for everybody else, it's just a click away. We are glad to take questions for each speaker, and if our speakers allow time for that, we will also try to answer them. Please remember to switch sessions between speakers, so you are always in the right chat, and you can ask your questions easily directly in Swapcard. But now it's time to talk to the man, the head honcho, the godfather of Rise of AI, a young man who's talented, smart, ambitious, and today he's also a RoboCop. Please welcome my good friend, Fabian Westerheide. Fabian, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be here in 2020. COVID obviously was a shock for every one of us. When and how did you know what to do in 2020?
I still don't know what to do in 2020. This year is surprising all of us, I would say. Right. But I remember well when it was coming in February. Mm-hmm. In February, we were like, damn it. China, for me, it was the moment when China was locking down Wuhan. Mm-hmm. I was like, wow. That's heavy measure, and this set the pace for everything else. I mean, who expected in 2019 to live in a lockdown like twice or three times during a year? So much happened this year. I mean, the camera doesn't show it. I even hurt my leg. This year is a little bit bumpy.
It's a little bit bumpy, and still you made it here. We all made it here. Obviously, this is not like a proper summit format as we knew it back in the day. This is not a proper TV show. It is one of these famous or infamous hybrid formats. I bet you all learned a lot this year. Was that a lot of fun, or was that a lot of stress?
So I would say this is the most modern form of events which we do.
Right.
Last year we had up to 1,000 people in the same room, and it was all about making a stage and presenting. And everyone who could not join, physical or locally or for price reasons or whatever, they couldn't participate.
Right.
And this year it's the opposite. This year we say, hey, you are as the guest, you are in the stream, you get everything, you can watch, you can network, you can use it. It's finally free, what I always wanted to have. And the only one who has to work and move and go somewhere are the speakers being here on the stage, and I call it studio mode. At the end, what we have produced is like a TV studio. We have like TV Total, a very small audience in the background of 10 people on a space which could fit 200.
Right.
And I think this is how events are supposed to be. A lot of space, great content,
Right.
and hopefully really good streaming quality so everyone can enjoy it at home.
And each and every one of us, even me, the moderator, we have like so incredibly cozy lounge chairs that I hope I'll always be wide awake when I have to do my part. So you will talk about AI in the next decade in a minute, but how was this year for all the AI companies? I mean, they are very much digitized and digital already, so did they have the know-how to just keep on working?
Overall, Corona is an accelerator for digitalization.
Right.
I mean, we all realize, or most of us know, hey, AI is important, we knew this before. But a lot of companies and processes and administration learned, oh, damn it, we have not prepared, we have forgotten this. I mean, look at schools, look at everything where you wanted to book with public administration, taxes, etc. So they have realized this year, damn it, it's something good to be remote, it's good to be virtual, it's saving us a lot of time and effort, and we need this. So overall, we have a huge boost in all our portfolio companies, all AI companies. They've continued good business. Right. So it didn't harm the AI industry. What happened is we have less attention on AI this year. It's Corona, the big topic.
Sure.
So it's more work this year, but less spotlight.
Right. So I'm very much looking forward to your keynote now. Mind your foot, and why don't you, a cherished little audience, give him a big hand? Thank you, Fabian.
Well, I have to practice a little bit too, because we have two cameras today here, to look in the right one or to look in this one so you can see me. Welcome. If you're in the chat, you see a poll, and in the poll you can answer when you have been the first time at Rise of AI. And I will show you later a little bit of pictures so you can remember if you're here the first time or have been here before. It is lovely to be here today. It's lovely to have you all in the stream. Over 1,500 people have registered. It's the biggest Rise of AI we have ever done in the amount of people joining us live. And we have roughly 12 people outside there, which are, most of them are all the speakers over the day here, and I thank them to be here, but today it's for you in the stream to watch it. I would like to review with you in the next 90 minutes, which I have on my countdown, where have we been in the last 10 years, where are we today, and where are we going to be in the next 10 years. I want that we have a nice summary that we're all on the same level, and I set the groundwork for all the speakers coming later today to go into depth for all the topics. I exclude all the AI winters, honestly, because I'm too young. I haven't experienced any AI winter before, but I spoke with a lot of people who have done it before, and they say it were the waves, and each time it was bigger. What I call today is we are in the renaissance of AI, because this wave of AI is the refurbishment of ideas which we have in the 70s and 60s and 80s, but combining it with the data power which we have, with an amount of data, processing powers, everything is coming together. This time, AI got significantly bigger than before. And I call it old ideas with new execution and new capital, because it is unprecedented how much capital is flowing into the AI market this time. And I personally started in roughly 2014. And in 2014, I read an interview with a guy who was called Ray Kurzweil. And I was like, man, this guy is pointing it down. He's summarizing it so beautiful, what I had a feeling for, you know. Everything is faster, it's more tech, everything is accelerating. I said, like, this guy, he's cool. And so I went into this rabbit hole of futurists, of utopia and everything. And I took out my science fiction books from my youth, and I was reading them again with a new perspective on the digital age. And 2014, I wanted to speak with more people, so I invited the Berlin futurists to Seabase. And Seabase, it's a hackerspace. I would say 10 people, techno music in the background, LED noises. It reminds me a little bit to present date again, and we were 10 people. I also learned in this time, 2014, that capital is missing. A lot of ideas are out there in the market, and no one wanted to invest into AI. So I launched Usgod Capital, the first VC fund dedicated to AI, and I'm also very thankful to the people who supported me as an entrepreneur there, who are also here in the stage today. So, a year later, we met again under the topic, the singularity is close and the coexistence with machines. I would say 2015, were the radical ideas. We spoke about bio-narcissism. We spoke about encryption of thoughts. Most of the people in the audience were engineers, visionaries, researchers. And the main message in 2015 was, people, AI is coming. Please pay attention. This topic's important. AI will be there. And then it was faster. A year later, 2016, was the turning point in the AI industry because AlphaGo played against Loesekrug-Pietri. And this game, this Go game, was a little bit like Kasparov and chess 10 years or 20 years earlier. It was a game changer because finally people who didn't care about AI realized, oh, something is going to happen. It triggered China, which is hugely important because China is the main major power pushing for AI. And the media started discussion. I got so many interviews, TV shows. Everyone wanted to talk about AI. What is AI? Why is this important? How this happened? When we increased in size a lot, we went for a full-day event this time. We had more founders. We had scouts there. We have innovators. And we have people like Hans Usgod speaking about strong intelligence at this time, who will speak later again. So we already had the long-term topics. And I would say 2016 was the year when we realized AI is real. It is there. And, well, if we're in the decade, the last step, 2017 to 2019, I would say AI became big business. And big business means in the crowd, you can see that the percentage of wearing a suit increased significant. It was the year when some people who are speaking today too, or speaking tomorrow, told to me, Fabian, the crowd changed from researchers, innovators, to now it's the business people. Now it was about making money with AI. It became one of the biggest industries out there. I remember Charles Boyer, former CEO from Roland Berger, speaking 2 years about the next trillion-dollar company will be an AI company. If we look at this, digital companies are huge. It changed that we had way more CEOs, way more managers, more leaders, and we had students. We had a long list for scholarships for the students out there who wanted to join. It became international in this time. China, the Silicon Road Initiative, China wanted to do cooperations with delegations from Turkey. A whole class was coming to Turkey. Everyone wanted to do international business. I would say it was about creating awareness for AI and speaking about opportunities. But this was also the time when I say the hype maxed. The hype for AI changed. It's gone. And the reason is it became political. 2018, major countries at least had published their AI strategies. Germany very late and Europe very late, but starting with Japan and Singapore and China, the American under Obama, they all pushed for AI, and we all know when the politicians start doing something, it's not sexy anymore. It's starting to be regulatory, and this changed also in the energy. So, where are we today? Where is AI standing in 2020? And I would say AI is less dreaming. It is more work. It's for me, it's the energy changed in the AI industry. It became an industry, it became a real ecosystem, but it was less about visionary and radical ideas. I would say the last couple of years, the main question is, how can we execute this? How can we apply it? How can we run AI in a company? How does this work? How do I get more capital for this? It's also interesting that the discussion for jobs changed. Yes, 3 years ago, there was this Oxford paper saying, 50% of all jobs will be maybe replaced by AI. Today, no one is saying this anymore because we have said, it doesn't happen that fast. Quite the opposite. I need more people to run my AI systems, and we need to educate more. So what we are going to see is the internet is breaking apart. And I say it's breaking apart in 3 blocks. I grew up with my first DOS computer and the internet was open, everything was accessible. But if you go to China, you see how the internet will be everywhere. It is blocked, it is just working for the ecosystem, and it's highly controlled outside. The Americans do it the same way, just the American way, in the imperialistic way. They replace their services everywhere they want, but Europe is doing its own thing. And we will see main 3 hubs for internet and therefore for AI with different regulations, different laws for data, and they will coexist. They will be maybe communicate with other, and then you have all the small players around. I'm very interested to see which will be like the tax haven for AI in 10 years, where everyone is doing its illegal stuff or this unregulated stuff, and where we'll see AI is coming like people do tax evasion currently. For companies in 2020, it means setting up processes, hiring the right talents, finding use cases, starting to execute. I don't see a lot of main companies being full AI yet, but I see a lot of experiments there, a lot of testing, a lot of prototyping. Startups, they are in the phase of growing, scaling. If I would say what they're missing, it's currently talent, number one. They all miss talents in the technical part, and they all need sales talents. There's a huge demand for AI solutions out there. The bottleneck is fulfilling all the individual needs for all the industries. Researchers are today more important than ever because they have involved in building the ecosystems. For example, we have the Tensor Institute, newly, I think it's in Baden-Württemberg, Hessen, Rheinland-Pfalz, and it's researchers who are building it, who are building ecosystems, who start connecting. It's researchers who are sitting in all the commissions and talking about AI. And what I say in 2020, we have today is ecosystems. We have growing, stable ecosystems. We have clusters, we have institutes, we have a Cyber Valley, we have Berlin AI. It's interesting how many different players are involved. I'm in so many calls now about, hey, we need to cooperate and we need to do this. I think this is great. It's continue. Yes. So, I used the Corona time to have the virtual chats. And in the virtual chats, I had 18 in the last couple of months. We're 100% virtual. I did them from my home. I figured out how the technique work, which is the base for today. And I had great conversations with different minds in the AI industries. And to sum it up, Outlook is great. If you're in the AI industry, stay in the AI industry. This is huge. Many, many opportunities, and this will continue. So much money is pouring into it. Just China, 130 billion. Germany, first 2 billion, another 3 billion there. European Union, 20 billion. So much money is going in. It will be a little bit painful, as usual, if you have public administration to give out money, but that means it will not dry up. It will continue to be big business and long-term budgets, and that's important for all of us. Second message, it's major technology. Nothing in the last couple of years changed my view that AI is the crucial technology for this century. And we all have to continue working with this. And then on the question, what's coming up next? I mean, what are the main points we need to discuss? What are the main points which are the challenge for the next 10 years? How will AI continue to impact society, business, daily life, and our health and money? And I currently call it The Empire Strikes Back. And me being as a nerd, you have to excuse this or just enjoy it yourself. AI will continue to get political and bureaucratic. We will get the robot laws, but not like Asimov said they will come. It will be very dry AI laws out there. European Union is the forerunner on this. They have developed a strategy, a white paper published beginning of the year. End of this year, they will already have the Digital Service Act in place, and it was updated for AI regulation. We will have a deep talk later on the other stage for this, and I highly can recommend if you're interested in this. But what I want to say is AI will be regulated. And that means for you as a startup, for a researcher, for a company, everyone will have to look at this. And it will mean you have to get responsibilities, clarify the data, explain your models. That's why we have talks about explainability, for example, too, because you will have to prove what your model is doing and how you trained it, and you will have to take responsibility for it. I heard upside is, hey, insurances will happen, and you can now talk with insurance company to save, to secure this, but else it will get political. Good news there, politicians are fast. I mean, they needed 20 years to figure out, oh, there's a Facebook and there's a Google and we need to do something to do. They need 1 year to figure out AI is coming, we need laws for this. This is faster than ever, and I think this gives me also hope that our political system, our society can change in real time and adapt to this, and we don't need to wait another 20 years until we have the right laws in place. Another topic which will come up, I call it taxation. something no one likes to talk, and me as a businessman, I don't like taxes, no one likes taxes, but it's important that we will speak about taxation. And I'm looking to one speaker in particular, maybe he will figure something out for next year, how we can automate tax AI. And I don't want to harm business. I just say we need to figure out how we can adapt the tax system to the new way how we generate values. If you look how much value per employee is generated at Facebook, it is like 10 times more than a Siemens is normally doing. And a Siemens is paying its taxes because labor costs and everything there, and they produce something. If it's virtual, you can tax it wherever you want to. So we will figure out how we tax it. My personal friend is, by the way, export tax on data once it's leaving Europe. So it's not on the agenda, but it will be on the agenda for the next years, I'm very sure. And then what is the world in 2020 and 2030? I call it, it's digital sustainable. These are the two main trends which will be there for the next 10 years. It has to be digital and it has to be sustainable. And I also see a conflict there, because especially AI and digital takes a lot of heating, a lot of electricity costs. And we will need to figure out how we can use AI and digital to reduce heating, to reduce everything of waste and etc. And there will be conflict, but overall I think this is a great. I mean, I want to have more events like this, with plenty of space, good food, we all feel safe, not crowded together. This is sustainable, and it's digital at the same time. We have a bottleneck for talents. Our education needs to be updated. We don't have enough people. We need to let more people come to the relevant spots from outside of the European Union. We could attract, by the way, more Americans, but it changed now. I think the exodus will stop. We have so many Americans in Berlin who didn't go to the US in the last times. We need more structure and process for this. And I also say greed is not good. I think especially companies will figure out that optimizing on income and profit will not work. Users don't want this, your clients don't want this, the ecosystem doesn't want it, and you can learn a lot from the Mittelstand in Germany, which is running for decades because they have not optimized on earning money, but they have optimized on generating jobs, paying taxes, building great products, and have happy clients. I think this client's service and this focus, this will increase. We also need to speak about what I call the digital society. And I really read a nice paper a week ago which was speaking about the fragmentation of society, the recoding of society. And what we will have is that over the next years we will have more conflict about privacy. How much privacy am I willing to away for more safety? How much control do I want to give government in China, social score system? Or how much control do I want to give companies, knowing everything about us, or the state? We will have a social scoring system or social system, monitoring us in real time. We have them in place in China, we have them in place in Singapore. I bet they will be in place here in Europe too. And we need to figure out processes, how our ethical values will be represented, how you can fight in front of court to see into your data, what they have, etc. about you. By the way, a small note, someone did this lastly, and they got 200 pages printed out files, 200 pages printed out files, how much data Facebook has about you. 200 pages, just if you want to have your data. And we need to speak about education. We are not prepared, and Corona shows how terrible prepared, by the way, we are for current times. So last slide, outlook. I struggled in the last 2 years to see a bigger picture into AI. I remembered when in 2014 I was saying, AI is coming, it will change the world. And it did not the way I expected. Not as cool, not as sexy, but still big and still doing it. But it's way more, I would say, processes, lobbying, a lot of more convincing people to take care of this. However, if we work on AI, and all of us do this, you out there, you in the publicum, me, let's give AI a purpose. And I say the purpose of AI should always be serving humans. I say the purpose should be AI is always there for two things. So we all live longer and happier thanks to AI. And thank you for listening in and joining.
Well, thank you very much, Fabian. Thank you for your passion and for all the information. We do have a couple of questions from the audience, and I can only encourage the audience to ask even more questions. We have one which will be very interesting also, I think, for our next speaker, Hans, to answer. But I also want to get your perspective on this. Daniel, another Daniel, great name, asks, in light of huge developments in terms of AI, digitalization, automation, etc. in Asia, is Germany and Europe still competitive in high tech?
That is a very good question, Daniel, and everyone else. Thank you for asking this. Is Europe competitive? 2 years ago, I would say no. And Germany and Europe convinced me in the last 12 months, yes, I see hope there. But not for us end consumers, it's for the industry. The whole industry 4.0, the B2B, this will not be solved by Chinese companies or Indian companies. This will be solved by European companies. First for regulation and second for trust. I'm pretty sure that if Daimler or Volkswagen is starting to produce with robotics, they prefer to have a local team, local knowledge. They want this. And also because of the sales cycles. It takes forever to convince a corporate client to apply AI. You can't do this outside and you can't do it remotely. So I see hope, and I also see a stronger willingness to cooperate. But if it's about soccer, I would say it's currently halftime. It's 4-0 for the other side. We really have to pull it now. We really have to mean it to get something.
Right. Daniel also writes that the massive size and scale of the industries in China, for instance, seem like something that nobody, neither in Germany nor in the Silicon Valley, people truly understand. What is your take on this? I think you do understand it, right?
So Hans is speaking after me. He was living a year in China and working there. I was there a couple of times for visiting. China is immense. It's impressive. I mean, we have speakers today here who are met in China.
Right.
They really do it well, and they mean it, they do it big. And we only can compete if we do it smarter, more connected, and more working together. That's our only hope. If it's just about size, China and the whole of Asia will dominate this century.
Right.
We only can compete if we do it more intelligent and more innovative, and we start to work together.
But do we get it? I mean, do people who have not traveled to Beijing and have not looked at the AI campuses and companies, do they get like the scale that's happening over there?
So just as an example, almost every city has its own AI campus. And you go there, and I was in one, it was close to Shanghai. It was called Turing Town. And they have rebuilt a whole medieval city like Bamberg or Heidelberg, and everything is for you. You don't pay taxes for 10 years. You have your own kindergarten, your own school. You have everything for you. I mean, a lot of space. China attracts you with a lot of incentives. But the thing is, where do you want people to live? They want to live in Europe. Europe is a nice place to live, and I think this is our biggest strength, because here people have a lifestyle which is in a balance, it's good. But we need to get our ass kicking. I mean, Chinese people are motivated, they are eager, they are hungry, and we are not. Our bellies are full.
All right, so it's the motivation, and also we're probably a little bit stingy, right, with the investments.
Always. We're always stingy. But honestly, we have enough capital in Germany and in Europe.
Right.
We are rich enough, but the money is flowing risk adverse. And what is missing, either the government has to say, okay, I invest 2 billion, and I go into the first risk of building prototypes and research application until we can run them out, because this is a gap. And then private investor will take it over.
Right.
But our government, our tax money has to go into risk, like DARPA in the United States. Americans are really good in investing into breakthrough innovation at the critical level when it needs the right push. And we in Europe needs to do it. We need to accept that tax money is wasted on innovation, because the whole society will benefit.
Right. Very interesting. There's another question by Peter. He asks, what phase is AI in? KWE says that we are in an extensive implementation phase of AI solutions. Do you share this assessment?
Again, if we are
right. So the general question is, what phase is AI in?
Yes.
And there is Mr. Lee, who says that we are in an extensive implementation phase of AI solutions already.
Yes.
Do you share this assessment?
Yes. This is what I said with, we are less dreaming, it's more work. Now it's business. And business is not romantic. It's not, it's execution. And I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer. I love to think a lot. And we are now in execution, but I would say 1% only. 99% of the potential execution has even not started. If we're thinking about so many processes who can be automated, so many great applications out there. I mean, check out tomorrow the AI solutions, or the whole day tomorrow. It's all about application and running business. There are so many great things out there, but it's a slow process, and this will take the next decade.
Right.
Yeah? But also this, the discussion about strong AI, super intelligence, the warning by Elon Musk or the good Stephen Hawking, they all stopped. I mean, we had this discussion in a couple of years, and we realized, hey, AI is not that smart. I mean, cool, look at Siri, look at Amazon. It's cool what it can do, but it's not surprising me on an intelligence level. I think the danger with AI is in wrong processes, wrong data, biased systems. But currently, the danger of AI is not it will take over the world and destroy humankind. This won't happen soon, not soon. Sorry to disappoint you.
And I sincerely believe that the proof is in the pudding. If strong AI would be possible, Elon Musk would have a company for it, right? So this might be an indicator when it's really happening.
It's called OpenAI.
Right. Okay. I'm not sure how strong that is. So there's another question by Daval, I think. I hope I pronounced the name right. I'm a master's student and planning to do my master's thesis next year with a topic of anti-AI technology. So I want to ask you, is it possible to build a technology which can control AI or help I think that AI tech will not overcome humans. I think that's the idea.
So one pointing out is the company Neurocad is there tomorrow speaking about AI to monitor and control AI.
Right.
So they use AI to hack AI systems to figure out where the weaknesses is, one step. And then they can give you improvements. Like we have anti-drone technology out there, AI-based it is. Honestly, we can only regulate AI if we use AI to regulation. We only can control data systems, huge data sets with AI.
Right.
So AI will be in a balance, but it will be like weapon system, like arms race. It will
so we will have like different AIs controlling other AIs on very different levels, as I understand it.
But what for example, I have bought during Corona my first property, 6,000 square meters of wood forest. And there's no AI, there's no internet. It's currently remote. So if you don't want to have anything with tech, take something remote and go outside. Because in the moment you have your smartphone there, AI, data, monitoring, surveillance, everything is there.
Well, beware the development of 5G then. But up to now, you're quite AI-free, I understand. Kai says, thank you for your enthusiastic talk, Fabian. What's your opinion on ethic AI, especially given the different cultural and ethical systems in the AI superpowers like China, the US, and Europe?
I think this is a good question, and this will be relevant for now. I think we here, building European AI solutions, we shape the system in our way, and then American AI will be different, and the Chinese will be different. And this will be more extreme over the years, and you will choose the system you want, which fits you best. For example, Facebook is heavily biased on nudity. We in Europe, we are relaxed with nudity. I mean, if we see nipples, we don't even react. I mean,
sometimes we expect to see nipples.
Yes, come on, it's Berlin. Yeah, half of the city is normally naked in the clubs. Used to. And if you're in the American system, it's excluding every sense of nudity. So the AI is already doing censoring. If you look at, for example, on Google, you can find racial and hatred on Google. You can Google it, but it would not be allowed in Germany normally under laws. So the AI systems are already having their biases with the data. And I think there will be a European Facebook in a couple of years and a European Google in a couple of years, because tech companies have to take responsibility for their actions, for the data, and for what they do. They have to. And government is forcing them finally. And then we will have, as I said, internet will break apart. So the ethics will flow into it. And this is a crucial part. I agree. Ethics will continue to play a heavy part. But with AI, we are forced to think, by the way, what are our ethical values? And how can we code them? How can we put them into code? Because I struggle a lot to define AI and to define a universal ethical frame set. I don't know. It's
very interesting that you said that we will have probably a European and then a US-American Facebook. Isn't it more probable that we will have AIs that exactly know, oh, he's from Europe, I know his browser history anyway, give him some nipples, and other people would probably be excluded if they're very Christian and in Oklahoma. Will not this be the future?
I think the best algorithm out there is currently TikTok. TikTok is brilliant in learning what I like to watch based on the mood. It's brilliant. It's interesting. I had a lot of Trump rallies recently, like showing me Trump rallies, and I think, no, I don't want to see Trump, but I like the energy out there, like, hey, we do something. It was very interesting. The algorithm changed, and then, so I think the AI will give you the perfect bubble. Your whole life will be in the perfect bubble because it will be perfectly customized to your needs, what you see. I think you really need to press a button to say, I want to see the rest of the world. Question for time management. You have a what there?
Yes. We still have 5 minutes left. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm keeping time.
Good.
There is like Right, and that was also the last question from the audience, but I have a question, because I know that I'm sure it's unbeknownst to you, but a lot of people don't read the agenda when they join the summit. So let's talk about the future of AI in the next 36 hours. What's there for all of us? What can we expect of today and tomorrow?
So I started being nervous myself with the groundwork, and after me we have Hans Usgod and Chris Boos, who will speak about where AI is currently to, how Europe is standing, what you can do with AI. It will be a political day, so we will continue, for example, with Secretary of State Dorothee Bär speaking about the German AI strategy. We have Vanessa Khan from the Bundesverband KI speaking about what works in Germany. We have on the other stage Ayosha and Mario, member of the parliament, speaking a little bit like, hey, is Germany a paper tiger? Is it really working? We have, for example, talks about JEDI at the end of the day, speaking about strategy, what are your possibilities? André and Loja speaking about business strategies here today. It's about the big picture, about what do we need to do, how can we do it, and it's getting more detailed. For example, Jeffries at the end of the day will speak about AI and vision. I really asked him, briefed him, hey, speak about a good picture out there. We have data and privacy. Marian Gläser speaking about AI, how can this be combined with privacy? So all these ethical and strategic and political topics for today and both stages. Tomorrow, it's all about applied AI. And we have use cases by the hottest AI companies out there. Really, we try to find the best German AI companies. We have large corporations like IBM, Huawei, talking about, and Siemens talking about how they do AI, and it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to see how they execute this, what offers they have. It can be very technical because we go speaking about edge, we speak about quantum machine. So tomorrow, a lot of technical talks, hopefully, but also about processes and execution. Because we need to get AI out there. It needs to start continue running and flowing.
Right, so thank you so much. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'll be here for the whole 2 days. I hope you will too, because it's such an exciting lineup of speakers. Fabian, please make your way down the stairs slowly. Thank you very much. Give it up again for Fabian Westerheide, please.
Thank you. Enjoy.
So this is how we will do this for the rest of the day and also tomorrow. I will introduce the next speaker, and then while he makes his way up on stage, then please switch sessions. Otherwise, you will probably miss a lot of things that I have to say about the esteemed ladies and gentlemen that will be on stage or talk to us virtually. I'm happy now to announce our next speaker, who was already mentioned very often this morning. He is the founder and chief scientist of Giants Technologies in Beijing. He's also scientific director at the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, DFKI, in Berlin, where he is currently coordinating China activities, and he's also honorary professor of our technical university here in Berlin. He has over 250 international publications under his belt. He has worked in AI for over 30 years. I will not list his numerous other awards and honors, because that would significantly reduce his time, and he needs every minute of it. Please give it up for Hans Usgod.
Good morning, and thank you for the nice introduction. Thank you for having me here today. At last year's Rise of AI, I talked about my impressions, my experience with AI in China after my first 3 years in China. And today, having been back to Europe for almost a year now, I want to talk about my impressions of Europe as seen through the eyes with somebody who has been in China for 3 years. Last year, I was discussing this picture from the book by Kai-Fu Lee, in which Kai-Fu Lee compares the strengths of the two giants in AI, the United States and China. I won't go through this here today, but actually the comparison came out very favorably for China, not surprisingly. And today I want to say, and back then already there was the question, where's Europe in this global race of the two giants? And the picture that came to my mind after reading Kai-Fu Lee's book was this. You may remember it from last year. There are two giants fighting, but where's Europe? According to Kai-Fu Lee, it should be Down there, you see the green guy there. That should be maybe Europe. Europe is on the safe side, still making AI more secure and more good before really starting. So today I want to talk about the respective strengths of the global players in AI. I want to suggest a two-pronged, zweigleisige strategy for Europe and Germany. I want to talk about enterprise AI, a huge chance for Germany and Europe, the next wave of AI for which I think all bets are still very much open. And I want to address the question, why does Europe and Germany not have equal chances yet, I think? What are the handicaps, especially for human-centered AI? And I would finish with an outlook and answering the question, what should we do next? So this is a little more fine-grained than Kai-Fu Lee's findings, and it also includes Europe. And Europe, as Fabian already said, is not all that bad in all fields. Yes, it is true in AI for internet and AI for consumer electronics, Europe is not really leading and won't be leading in the next few years. Also in the financial sector, maybe not with automotive, we don't know. We see lots of future developments in China and the US, but we don't know yet whether Europe still has a chance. When it comes to public transport, yes, maybe we could become better, but also United States is not very strong there, as you know. But our two strongholds are manufacturing, Industry 4.0, and also growingly our chances would be in enterprise AI. And this is what I want to talk about next, about enterprise AI. So one of the two prongs is to exploit our excellent chances in business AI, smart manufacturing, but today, since I've given many talks on Industry 4.0 already, today I want to talk about this newer emerging field of enterprise AI. So as you know, many people talk about digital transformation, intelligent transformation. What does it really mean? So the digital transformation comes in two big waves. The first wave is the digitization of data, data processing, resource planning, and so on. And the second wave of digitization is the one that brings in intelligence, the sophisticated things, Industry 4.0, digital twin, robots, AI applications, and the goal, according to companies like SAP, but many other players, is the vision that is already very old, it comes from 1992, of the intelligent enterprise. So the intelligent transformation, the second wave of digital transformation, leads, hopefully, to the intelligent enterprise. There is now a complex definition of intelligent enterprise, but you don't really have to read it here. Actually, I will abbreviate it in simpler words. It is a complex organisms consisting of people, technology, resources of knowledge, of learned experience, also machine-learned experience, and intelligent processes that together show signs of intelligence, of collective intelligence, that go beyond the intelligence of the individual players. So I will highlight some of these ingredients in the following slides. The first ingredient is, of course, data. I do not need to say much about that. So a prerequisite for applying AI and analytics, deeper intelligence, is the availability, the fusion, the interoperability of the data in the whole enterprise. Clear. The second one is knowledge. This is the old dream of knowledge management, but now on a different level. The management of the knowledge resources that are on paper, hopefully then digitized, that are partially already machine usable in structures such as digital process models, I'll come back to that, and in many other forms. But let's not talk about that, that's knowledge management. This is the important part that will make the difference. The third part is the processes. So business processes come in two flavors. There are the operational processes, the support processes, and the management processes. And parts of the management processes are the strategic planning, the controlling, the coordination on the top. They overlap, of course, all of these, yeah? And on the core operational processes in a production company, it's production, assembly, quality assurance, these things. And then there are support functions, support processes like human resources, marketing, purchasing, and so on. So we all know that. And now the thing is, what can we do with them then in the next step in the intelligent enterprise? So we need to adapt existing processes to this higher form of digital transformation. Adapt them, I will come back and say how. We need to design new processes that use the data and knowledge resources that were not there before. Yeah, either adapt the old or define new ones. And we have to create, and this is the core part, digital process models. People are already starting that, but it's yet not really connected with knowledge resources like the corporate knowledge graphs, and it is not connected yet with machine learning. People are trying it already, for instance, in robotic process automation, and trying to watch people, watch processes, and then model these processes and improvement. And then we need facilities for monitoring, measuring, and optimizing the processes with the help of AI. And finally, it comes to the automation of individual steps in the processes and of sub-processes. But now the question is, can AI also automate entire processes? Yes, in general, yes, there are some processes that can be modeled, not modeled, automated entirely in the business world. But be careful now, and this is really the essence then of understanding the limits and the challenges of enterprise AI. There are some processes on the higher level of decision-making that AI, even if people tell you the contrary, cannot be automated by AI. So what does it mean? That means that even if you have the best machine learning systems and let the best managers, let these AI systems watch the best managers and get all the data of their decision, they cannot predict or make the decision of today and tomorrow. Why? Because we live in a constantly changing environment. The world is very dynamic. Regulations, the market situations are different today than they were last year. And the system and also the combinatorics of all the external data, the macroeconomic data, the market, the ever-changing market, they are so complex, it's impossible. So one of the challenges of AI is now to amplify human intelligence and to make sure that the decision-making that still exists is better decision-making by having much better input, by having much better decision possibilities for decision-making and so on. And also because of language technology and visualization to bridge the barrier between the machine and the decision makers that are there. So this is a real challenge for AI. So the main application areas for AI and the enterprise are the following. One is the interpretation of unstructured data, for instance, for quality management, but also for partially written business documents, transform them into a digital machine-usable way. Learning from unstructured data for prediction, demand forecasts, and analytics optimization. Then the detection of anomalies, predictions of events, and then two very, very big areas. One is business process modeling and management. I already mentioned that. And I would predict that as we have big language models today, like GPT-3, or the BERT-based models, we will have process models of huge models of processes that are trained and that are able to learn the processes and learn from the syntax and the semantics of processes. And then the last one is the human-machine interaction that I just mentioned. That is absolutely necessary, the seamless integration of human and machine intelligence. Now there is one challenge, of course, and we see this already in the enterprise. Why wasn't the enterprise before Internet AI and electronics AI and perception AI? The reason is very simple. The hurdle is very high. So the ambition, the demands are very high. Because in industry, in unexplainable learning can only solve individual tasks. This is narrow AI. Yeah? You can apply AI either for demand forecast or for maybe quality assurance, for any of these things, maybe for speech output, for something. But every bigger thing, like a task-driven chatbot that talks to the customers or to the partners, needs knowledge. It cannot only be based on a model on data. So there's ever-changing knowledge. So the best systems of that type now, in addition to having machine learning, they are already using knowledge sources. And they combine maybe speech and language understanding and language generation, several things. This is going from narrow AI to broader AI. Also in business process modeling, going from written specification of processes and transform those to business models. Yeah, this requires quite a number of components and also support for decision processes. I'll come back to that. So it is the main big thing which will be the next revolution of AI that many people know. It's almost everybody in AI feels this is necessary, but most of the best people are already working on it, is how can we combine now the implicit knowledge learning of deep learning? Yeah? How can we combine that with explicit knowledge, which can also be learned, of course, but it's a different way, it's discrete learning. Yeah, so how can these things, how can the huge amounts of knowledge that we have in our knowledge graphs, like the Google knowledge graph, the Baidu knowledge graph, with billions of facts, yeah, also Wikidata, how can they be combined with the experience learning? Yeah, so this is the big challenge now, and this is absolutely needed for success in the enterprise world. It will come, because only that will enable bringing the AI in the higher floors of the enterprise. So the next thing I will briefly mention is the combination of internal and external data. Data exploitation usually starts with internal data, but external are becoming more important. So for instance, in SAP, people are talking about X and O data. X are mainly customer experience data, and then the AI brings those together for analytics. But it's much more than customer experience. It is your customers, your suppliers, your partners, your competitors, your employees or prospective employees, your products, relevant technologies, regulations, and so. A big company already now has to follow all of these, and since many companies are globally operating, you have to do it all over the world in many languages. And that you cannot do without AI, especially without language understanding, because most of these news are in language, few of them are in structured form. So actually this is, the external data are full of untapped potential, and I don't know if you know that the 16 intelligence services of the United States mainly use open data. 95% of their stuff does not come from spies taking secret pictures, but it comes actually from open data. So what we need then is something that brings now the data from all over the world together with these internal data. Right now it is still separate. So marketing gets their data, sales, customer, supplier, supply chain monitoring, and so on, competitor monitoring. But of course, in the next phase, that needs to be combined too and be able to be fused with internal data. So that's a big thing. So we are doing this in Giants. We are doing powerful web crawling with our partner company, Merantix. Then we extract information, and then we give it to the customer, and we integrate it already in knowledge graphs. So if we get knowledge, then we get them into knowledge graphs. knowledge graphs of that form. So we, the Chinese didn't show you, okay, it doesn't matter. So we extract some messages, yeah, we extract some events and news, and then we put them in knowledge graphs, and we do that with many, many topics. Financial, so about 70, no, now around 80 different types of events we can detect already. We use them for supplier monitoring, competitor watch, portfolio monitoring, compliance watch, customer watch, and so on. Many applications. And it combines, now, let's come to the second prong now. European basic research has always been on the forefront of AI. And European research is well equipped for the next phase, for hybrid AI. And European researchers and funding bodies have already embraced human-centered computing. Wonderful topic, human-centered computing. AI for education, healthcare, personal assistance, and all these things. Why can't we do it? I am extremely pessimistic. Instead of building fantastic AI applications for our citizens, European AI is asked to start with rules, constraints, standards, even the praised white paper. It's good that we have a white paper, as was pointed out, for instance, by Rasmus Rote, 20 pages, and most of it is actually regulation and constraining, and only a few pages, maybe 4 pages, are about doing something. We block most kinds of human-centered AI collection, and we have to overcome our worst weakness. Our worst weaknesses are that in this innovation process, you can see it here. I won't have the time to explain it in detail. So applied research, then the startups, commercialization, then the scaling phase, right? Self-explanatory. Our problem is here, here, and here. And it has been, and it still is. So it has not changed yet. It is the last mile of research, the one that DARPA is doing and others. Long breath, shared criteria, competitive, last mile until things are usable. And then, as Fabian already said, the venture capital in the very beginning, risk-taking, also risk-taking in big companies. So if we see the DARPA success stories, DARPA, you know, right? Is the ARPANET, the internet, the mouse, the global positioning system, conversational AI, Siri, Google Translate, all of these things, many of these things were started in Europe. The base foundations were laid in Europe, but here the last mile was not done. People went to the United States. Many of these things were developed by Europeans in America with American money, and then commercialized in America. So then our problem is Angst, the German Angst, the fear of digital data, fear of algorithms. And coming back from China, you cannot realize it. You are here all the time. It's much deeper and much more complex than you were thinking of. The fear of AI. AI is too good. It will steal our jobs. No, AI is not, it's too bad. It's not good enough to make critical decisions. It has biases. It makes the wrong things. And AI is evil. It will soon turn against us. So, but data is the raw material for knowledge creation, the fuel of science, yeah, the key to understanding the world. For data are not harmful for health or environment, and data are good, nothing bad about them. But Germany is the country of overflowing letterboxes. In China, in the 3 years, I got 2 letters in my mailbox. Here, it overflows after 1 week. Lots of paper that I have to deal with. We have cash-only restaurants. We have public administrations without email addresses, schools without IT infrastructure, no data interoperability, mass pixelated buildings on street view because every citizen can erase the facade, every tenant of the house facade. And we have the most feared data protection officers. Take as an example our Corona app. This is a picture of mine. Voluntary. This is a good thing. Every politician says it's great that this is voluntary. 25% penetration. 57% of infected users share the positive results. A little more than 10% of positive tests are shared via the app. And you get every day these things, 10 encounters with low risk. Nobody knows what to do with it. What do you do with it? Useless, absolutely useless. It's not the fault of Telecom or SAP, it's the fault of our society, of our politicians, to come up with something totally useless. University of Oxford researchers estimated it takes at least 60% penetration, and then it will really help quite a bit. If you get close to 100%, all this fear that the Gesundheitsämter may break down and cannot track or trace anymore would go away. It would simply go away. So it's political decisions. It should be voluntary, decentralized, because decentralized, then only Google and Apple get it, yeah, but not the German Gesundheitsämter. Wonderful, yeah, it should be decentralized, should be voluntary, and no other data should be collected, although they are badly needed for understanding the pandemics, and no other uses are allowed, although they are badly needed. So this is terrible. We have this privacy data austerity. So we just heard yesterday from our chancellor that the right to life integrity of the person has to be ranked higher than the right of freedom of movement or the right of assembly. Clear, yeah? We have to stay at home because we want to save lives. There's only one thing that gets ranked even higher. This is data privacy and data austerity. That is ranked higher because no, the app should not be made like it is in China, mandatory, and in China it really helps people quite a lot and people like to use it, they feel safer with it. So the solution is simple. Have a highly secured centralized data storage, call it Gaia X or whatever you like. And it can be a public trust concern, independent of government, just like a Supreme Court or a central bank. Have strict legislation governing data utilization with harsh penalty for abuse, and finally focus on protecting people from abuse of their data instead of protecting data. Data protection in the old sense is outdated. So there are lots of systems that we trust, existing systems. We trust the air traffic control system. It really helps. We trust central banks and other large banks. We give our money there. We are not scared. We trust the armies, some European countries with, some without nuclear weapons. We trust them that they don't do this. Yeah, we trust intelligence agencies, but we wouldn't trust a simple controlled database. It's ridiculous. So now the question, how dangerous is AI? Two opinions here. One comes from Christoph von der Malzburg, a German AI researcher from deep learning. The threat posed by artificial intelligence is worse than the atomic bomb. This is wonderful. Thank you, colleague von der Malzburg. Our politicians and the public will love it. They will be even more scared of AI. Andrew Ng, on the other hand, well-known Silicon Valley and China AI person, he says worrying about AI turning evil is a little bit like worrying about overpopulation of Mars. Why does he say that? Because we are still far, far away from understanding self-consciousness and modeling general AI with intentions, desires, and free will. In order to be evil, you need a free will. Yeah, you need, in order to be develop your own evil. Our AI is much too dumb to become evil today. But we should remain cautious in deploying AI for critical tasks. We should be very cautious, and we should continue to work on transparent, reliable, and accountable AI. But it's these people doing it, they are already sabotaged by this fear that is there, and people are not taking serious. Yeah, so this is a decision, Zukunft or noch mehr Bedenkzeit. Yeah? The situation is severe. The attitude of our opinion leaders towards AI puts our countries in jeopardy. There's actionism, committees, white papers, regulations, another commission, another utterance, another promised funding. But politics cannot overcome anti-technophobia. There is no impactful funding. You could see now in the corona times, yeah, or when we had the refugee situation, it is easy to spend huge amounts of money if they are needed. Our society is able to be decisive, yeah, how much money is spent. But did you see the money even promised on AI was never really spent and allocated fully. Yeah? So in that cases, why are they so hesitant? They are not bad people. They are all governed by this German fear. So this, the Knoten muss platzen, the knot must burst. It's not a Gordian knot that can be eliminated by a sword. It's a paralyzing collective deadlock caused by a spreading psychosocial disorder. We have to be patient with the people who have it, because there are some friends, there are some people who I went to school with. They are scared, yeah, they are scared and technophobe. We should be patient with them, but we shouldn't be patient with the situation. And maybe humanities and social sciences that should be Orientierungswissenschaften, that should give us orientation, maybe they need orientation themselves, because these people are totally disoriented in today's world. Yeah, they are not there yet. And they give orientation to politics. It's the wrong way. So der Knoten muss platzen. Conclusion and outlook. Europe is still behind in many areas of AI, but we have huge opportunities, especially in industrial AI and enterprise AI. And we have excellent chances in the next AI revolution, going from narrow to broader AI by bringing together huge knowledge, explicit knowledge, and machine learning, especially for human-centered applications for which this is needed. But Europe, and especially Germany, has a big handicap, a fear-driven hesitation, and a quest for being better, having better AI in the ethical sense before we ever have good AI. We want to be better before becoming good. And if we can overcome the German angst and European arrogance, telling the whole rest of the world what is good and ethical, we have the power to make our continent even better, our wonderful continent. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hans Usgod. We have very few minutes left, but there is a question by Daniel again. Thank you, Daniel, for your question. Can we think of an intelligent enterprise from the perspective of a company becoming a subject itself instead of being comprised of many subjects? Companies today already seem to be an organism,
yes.
Compared to like an organism of people and logarithms, or maybe algorithms, I think he means. They just need to understand themselves.
Yes.
Do you think that's true?
Yes, like with any complex social system that makes decisions and has information processing, we need to understand it. It is more tighter than, let's say, the market of an economy. That's also a complex system, yeah? And we need to understand it through AI. But in this case, there is still much more centralized decision-making, but already today, 90% of the decisions, or even more, are not made by the CEO anymore, but they are collective. And it's true. The integration of these intelligent processes will make it an own subject.
Right, very, very interesting. Carsten has a question. While innovations are agile lightweights, broad data-rich topics are given high weight by AI systems. AI is therefore a quite conservative consultant. So how do we innovate AI?
Sorry, again?
All right,
what's the
all right.
question?
I thought you would understand it right away. I'm not sure if I understand. While innovations are lightweights, broad and data-rich topics are given high weight by AI systems. So I think like broad topics, a lot of data is like preferred by AI, or maybe AI lends itself to analyze topics where there is a lot of data.
Of course.
And Carsten means that therefore AI is a quite conservative consultant. Only going for where there's a lot of knowledge, maybe not being inventive enough, right?
That is very much related to the prediction fusion of knowledge.
So how could we innovate this?
Yeah, because there is now, you have realized, right, that big self-trained models develop lots of implicit knowledge from general knowledge, and then they are trained by very few examples, one-shot, few-shot learning.
Right.
But sometimes this is not enough. Sometimes you have to infuse the knowledge as explicit knowledge into the system. You can do that already today, actually. You can teach the system and give it definitions and so. And this is exactly the thing. This is exactly the thing, because we need we have many applications for which we don't have these huge amounts of data, but they are also crucial and very important. And we have to combine general implicit knowledge with very explicit, with very condensed few data, but also with explicit knowledge.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hans. Thanks for your insights. You have voiced many of the concerns and impressions I also get from AI in Germany and Europe, and I hope people listen to you and make it better. Thank you. Hans Usgod, everyone. Yes, that's right. You're few, you have to clap louder and longer. Thank you very much. I'm very happy now to welcome another dear friend of the summit. He studied computer science in Zurich and Darmstadt, and over 20 years ago, he founded his company Arago to push the boundaries of artificial intelligence. Arago runs Hero, Europe's leading AI platform that promises to automate anything. Advising Chancellor Merkel as part of the Digital Council is something that has not been automated yet and has to be done in person by our speaker himself, which is probably for the better. Give it up for Chris Bose, everyone.
So I think I'm going to listen to this talk from Hans about 5 times again, because him talking about hybrid AI and implicit and explicit knowledge and knowledge graphs is exactly what I've been working on for the last 25 years, and most of the time I've been laughed at. And now it's hot shit, awesome. And also the part about the Corona up, very funny, if it weren't so sad. But I've come to talk to you a little bit about like the forward-looking part of AI. So I think we can say AI is just here. Like, can we conclude it? It's here, period. We don't have to discuss it, it's coming and blah, blah, blah. But what the fuck do we do with it now? Like, what do we do with it? And that's the question. So let's very briefly look at the past. And I'm saying that we've been hitting the wall with our systems long before the pandemic came. The capital markets valued innovation in Silicon Valley much better than the industry in Germany. 3 platform companies are more capitalized or have more market cap than the entire German publicly listed economy together. I mean, that says it all. The future is in a different economic and technical model, and industrial production is the past. But we can also see this in macro numbers, right? Revenue per employee. I mean, if you compare Apple and Volkswagen, that's just sad. But the real number is this, right? The contribution of time spent by employees to actual productivity. That is going down for tens of years. And it is nothing that just came around the corner, boop, and appeared quickly. I mean, this is where we're coming from. And then AI comes onto the market, and where are we there, right? Digitization, most people still think that digitization has anything to do with pattern matching and predictions. Yeah, AI can do that, but that's not the point, right? The point is that we are at the end of the industrial era. I mean, depending which part of history you're looking at, that has started 150, 200 years ago. And we have done extremely well on industrialization, but that's coming to an end. We came from self-sufficiency, agriculture. 70% of us were farmers, right? And we came to tailorizing work, meaning that we have specialized people doing specialized things, and then we invented the steam machine and enhanced our force and were able to multiply ourselves. And what we really did was we catered to economies of scale. Like, everything that we did was basically the economies of scale, where we tried to analyze stuff, standardize, consolidate, and then we could justify building a factory or a process or something else in order to get there. And the whole point was to allow to build an assembly line, to build a factory, so we could mass produce cheaper. No one said it nicer than Henry Ford, right? You can have any color as long as it's black. By the way, this is how marketing was invented. We had to convince people that whatever we were able to produce is what they wanted. Right? So, but that's not what AI needs, right? AI can do automation right. What we call automation now is stupid robots running a stupid script. And if we look at the story of RPA, robotic process automation, right? They are scripts. Guys, scripts were like any computer person on a host did a script. That was not a big deal. How do I get back? Don't know. Anyway, So the point of artificial intelligence is that with the implicit and explicit knowledge collected in our data pools, we can have a machine find an individual solution for every individual problem. We no longer need to standardize and consolidate and analyze and so on. The AI will do this for us. And this can be applied to literally everything. Everything probably that is not language, because language is still much too hard, and everything that is not innovation, meaning that actually would get any model to its catastrophic failure mode, and people can be passionate about it and say, yeah, but I still want to try it. But 80% of what we do today can be done by machines with today's technology. When I get this across to CEOs and I talk to people, then the usual reaction is, yeah, okay, seems to make sense, but let's make a 20-year plan or a 30-year plan. And I just don't get this. I mean, there's no reason why there should be a 30-year plan. Since the electrification of things, no new technology took 20 or 30 years to actually go exponential and be spread throughout the population at an exponential rate. With the iPhone, it was less than a year. So no, this is not like, a lot of people have been trying to slow this down, and all this discussion that we have on worrying about machines that can take over and so on, I very much agree, right? This is like worrying about the overpopulation of Mars. Like, we're not there. We don't understand self. How can we build a machine? We're engineers. We build things we understand, right? So we don't build a machine that has a self. This is not the problem. The problem is that this is happening very quickly, and whoever makes it happen has a huge economic benefit, and if you don't make it happen, you are simply screwed. And if you want to compare this, it took us 150 years of industrial revolution to get from 0% automation to 29% automation. And even a conservative, an old-fashioned entity like the World Economic Forum tells us that only 7 years will have an increase of another 20% in automation. Like, that is amazing. So I'd like to walk out and say, like, give you 4 theses or 4 predictions that I want to make what happens. So the first one is, if we don't act now, for some reason these slides keep on moving by themselves, right? So the simple point is, if we don't act now, there simply is no future. And I always find it very funny when people talk about environmental protection. It sounds like there's an environment and it has nothing to do with us. All these people are delusional, right? The planet can live without us. We can't live without the planet in its current state. It's our total self-interest to protect the planet. This has nothing to do with tree huggers or esoterics. We need the planet to work. Otherwise, we just disappear. And if we look at those numbers, right, we're consuming the planet at a fantastic rate. And we should probably stop doing that. If you look at populism and what is happening here in terms of opinionated people coming out with totally irrational opinions, this is an old problem, only it is on the rise. It's showing our system is not stable anymore, because you can outright lie and there's still 30% of people who will actually vote for you or help you or whatever. This is crazy. In an educated country like Germany, you have people who've gone to university and they step out in the street and tell us that Bill Gates is drinking children's blood. Hello? Like 50 years ago, you put these people in a mental institution. Populism works. There is an attack on our core industries. Just e-mobility threatens 400,000 jobs in the car industry. And the investment of AI is increasing, but it's not increasing as it should be, which is a bit dangerous. What is very interesting is the health system, right? We're digitizing. A lot of people actually believe that in the health system we can use AI, and they would be happy to have an AI doctor. And right at this point, we hand off the first big initiative on health, which is COVID, is not run by governments, is not run by legitimized people, it's run by Google and Apple. Maybe because governments can't do it, and it's pretty sad. And then we have trade. People are complaining that our inner cities are dying. and all you get there is food stands, and then the pandemic comes and all the food stands close, and basically there's nothing left of wholesale commerce. And all we can do is help these people jump on the bandwagon of Google and have their online shops. That's not Google's fault. That's our fault for not transforming or not going ahead and helping these guys to adopt technologies like AI to bring out the best they can. Because if they could automate everything, service from person to person cannot be automated, simply because we like interacting with our own species. So I hope I made the point. The first thesis is that we're pretty fucked if we don't do anything. The second one is that our system that we currently have, right, the system where politics has to be angry with society and economy has to be sad at people and politics, and people are unhappy with politics and economy, all this leads to a very stable system, right? Everybody pulling at the two others means that we have a stable center. And this has worked for us for 70 years now. Well, actually, we're only running it like this for 30 years or 40 years. But it has created a fantastically stable system. And this is great. Like, this is the world. This is the reality we're living in. The problem is that our system, our industrial system, has come to an end. The ball of stability is now on the top of the pyramid. And if we keep pulling at each other, the ball will roll down on whoever side pulls hardest next. What we need is a switch to actually have everybody work together so we come to a knowledge economy, to a new type of system where implicit, explicit knowledge is given to machines, machines do most of the jobs, people can focus on what they're best, which is coming up with new stuff and interacting with other people. This is the biggest change ever. It's not a technical change, it's not a research change, it is a society change, and if society changes, politics changes. The funny thing is that the ones that are very focused on profit, they are going first. Third prediction, technology is the solution, right? If we look at AI in agriculture, like 10% of farms are already using drones. That is out there. They are using artificial intelligence algorithms to feed their livestock to make sure that we don't overuse antibiotics and all these things. Weather predictions with extreme weather events coming up, all these things are AI algorithms. This is applied. We're already using it. It's the same with the medical field, right? We can now have minimal invasive procedures and so on. All these examples that come out here, these are applications of AI, but they're tiny steps. We need to encourage these guys to make the next big step that is out there. And one of the most crucial points, this also applies to learning. Like, our current school system was invented so people wouldn't go crazy when they had to work in a factory. That was the schooling we're getting, and that we could eventually make engineers out of some. Now, we need to make a scientist and a curious person and a self-responsible person and a person that wants to do something out of everybody. But how we're doing this in our current system, right? We walk children, we take them from kindergarten to primary school to secondary school to university, and everything there is catered towards making people uniform. And then when they get out of there, we as companies go and like, fantastic little guy, how about you start thinking outside the box? What we need is lifelong learning, and we need to make this attractive to people. Every little child is born as a little scientist. How do we keep this alive, this curiosity? And of course, it's AI or technology is the driver of mobility. It's not just self-driving cars, it's not just fleet management, but it is the change in model. Like, why does everybody need a car? Everybody just wants to go from A to B. Not just in cities, but also in rural areas. And of course, this is enabled by AI algorithms. And the new type of work, where we're getting more collaborative and where we're working together and where we're actually jumping on a bandwagon to make sure that we don't cater to people who are process compliant and do the same and the same and the same and the same thing over and over again. Are you surprised that these guys have more fun doing their hobbies than having their jobs? What we need to foster is people's creativity and their ability to solve a new problem every day and their interest in actually solving these problems every day. So having looked at this, and hopefully I've said that AI is about getting shit done, the question is, where does Europe stand on this? Right? If Europe wants to find its own way, it should be humanism. It should be a human way. Like in America, the goal is efficiency. Everything has to submit to profit. In China, it's cohesion. Like we don't want individuals, we want a cohesive society. That's what the system is. If Europe really wants its own way, we have to cater to humans. And that fits very well because the humans create the implicit and explicit data that we need to progress AI systems. Like if you really want that, that's what we do. But this creates a different type of society, right? This creates a society where curiosity and where community, the many, outrank the one, where curiosity actually outranks security, where facts are more important than belief, and where thinking is more important than feeling. And I think this is absolutely essential. These type of systems can only be implemented, or this type of change can only be implemented in a society where there's nothing left to lose, or where there's overabundance. We are still, despite the crisis, in a society where there is absolute overabundance. We can do this, and we can see that it's extremely profitable, and we can see that we can take our development on from here. This is important. So if we look at this, to me, the really important thing, and I'd like to spend a couple of minutes on this one, I wanted to, is if we want to implement AI, we have to stop doing pilots, tests, proof of concepts, and all these things that are only there to show that the technology works. The technology works. Like, pick the one that you like best, but the technology works. That's not the question. The question is, are you able to make the change to actually let AI work for you? Can you let go, or do you have to be a control freak about it? I mean, if you just want a predefined process to run, you don't need an AI. You've got to let the machine find an efficient solution, then you need an AI. But that's a total change in mindset. Haltung in German. Like, this is important. If you can't let that go, you will always end up with prototypes. We have fantastic scientists. They do basic research, and we have whipped them into shape so that they don't try to do end solutions. They only do prototypes. That is increasingly sad to see, because they could do fantastic solutions that could be scaled out quickly and could have tremendous success for the typical Mittelstand company, for big companies, for startup companies. It doesn't really matter. So stop doing that. Don't try proving a technology that works, because it already works. It's your mind that you need to work on. And for that, look at improving. That's what we're very good at. Get the next 2% out of it. But also look at improving the improvement. Like making a big step, going from producing cars to running a car fleet, going from selling drills to selling holes. These old examples, they're now old examples, but there's so few people, thank you, but there's so few people who actually attach to this. So the point that I'm trying to make is we've got to move now. Right now, we own the knowledge. Right now, we have the data. Right now, we have the technological power, and we have the ability to do it. Once we sell the knowledge, once we're outranked in research, all of that is gone. The point is we've got to act now, and we've got to act decisively. Not baby steps, not trials. And the pandemic is a fantastic point in time to do this, because no one would have predicted a breakdown in business models as has happened now. I have met a few CEOs who said, if I do nothing now, the company might go bust, but my career is unharmed. And this is like saying no one ever got fired for hiring IBM. IBM is a great tech company. You could hire them anytime. But the point now is we pay managers large salaries so they're able to make risky decisions. It's a time for decision-making right now, and most of those decisions should include AI as the driving force. Thank you very much. Hey, this has not happened before. I'm 1 minute early.
Thank you, Chris. I was surprised as well. Yes, please feel free to ask questions, dear audience. Obviously, Chris, you made a very good point, right? You said the tech already works. You don't have to prove that. Work on these. Work on the edge cases, right? Be innovative. But you also talked about how we make people, or we create minds and persons who are not innovative, right? Who are not courageous enough to do it. Otherwise, they would be doing it already. So how do you think should this change come about without the few, or hopefully many, who listen to your speech and say, right, I'll just get up and do it. But I think for every one of those, there's maybe 1,000 people who say, I'm not sure if he's right. I'm quite cozy where I am.
So, I mean, Hans made the perfect point, right? He described the German angst very well. And unfortunately, it's not just German angst, it's European angst now, right? We've infected everybody with this, seemingly. I think that we have to, on a public side, become more open to change. If people try something and they fail, our reaction shouldn't be laugh at them and maybe kick them a little more. Our reaction should be, thank you for trying. Right? I would say that's the biggest thing. And if you look at, also example from Hans, the Corona app, where we put data protection before health, and data protection was so important that we didn't collect data, and now everybody's crying for data. If I had been a politician, I would have made exactly the same decision with the public pressure that came, right? The point is, this public pressure should have not been there. Mm-hmm. We ourselves have to come into a position where we think like at least one step ahead, right? And not just in the here and now. And I think this is important. It is not something that we can ask of someone else to do. It is something that each and every one of us needs to think is, do I respect people who try something new? Because something new, otherwise the economy is going to go down massively if there are no people who try something new, right? And will I accept a change? Will I accept that solidarity comes from me too? It means I have to give something so the whole society can profit, and I eventually profit more and things like this. So it's a very personal thing, and I think we've lived in a space for a very long time where the only question was, what can I get? Mm-hmm. Like, my question would be, like, if I give this, what can I get?
Mm-hmm. Right. How do you stay on your toes and on the bounce in your own company? How do you stay creative? Can you make sure that everyone that you employ is like a creative type of person, comfortable living on the edge, or how do you deal with that?
Not everybody needs to be a super creative person, right? When we talk about creativity, it's not only the big ideas. And I mean, in my company, you have the fortune or misfortune of having a crazy person like me there who has many big ideas. But the point is that the value of creativity has to be given even to the small creatives. I think there's 3 types of creativity. One is the artist type of creativity, right? The person who's willing to swim against the stream. This is what we typically call the big ideas, right? Someone who says, I want blue paintings. Everybody goes, no, blue paintings suck. You say, I still love blue paintings, right? And you can say, like, I want data. Everybody goes, no, data, you can't have data. And then you say, I still want data, and you're going to build something great. The second type of creativity is the engineering type of creativity. And I think in Germany we have lots of that. And I think in Europe, in France, I've seen fantastic engineers. These are people who take components from unlikely sources or unlikely combinations and bring them together and create a solution that people go like, what? Mm-hmm. Wow. These are type of engineering creativity. And I think what we totally undermined is the pioneers, right? The pioneers, the people who need more risk to be happy. In the olden days, these people walked on ships. Today, a few pioneers build rockets. We can see a huge increase in extreme sports, right? People climbing mountains without ropes and stuff like this because they need the kick. But the problem is, we don't honor pioneers in society, meaning that they do these extreme sports rather than contributing to society. We've got to get those pioneers back into companies and say, like, do it, take the risk of a fall, but we think you're cool. Right. At least we should say they're cool.
And is is what you think of like a call going out to the individuals for change, or do you envision something like, I think Elizabeth Warren in the US talked about big structural change, like engineered by politicians maybe, like more on a global scale? What kind of change do you have in mind when you talk about these things?
Well, if you look at the US, it's very polarized, right?
Right.
So Trump isn't the problem, it's the result of a problem. And this polarization is because these humanistic principles completely went out the window, which is sad. And we shouldn't let that happen. I believe it's a very individualistic thing. The question is, do we as individuals believe that you fare better being an egotistical, egocentric person, or do you fare better being a community-oriented social animal? Everything in evolution points towards the latter.
Right.
But we behave towards the former.
Right. Yes, I agree. I do have a question here from the other Daniel, who's helping us out a lot today. What are your wishes for the leaders of a better tomorrow from your perspective of changing the status quo as powerfully as possible?
Look, I always
you can have any wish, you know, it's free. Probably it's also inconsequential, but it's free.
I hope it's not inconsequential, right? So
I hope so too.
I would wish that we rediscover solidarity, and that leaders that we have, no matter if they're left or right, accept that we're social animals and that the short-term benefits of egotism can never outweigh what we get if we work together.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe one last question, because I was quite curious. You were talking about different kinds of creativity, the artistic and the engineering creativity. Where do you see yourself? Like, I would guess in between, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm stubborn, so I go against the stream for a long time, and this is why I liked Hans's talk so much, where he said implicit and explicit knowledge have to be combined, otherwise it can't be applied properly to industry. Only 2 years ago I said this, and there were a bunch of pure machine learning guys sitting at the table, and they go like, and where's the AI in this?
Right.
Now it's hot shit, right? So it's really the ability to swim against the stream for a bit. But I'm also an engineer. Like last night, I went to bed at 3 o'clock because we were running large simulations, and it's interesting.
Right, and I'm very glad to have you as vigorous and as awake as we saw and heard you today. Thank you very much, Chris Bulls.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I was just about getting briefed what to tell you for the upcoming bio break when Chris finished early. And so the one thing I understood is that there will be food in the back of this room, of course only for people who join us here on location. We will have a break now, and we will continue at 12 o'clock Central European Time with Germany's State Minister for Digitalization, Dorothee Bär. So don't miss that. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. I believe we are live. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break, and I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker to you. She had a passion for the digital realm long before many of her colleagues in politics and elsewhere were able to even spell digitization, and so it is only fair that she became Germany's first state minister for digitization. She will give us an overview of Germany's AI strategy. Dorothee Bär, how are you? The floor is yours. I see the timer has started already, but I don't see Dorothee Bär yet. But I just had the okay from our control room a couple of minutes ago, so I hope it's only a matter of seconds or maybe minutes to connect us. Oh, now we have a picture. Dorothee Bär, hi, we can see you. I'm not sure, I don't have sound yet. No, I can't hear anything. I can see you crystal clear and a little bit of art in the background. And people are running around trying to fix it, so I hope we will hear you in a minute. And thank you very much. When we started the conference this morning, there was a lot of talk about how Germany and Europe will be able to hold up against the tech giants in China and the US. So I think it's very important that we get to know the German AI strategy a lot better. And I also hope that the sound problem will be fixed soon. Tech team, any indication how long it'll take? Can you hear Dorothee Bär?
Yes, we already talked.
All right, now I heard something.
Ah.
Oh,
okay,
yes,
now?
great.
Ah, okay.
All right, I'm sorry for the delay.
No problem. I
So-
can hear you perfectly.
Right, so take it away. We see you, we hear you. Thank you.
So I'm just starting now, right?
Right.
Okay,
Floor is yours.
good. Thank you very much. So sometimes maybe people don't want to hear what politicians have to say, but I'm starting anyway. So thank you for the nice introduction, ladies and gentlemen. A famous saying is, set your course by the stars, not by the lights of every passing ship. And I think this is exactly what the next decade of AI will be about, a clear course. Our own course, our European vision of the future, a convincing narrative for our society in the age of AI. We are all well informed about the competitive and economic necessities. The catchword is technological sovereignty. And when we look towards the USA or China, as you just mentioned, we can certainly see the lights of passing speedboats and, of course, tank ships. But what we should work on now is our own vision of an AI made in Europe. And the AI society, so our own AI society has to have strategies, and they should make this vision a reality. I'm delighted to have this important discussion about the next decade of AI. Pardon? Someone is talking about some questions? I'm sorry, I thought I had to have my keynote now. Are we into questions already?
Yes, I'm sorry, but you were not supposed to hear this. I'm sorry. I was
okay.
my mic was not muted. I'm very sorry for this.
No problem. So I'm just doing the speech again, and then maybe later afterwards. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next decade of AI will no longer be solely about digital networks and the power of machine learning. These are technological prerequisites, no more and no less. Building on this, we need to draw a picture of an AI society in which the human being is at the center, as an active, as in shaping and determining part in a responsive environment. The next decade of AI is not about AI acting, learning, and observing. It is not us who must react to AI. No, the human being in the AI society has the chance to be much more conscious, informed, and actively shaping his own environment. He can quickly gain a deeper understanding of things of interest because he is enabled to fade in and out information as needed and in any level of detail. He will be empowered to be more active and self-determined because new technologies will expand his possibilities, speed and reach enormously. In other words, we are talking about a society in which we can take our creative human abilities to a new level. Because data and information are only a blink of an eye away, and because smart technologies translate our human ideas into actions. In this sense, my vision for Europe would be the AI-empowered society. So what did we do? In this legislative period, the federal government has focused on AI as well as on digital and data policy. We see it as our responsibility to shape the digital transformation of our society and economy in the interest of the people. We will only succeed in doing this if Germany sets standards in global competition. In other words, if even more AI applications made in Europe can hold their own on the world market. This is one of the goals on Germany's AI strategy. So we initially announced 3 billion euros of federal funding to strengthen research and development, support companies in using AI, and invest in the training of future AI experts. Where do we stand today? Almost exactly 2 years after announcing Germany's AI strategy. When it comes to AI, Germany has enormous strengths, and we have been able to build on them. Germany has an excellent reputation for cutting-edge AI research, and Europe as a whole can compete with the US and China. Successful structures have been established to transfer research results into applications in the fields of medicine, industry, or mobility, for example. This makes Germany a strong location for innovation and also highly attractive for students and researchers from all over the world. At the same time, international AI research is developing rapidly, and we need to further expand our research capacities. We have to attract even more top talents from Germany. So this is important to establish internationally visible AI ecosystems that can compete with locations such as Stanford or Berkeley, for example. In doing so, we should work closely with our European partners, pooling resources and strength. We will also have to intensify our efforts with regard to our economy, because only a few SMEs have implemented AI in their processes and in their products to date. Companies often lack a sufficient number of well-trained AI specialists. Only a small part of the vast treasure of operational machine or sensor data is used, partly because digital and cloud infrastructures are not yet easily available for everybody at the moment. So we are paying particular attention these needs for action because there are great opportunities for our country. In robotics, in autonomous driving, logistics, or medical engineering. Germany has the potential to lead upcoming technological revolutions, and AI, I'm really convinced about that, will be the game changer in many areas. It will enable us to find answers to pressing future questions, for example, in the fields of climate protection or energy. Ladies and gentlemen, so how do we align our AI strategy to the future? The Cabinet will decide about the further development of the AI strategy shortly. In the run-up to this decision, discussions were held with numerous experts. The Study Commission on Artificial Intelligence has also done valuable work, which we have followed closely. The diagnosis is unanimous. Germany has the best prerequisites to become a leading location for AI, but so far we have not made enough use of our own potential. Allow me to address 3 fields of actions that I believe are really pressing. First, we need to raise the AI infrastructure in Germany to a new level. Second, in Germany, AI research, we need the courage to be creative and to set thematic priorities. And third, we need novel playgrounds for future applications. Firstly, German research institutions, startups, and very, very important for me, the SMEs need access to trustworthy computing power and AI software nationwide. We also need world-class equipment in the fields of high-performance computing and supercomputing. The Federal Ministry of Research and Education and the Federal Ministry of Economics and Technology will make significant investments in this area. Data is a source for progress and innovation, and that is why we need to tap into new data pools for AI applications and significantly increase data availability and use. We need competitive platforms and cloud infrastructures, but also more data literacy and new approaches for data anonymization, pseudonymization, and synthetic data. The federal government is working intensively on a data strategy that will address these issues. Secondly, research is the engine of our innovation system, especially if you have a head start and the right feel for future trends and issues. In basic research and applications, we need to identify topics of great strategic, economic, and social importance. This may involve developing new AI methods or adapting them for new fields of application. For example, in the micro or nano range, in modern cyber-physical systems at the interface between modeling and machine learning, or in areas like artificial curiosity and creativity. This may also involve mission-oriented research that uses new approaches to tackle major problems in economy or society. We should pay special attention to the emerging fields in which disruptive projects and real game changers could emerge. Not least, researchers in Germany should be encouraged to develop and test ideas outside the mainstream. Ladies and gentlemen, German AI research is excellent, but often not sufficiently visible from a global perspective. A clear profile with few to topics and regional strength is an important as a broad foundation of excellent and creative basic research. In other words, Germany needs AI ecosystems with international appeal. Existing excellent research and transfer structures can be at the heart of such systems, ideally paired with a strong startup ecosystem and the commitment of local businesses. If we succeed in establishing internationally visible AI ecosystems in main areas such as health, climate, robotics, Industry 4.0, this will be a significant pull factor on top AI personnel from science and industry. This is how we can attract more top AI personnel to Germany through visibility and a distinctive profile in AI research, through state-of-the-art equipment and excellent career opportunities. I see it as one of our main tasks to create new incentives for the world's brightest minds and new perspectives for future professors. Thirdly, especially for SMEs, the financial, cultural, or staff-related hurdles are still too high. They are still too high to use the potential of AI on their own initiative. We will expand successful funding instruments, promote regional networking of SMEs with AI institutions, and further develop support structures. Sandboxes, including regulatory ones, can be a vehicle to safely test and develop AI technologies in real-world environments, which could be hospitals, teaching facilities, or highways. Also, the Study Commission on AI recommends to focus on sandboxes to speed up the development of innovative AI applications. At the national and European level, we will promote a clear legal framework and standardization, but also innovation friendliness and freedom of R&D. We will work on coordinated European approaches and strategies, for example, for dealing with risks of AI applications, and contribute to the definition of certification or approval procedures and voluntary commitments. But it is crucial, especially for our SMEs, that we do not set the hurdles too high here too. Ladies and gentlemen, with the further development adopted in June, we are already addressing many of the points that I mentioned. We have decided to increase federal investments from 3 billion to 5 billion euros by 2025. The additional 2 billion euros is intended to enable state-of-the-art computing infrastructures. This is not only about using AI, but about using AI properly to tap its full potential. AI enables us to leave the traditional path, pushes boundaries, and break old patterns. It's all about a real change of paradigm, not about the transfer of old habits into the digital world. A bad digitized process still is a bad process. This simple insight is essential, especially when using AI in our companies. After all, the strength of AI, a learning system, is precisely that the system can find completely new ways to achieve defined goals or even define new goals itself. At the same time, we have for good reason high demands on the explainability and transparency. Mastering this balancing act is one of the exciting challenges for the development of innovative AI according to European standards. We must focus in AI on data literacy in training and further education. As many people as possible should develop a basic understanding of AI, for example, how algorithms are trained and how the quality of the training data influences the results. Everybody in this audience can make a decisive contribution to this. Spread useful experiences and, most importantly, explain them. Point our best practices and address concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, Arthur Schopenhauer said, every person takes the limits of their own field of visions for the limits of the world. This makes it even more important that we bring our perspectives together. Let us intensively discuss our vision for the European AI society, because that's exactly what people expect. A clear course, not just reactions to hot topics in global technology competition. Let's look up at the stars, not just at the lights of the passing ships. So thank you very much for having me today, for inviting me. And now I pass it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorothee Bär. Thank you for a very interesting talk, and thank you for telling us all about the commitments. As you heard by a little sound glitch, there were already questions when you started speaking. Some of them you have already addressed, but let's talk about those who have not been addressed yet. Obviously, the financial commitment that the German government is making, will it be enough compared to giants like, for instance, China and the US, where there is a lot of more money in play in AI?
Well, I think if you ask the question, is the money enough? I think the answer is always no. It's never enough.
Right.
But the most but you can't only count what the German government is giving. Our Bundesländer are giving money, the companies too. And what really interests me the most is that our SMEs are getting it now. That they really see that they have an advantage. That they can shift into the digital age and that AI helps them to do so. So I think if you combine all the money, not only from Germany, but from a whole European perspective, it's way more than we always think. And I think comparison billions to billions is not the right way, but as I said, to focus on special interests. And I think that we are very good in environment issues, healthcare, and so on. So I think not only the billions I have to be count, but is it enough? No, it's never enough.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your honesty, and I understand where you stand. So there is a question by Zulfikar. We have heard today, this morning, that, for instance, that AI will be less sexy now and more painful now that politics has got involved, especially because AI is so heavily regulated. We have also heard that in Germany, people, the first things they ask us, what's the ethical basis, how is the regulation doing, before we start to innovate and invent something. And the question is, what are your feelings on this?
Yes, I feel it sometimes the same way. We are working on a data strategy at the moment. So at the moment, all our ministries are asked to help us that we can use the data the government has. And of course, you have some ministries which are really going onward, and they are saying everyone can use our data and we can establish new fields in our environment, and other ones are really carefully about that. So my view on this is that I really hope that everyone sees the advantages, the chances, and that we can get away from the fear we really sometimes have in Germany, more than in other countries of the world.
Right. Thank you. There's another question regarding China. It says many people in politics and otherwise regard China as a threat to our technological sovereignty. Is that the only way of looking at this?
I'm really convinced that not in the short term, but maybe in the middle or long term, that we can be the winners, because as in the question before, of course, ethics is important. And like we had it at the in other discussions, of course, so many people laughed about us when we had in Europe our discussions on data protection and data privacy. But now some companies, even in the US, or now in a very actual example, when we launched our new app to fight COVID, the state of New York asked us for our app because they said it fits into their data protection. And so that's why I'm convinced that European AI, with our values and with our ethics, is on a long term the better one.
Right. I have a personal question, because last year and the year before, I had the impression that a lot of topics that you care deeply about, like AI, like big data and other tech topics, were really getting to interesting a lot of politicians, and especially in the cabinet. Almost every ministry was trying to have an AI vision outlook program of some kind. Of course, this year, everybody has to cope with COVID, right? Has this made your job harder, and has this put other topics front and center? Is AI maybe a little bit neglected in 2020?
Actually, my work got way easier because so digitization or AI or quantum computing or whatever you name it is nothing what everyone realized is something nice to have, but it's really crucial. And I would say never waste a crisis, and no one asked for COVID, but now we have to deal with it. And now I think we have to shift it, not in the before COVID age, but to bring it to the next level. And that's what helped during the crisis, definitely.
Right, and something that is completely off topic. I mean, even before we had COVID, you had probably 10 or 12-hour days. Now in the age of ongoing Zoom conference, how long are your days now?
I think that the time didn't change, but actually I would love if after the crisis we could have a 50-50. So before I had maybe 95% real-time talks and 5% Zoom, and now it's 95-5 on the other side. So 50-50, I think it's like always in life would be the best one afterwards.
Right. There's one more very specific question about the implications of the Digital Services Act, its implementation in Germany, and what it will mean for AI. Can you tell us that even now?
Well, I would say at the moment, we are still working on it. So to have really a deep and precise answer, maybe next week when we gather together again.
Right, and maybe a question that is a little bit similar. You were telling us about the German strategy. How does that fit in with the European strategy and with the cooperation with strong partners like France, for instance?
Well, I maybe not to point it especially on AI, but it's like in every field. So we are working very closely together. I'm working very closely together with my colleagues too. But sometimes at some point you have to do your own decision, and maybe other countries are following or not. Of course, it's always better if we have a common strategy. And of course, we are talking with the Commission on a daily basis. But I think just to wait till all the member states are at the same speed is sometimes not really sufficient. So that's why I think it will fit in. And of course, there are big discussions on AI fields too, but it's always better to have your own strategy and then combine it with a European one than just to wait and see what's happening. So I think Germany and France, in the best case together, are in the lead, but we have other nations too we are working very closely with. And for example, I just met my colleague from Finland there when I mentioned in my speech, how can we educate our people on AI? How can we train them? So Finland is very far at this level. And so, of course, we are learning from the Finns too. It's not always only one country.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the information. Thank you for your perspectives and giving us an idea about your feelings. And I'm very glad that one thing is positive in the COVID crisis, namely that all your colleagues suddenly understand, and maybe even normal people on the streets understand how big of an issue digitization is. So thank you very much. Good luck in your work. Stay healthy. Thank you, Dorothee Bär.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you. And our next speaker will also talk about strategies, but not for governments, I presume. I think he has not founded a country yet, but I can't be sure because before co-founding Merantix, the world's first AI venture studio here in Berlin, he sold his previous company for 100 million euros, and that would buy you a little banana republic, I presume. I'm not sure. Please welcome a serial entrepreneur that has started more than 10 companies in Europe and the US in a wide range of fields, Adrian Loja. Give it up for Adrian.
So thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this warm welcome. And I have to say, probably as for most of us, it's a premiere for me to have this kind of format. I'm looking forward. And when Fabian invited me to talk about strategy, well, my first thought was, this is exactly the thing I'm not going to talk about today. But I will also tell you why. Because I think we have done a lot of strategies in the past, especially when it comes to AI, and I was following some of the conversations on stage here before, and a lot of the notion was, yeah, okay, so we did a lot of planning, we have a lot of ideas, but we fail in actually getting it done. So this is what I would like to talk about today. So I'm not going to talk about strategy, but about actually building something and what it takes to do so. So let's have a look at a few numbers that I think are pretty interesting, because I think we have a lot of ingredients here. We just fail short in actually putting them together. So let's look at researchers, for example, in the space of AI. If we count them on a per capita base, actually Germany, and most probably as a good example for Europe, has more researchers than US and China together. However, we fail short in transfer, which a good idea is if you look at the investments that happen in those spaces, in the space of AI. So if you think about Germany and you've listened to a lot of the talks this morning, you also get a pretty good idea. We have actually really, really great research in Germany, in Europe. In fact, we have the top research institutions in AI. We have amazing companies, we have amazing industry players, we are probably the best in doing hardware, we have won most of manufacturing, and we still are really, really good in that. We have a lot of companies who are world leading in their field, and they all have everything that it actually takes to get to the next stage. Still, a lot of them don't make the transfer from being a great hardware player to becoming a great software player. On the talent side, I think also, again, based on all our research institutions, we have access to the best talent that you have. However, also there, we somehow fail short in assembling these elements and putting things together. And I'll come to that in a bit, how we can solve that. But first of all, let me tell you why we believe AI is the most important technology in the 21st century. At Merantix, as a venture studio, so far we have built 5 companies in the medical field, in the biotech field, in the data management, data infrastructure field, and causal reasoning field, which is a BI company. We are about to build 2-3 new companies next year. Our fund strategy is to build 10 companies in the next 4 years. We are assembling teams, we're finding solutions, we're validating ideas, we are creating the traction, and then building a product that actually has a great market value and is viable in the market. So we're not only planning and strategizing, but we're actually doing. And this doing part is what I'd like to talk about in the next couple minutes. So let's look at what actually are the important problems if you look at AI solutions. So first of all, you need a ton of data, and usually a ton of data is not even enough because the quality of the data is actually quite important. So you need to assemble a lot of different data points on the same subject in order to get a full picture. And usually what makes life so hard are the edge cases in building successful AI applications. And those edge cases actually, they require very specific data points that usually you don't find out there. So you first need to create it. So that gives you some scaling problems, especially in the beginning. Then we have actually research that goes very fast. So right now, I think if you look at natural language processing, for example, 2-3 years ago, most of the stuff that we look at today still didn't work. Yet today, the whole world has changed, and most people talk about language in a way like vision and image happened about 8 years ago when we had this famous ImageNet Google moment when actually vision was almost solved, and we're now looking into language getting solved very rapidly. So there's every month there are new breakthroughs in science and research that are actually very relevant for the application side. However, when you then look at the sales effort, how you are selling AI solutions, then you look at very lengthy B2B sales cycles, where often it takes like 6 to 12 months before you can actually get a client on board. So there's a big mismatch in that. Also, if you look at the technology behind all this, the machine learning models, we see them as kind of a general purpose technology. So we don't believe the technology itself will provide a big enough moat to build successful, long-term, viable companies. It's more what you actually do using this technology that enables you to build really sustainable business models. So in a way, when you look at machine learning environments and machine learning infrastructure, a couple of years ago, you had to invest a lot of time, a lot of engineering resources to build your basic infrastructure so that you could start train your models. Now today, you have TensorFlow, you have PyTorch, and many, many other frameworks that are just commoditizing this space. So before that, there was still a niche for companies providing this infrastructure. And that's just an example how fast-paced this commoditization goes, which in essence means this is not going to be an interesting model in a long-term perspective. Then another actually quite important part of what we're seeing when we build companies is you cannot get to 100% automation. And everybody who sells that is actually failing, and sometimes failing quite prominently. So what I mean with this is, if you look at our medical imaging firm, Avara, the company in the radiology, breast cancer early screening space, there the company does automate 50% of the cases, and the other 50% get routed to a doctor who still looks at them and takes care of the more complex ones. Of course, every year the level of automation will grow bigger because our engine is actually observing the doctors at their work and is learning from every single move a doctor does. But still, today, it would be completely unrealistic to expect the machine taking over 100%. And of course, this human in the loop is changing the economic situation of a business model. And so you need to find smart ways how to factor that in. And if you look at self-driving, that's another example where it becomes very, very obvious. Level 5 will not happen any soon, and it still requires a human in the loop if we want to go to a level 5 automation now. And that, of course, gives some pressure from the investment side as well. So if you look at how to invest in an AI company, it's an entirely different method than if you invest in consumer internet firms. And that's also one of the reasons why US investors, until today, and also the Chinese ones, feel much more comfortable in investing in those moonshot ideas because they have been investing in those kind of businesses. You know, when you think about Silicon Valley, the name says it all. It has been growing in the space of silicon, and silicon was always a billion investment business, so you cannot build computer chips without investing billions. And that just brings a total different attitude if you look at investing. So, and here I come to my take-home message. What it actually takes to build successful AI products and also companies is you need to assemble the right ecosystem. And also that's what we should be focused on here in Germany, here in Europe, to actually make sure we create the right seeding ground, the right foundation to build successful AI applications. So we need to bring those fields together to an actual ecosystem where we have very strong ties between the partners, between the players, where we make sure that information is traveling super fast, where we're making sure that also as we speak, as we plan, as we strategize, we also start doing. I think that's one of the main issues I have with our European culture. You know, when we think about self-driving cars, for example, the US culture is like, okay, once a car does less accidents than humans do, that system is good to go. In Europe, we're like, yeah, the system is good to go as soon as it does 0 mistakes, then it can go on the road. Well, there's an obvious divergence here. So let me talk a bit about the experience we have made at Merantix. We have now been iterating our ecosystem over the last 4 years. Merantix was founded in 2016. We're now a team of almost 100 people, over 6 companies. As I said, there will be 10 more companies in the next 4 years. Let me give you some insight on what we do and how we do it. So first of all, we are probably one of the most amazing talent machines when it comes to AI talents. That's something I can say without blushing because I know we have one of the best machine learning teams in Europe. How we do that is actually we have built our reputation, our brand, our team in a way that today we are getting dozens of applications every single day, and I have the luxury of looking at over 50 candidates per one hire I do. And that makes a whole difference because I no longer only recruit the smartest, but also the nicest and much more important, of course, the most socially skilled people who make really great teamwork, which is in essence what you need to have if you are working on these really difficult problems building AI solutions. Because one thing that is very clear is, and that's also where the today's system of academia comes to an issue. All AI problems are multi-transdisciplinary, and you need teams that work alike. So you need to assemble teams with very diverse backgrounds, with very, very diverse languages. I need to bring them together and make them work. AI is all about know-how. So we have built a lot of different formats inside our company, how know-how travels, how know-how is transferred. We have weekly sessions, paper reading groups, deep dives, with a lot of external people also joining, talking on very specific topics. We were one of the founding partners of the German AI Association, which is also very prominently here today. Already seen Vanessa. And we make sure that, you know, it's not only about building businesses, but also it's about moving science ahead, and again, also here, bringing the right people together. We also provide funding, so we decided not to rely on external investors for our company only. We have built the 3 first companies from our own balance sheet over the first 3 years, and we have raised our first fund, or we have announced and raised our first fund just this year. That is a 25 million fund backed by major US institutional investors. That's, of course, also one of the things I wanted to highlight here. Yes, it's US institutional investors, and yes, European institutional investors are still very hard to come by because they have a very different tradition on investing, and they have a very different appetite for risk and reward, of course, because a lot of these US institutionals are so bullish for VC because they have made very, very good experience over the last 40, 50 years in actually getting returns that no other asset class was able to provide. Last but not least, it's all about also connecting industry and connecting with the right players. We do not only build ventures, but we also have built one of our portfolio companies who is very deep into Germany's and Europeans' industry, doing a lot of project work and exploring a lot of new fields. Also sometimes at the brink of research and public funded research and business. So we at the same time usually run 4 or 5 European funded projects. We just started another project with Fraunhofer. We're in with ETH, we're in with Max Planck, so there's a lot of things going on, and we try to kind of concert this. And also, what is very important, we do not try to own everything, but we rather try to provide the right kind of base and also kind of an open source attitude. So all the companies under our umbrella, they are part of an open research agreement, which lets them share everything with all other companies, including data, including contracts, including whatever you can think of. And there's a clear set of guidelines and code of conduct what they can do with it. And so I would like to conclude my speech with what this all leads to. So, so far, as I said, we have built a couple companies. We all co-locate them under the same roof. And just this year, we decided, okay, let's give this whole thing a shot. Let's try to think our ecosystem at Merantix like 10 times bigger, and let's open it up for others to join it. So we decided to actually plan and build our own campus, which is going to be opening in April next year. It's going to be on 5,000 square meters. It's 5 minutes away from Nordbahnhof, and it's going to be creating space for more than 450 people. and that probably are going to be 20, 30 different teams. It's going to be startups, but also corporate venture, but also corporate machine learning teams, research, academia, and also investors. It's basically our vision to create this seeding ground for AI in Berlin, but also kind of acting as a role model for others. And my personal belief is that the way we do work in machine learning is a very good blueprint that can also be used for other deep tech spaces. So we would like to be very open there also to inspire others to build this kind of ecosystem for other deep tech areas, which I believe is very, very significant and important for us here to make sure our prosperity is continuing. Couple pictures, but most important, go and have a look. It's online, and the building is there, so you can also go and have a physical look. It will be open in April 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian, and of course, we all hope that we can, when it's open, all visit you without fear of COVID or anything. Maybe this will be behind us next year, so good luck with this. We don't have too many questions from our audience, but I want to encourage you to still ask a lot of questions. We have a couple. I have tons more. Maybe start with this one. How can companies who aren't Merantix attract the resources, like capital, talent, industry know-how, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, 49 people stay unhired when you pick 1 out of 50, right?
So, can you repeat the question?
Right. How can companies who aren't Merantix attract the resources?
Well, it's all about the teams. So it's all about the initial team. So the reason why we have this factor today is how we started, right? So we started with a couple really crazy, smart, and nice guys and people in a room, and we have built our company around this. We have made sure that our hiring bar stays very, very high all the time, no matter how urgently we need people. So we have never made compromises. And we have tried to create an environment where the smartest people love to come and work with others, which is usually, it's not that hard, right? Smart people want to work with other smart people, and they want to have a nice environment. They don't need too many perks, so we're not a perk company. I think the campus will be really cool, and it will have some kind of perks, but it's not about the perks. It's about the people you have in your team, and making sure that you have a clear set of values you use in hiring.
Right. Thank you. What are the strength of Berlin for AI? And maybe I want to add, why not Zurich? Why not the Silicon Valley? Why not Beijing?
Yeah, yeah. So I've been living in Zurich before. I've been living in San Francisco, and I've deliberately chosen Berlin. First of all, because we have chosen Europe to build Merantix. So I was living in San Francisco when we decided to build Merantix. So it was a deliberate decision to do it in Europe. And then we have looked at very different cities, and we ended up choosing Berlin. The one major factor, I believe, is we felt like Berlin is a place where I can make people move to from all over the world. So that was an assumption, a hypothesis, when we started in 2016.
Right. The Berghain factor.
So today we can definitely tick that. We have in our team, I think, over 30 nations. And 80% of the people working for us, actually, on one of our companies, actually moved to Berlin to work for us.
Great. And is that also like an asset for investors? Do they like to invest in Berlin companies and come visit?
Yeah, I think if you look at U.S. investors who are so far investing a lot in the U.S. and also Silicon Valley, of course they see the bang for the buck. That is just much better because my cost of living in Berlin are just like, I don't know, a third or a fourth of what cost of living are in San Francisco, and of course that directly translates into your cost base as a company,
Sure.
where usually salaries are the most important factor.
Right. You were talking about the research and then the transfer, right, into products. And I think you put it this way: one is the ingredients, and then you only have the job of putting it together. And I want to challenge that. I mean, isn't that the exact problem? Like putting it together, isn't that where you either make money or you lose money? I mean, in Berlin, you probably have noticed by now, many people have a project, not so many people start a company, right?
Well, you know, I think, yeah, we have all the ingredients and we fail to put them together. And,
Right.
and of course, putting them together is incredibly hard.
Right.
So it's not that this is easy, but my message is there is no reason why we need to stay and lag behind in comparison to the US or even China. We have all the factors. We just need to be a bit more bold in putting them together. We need to risk more. We need to change our attitude towards technology, I think, not seeing it as an adversary, but as an enabler of wealth over the last hundreds or even thousands of years, and embracing this and not stopping to push.
Right. It's very interesting because I see a theme here today, right? I think in Hans' talk, he was talking about, like, we're not hungry. We're not really hungry in Germany. I think Chris was talking about the lack of maybe being wild and creative. I was reminded of this old, like, Apple advertising slogan, like, stay hungry, stay foolish. I have the feeling we are neither in Germany, right? Do you really think that, like, one company or 6 companies under one roof can change this?
Not now, not now, or not yet. But we're just at the beginning here, and we definitely have bigger visions for what we do. And yeah, you know, maybe one of the driving factors for Rasmus and myself, we are the founders of Merantix. Rasmus will be here tomorrow. I think one of our core drivers or key drivers is we want to do things. We want to be role models to inspire others to follow us. So instead of, you know, trying to convince everyone first, we just move ahead, we do it, we get it done, and we try to inspire others to do the same. And I think in general, as a society, we need to embrace the fact that we are living in a very comfortable world here as a society, and we have achieved a lot. However, if I look at history in a grand scheme of things, all societies that have stopped being hungry and innovative, they imploded at some point.
Right.
And I would really hate to see us going that path.
Right. I won't ask you where we are on the innovation doomsday clock yet, but Ilke has a very good question, and I must disclose, of course, for all politicians watching, this is now like free advice, right? Free consulting. Ilke's question is: if you could make the decisions for Germany's AI future, what would be your next step?
I would make it a national priority, first of all. I would invest in research, but also the transfer and the application. Mm-hmm. I would also invest in the early education. I think there we have a core issue of not understanding software and technology enough. I think that's 2 very easy ones, for me at least. I would also set up a lot of different investment vehicles with different strategies, not trying to figure things out ahead, but by actually doing them. I think I would try to push much more on the doing side, and also publicly embrace that making mistakes is okay, and start to do so by setting examples, by having government agencies fail more and make it public and also make it okay that it's like that. I think that's a couple of ideas that I have top of my mind.
Very interesting. I think if you don't fail in small details, right, then you're bound to fail in the large scope, which is probably what many people would say about politics today. Very, very interesting. Thank you. I was very delighted that you said you can hire the nicest guys, or that you are hiring the nicest guys, because they're probably all qualified or overqualified. This is something which is not very commonly done, I think, in the tech world. Like, there are people, gurus like Steve Jobs, famous for picking the A-list people, but it was always the hard skills, never the soft skills, right? So why do you do that, and how did this change your whole way of working and your company?
You know, I think when I need to solve a very hairy problem that can be solved by one person, it doesn't really matter how nice this person is, how social this person is. He just needs to be incredibly brilliant and talented. Now, if I start solving hairy problems that are multidisciplinary, I end up needing a lot of different people in the same room. And I need collaboration to happen. And I cannot have collaboration if people don't want to work with each other, don't enjoy working with each other. So, you know, I've been investing in companies for over 10 years now, and everywhere where I was losing money, it was always the team failing first. So it's not technology, it's not the market, it's not the product that fails first, it's always the team that at some point starts to break, and then ripple effects, the other things also fail. So it's all about the team, and I think my previous company was extremely successful and also much more successful than any other competitors in that space, because we just had a better team, and not only a more intelligent, but a team that was collaborating much better at the brinks of the fields and combining things.
I'm not sure if you know or if people give you that feedback, but do you have the impression that working with nicer people also makes you nicer, maybe also makes you a nicer boss?
Well, I hope so. I hope so. I really try not to hire assholes, and I try also not to be an asshole, because I don't see a point in being an asshole. And I'm not saying that good leadership does not sometimes also involve making hard decisions. And making hard decisions will also be that some people will say, well, but I don't like this decision. And I maybe even hate the decision. But I think there is a big difference in, disagreeing on a topical level or having a fight on a personal level, which I think is unnecessary and also very unproductive.
Right. Right. Thank you very much. Well, I hope that that is true. I was afraid that people would probably not give you honest feedback, but you seem quite nice to me, at least as long as we're standing on the same stage. Let me just ask you one final question. You were telling us how you were building your ecosystem and how valuable and successful it was for you, but you were hoping like for an ecosystem explosion, right? You have something like 10, 20, 100 times bigger than what you offer. What if that bigger, larger ecosystem does not form around at least Merantix in Berlin? What would you do? Like take the company on the road? Or what is your idea for a worst case, if you have one?
Worst case. Well, I tend to not think about having a plan B. I tend to try to make the plan A successful, even though it might end up being plan A2 or A3.
A plus, yeah.
Or A plus, right? So, no, I think essentially, what we try to do is we try to connect a lot of people also outside the AI world, which is anyways happening very naturally because usually we engage in different spaces, as you probably have seen from our companies. Right now we're very keen for synthetic biology, so we're doing a lot in that space. We just start to look into quantum. We start to look into neuroscience a bit more, and everywhere we go, we try to bring new people together, which is not necessarily always creating new business for us, but we know that in the long term it helps to, build new kind of ecosystems.
Thank you very much. As a guy born and raised in Berlin, let me tell you, welcome to Berlin. I'm really glad to have Merantix. I hope you will succeed in opening the doors, having the doors wide open next April, and I wish you a lot of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Adrian,
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, of course, for your delightful and insightful questions. And now to our next speaker. In the age of Baby Yoda, I think it takes guts to call an organization JEDI. It's the acronym for Joint European Disruptive Initiative. Think of it as the European DARPA that wants to accelerate Europe's leadership in disruptive innovations. Our Jedi Knight did not serve in the Clone Wars, but I think he could have. He's an aerospace engineer and an ace pilot, a colonel with the French Air Force People's Reserve. He worked at Airbus and in private equity and venture capital, and he was special advisor to the French Minister of Defense. Please welcome the man who has everything except the lightsaber, André Loesekrug-Pietri. Welcome. Great to have you. How are you?
Thank you.
We can hear you, we can see you. Take it away. Thank you.
Wonderful. So thank you very much for this introduction. I listened very carefully to all the previous speakers, and what is pretty amazing about what Fabian, what Hans, what Chris said, notice they all mentioned China. And the topic I want to talk to you about today is really this relationship between AI, technology at large, and democracy. I mean, I spent myself 10 years in China. I'm not one of these anti-Chinese, at the contrary, but it's when you are there that you realize how important the values and the system in which we live are, and how much probably, if we don't do something and something big and something bold very quickly, this democracy is at risk. And I'm not talking about a generation. I'm talking about a couple of years ahead. And I think you heard these calls, which I thought were very pregnant. The other thing, as was just introduced, indeed, the word DARPA appeared in all of these topics. So what are we waiting for? But, well, actually, 9 months ago, we decided with a group of 100, now we are several thousands of scientists, academia, people from the deep tech ecosystem. Many of JEDIs are in this very room or listening to us today. And also big corporates, to say we cannot just play defense in Europe. Defense is not a strategy. We need to tax probably more. We need to regulate probably better, but we are only in defense, we will lose. How can we invent the next big thing? And look at it. I mean, I'm speaking to you, unfortunately. I mean, Berlin is my hometown, but unfortunately I could not come because I'm currently based in Paris. So thank you to Corona. We're using Zoom. Zoom didn't exist 7 years ago. So we are talking about an age where actually no position is here forever. So it's all about inventing the next big thing. And that's where DARPA is a model for us. And this is what we are currently doing in Europe. So let me delve into the topics that will be linked with democracy and go a bit deeper on how AI really challenges democracy. Let's think about it. What is democracy? It's about core principles: civil rights, due process, equality, rule of law, and freedoms. They are all challenged today by AI, but AI can be also a tool to accelerate them. So let me go in detail on 3 specific points, which are the core of all of our societies. First, an organization, a startup, a political body, everything is about decision makings. So let's think really hard how AI is completely changing decision making. And Corona is an incredible case study of what can go well and what can go very, very wrong. Think about, do today policymakers really understand citizen? Do corporate executives understand the team they're working? Are they able to attract the new generation? Think about how AI is able to set the agenda, to understand the underlying trends, the small trends, but also those who can potentially have a massive impact tomorrow. We also can imagine in this information age and this acceleration age as a way to actually propose policies. I mean, I'm coming indeed from the aerospace industry. There is one breakthrough that AI allowed, but actually very basic big data analysis is what we call predictive maintenance. When you have engines collecting thousands of data every single second, it's impossible to actually cross-correlate all the different factors. AI is able to actually give a sense, give this kind of compass that today we are all lacking. We are all going from one day to another, not understanding what will happen in a week, in a month, and not even saying a year. If we don't have that, especially in our democracies, it's going to be increasingly the authoritarian states that for very bad reasons, and the more I think about it, the more I don't want these systems applied to us, that will win because they will be able to give a vision. Think about the number of corporate executives that come back from China and they're all fascinated, and there is a good reason for that, by the China 2025 plan or the plan of the Communist Party for 2049. What do we do in Europe? We go from crisis council to crisis council. Every 6 months, there is another crisis emergency recovery plan. We need to, and that's where AI can help us. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail, happy to share that presentation with those interested, but there are a lot of use cases where that can be done, and think about what has been done, said earlier on the tracing apps, where probably we don't understand how we can make use of it. And why is it so critical? Because simply we have entered an age where we've gone beyond our cognitive capabilities. This is the amount, I mean, we all talk about exponential. Exponential was a very technical or elitist word 6 months ago. Today, everybody understands what an exponential is, but that's what's happening with the number of data we're getting. And so if we don't have AI to augment ourselves, to be able to make better decisions, better informed decisions, increasingly we will have the sentiment that somebody else is taking these decisions for us. And I think this graph shows, probably materializes what this exponential era is all about. And it's all about empowerment. This is probably this fragmentation of society. I think, Fabian, you spoke about that earlier. The fragmentation is because you increasingly have large amounts of people, be it the red states in the US or the extremes in our own societies, that feel that they don't have any more control on their lives. So what we need is not to put technology in the middle, but have technology enable each and every of us to really take back control, and not in the way the Brexit has started. It's really about the individual and not about some individual egoism. But it's also challenging our democratic processes. I mean, fake news has been never as important as before. This is a topic that most of you know very well, but think about the boom we just experimented in the last US elections. A few data points here. I mean, Trump made, and I don't know how you are able actually to do that. That is pretty much an achievement, quote in brackets, 20,000 fake informations in 1,300 days. It's incredible. I mean, we all remember the Cambridge Analytica play. So we are today in an age where these fake news generated automatically using echo chambers, because this is the business model of the big platform. So I'm not anti-platform because they have 30% market share in e-commerce, or they have 90% market share of the research. I'm more and more against these platforms because they actually increase, with the use of big data, they use actually the worst in us, which is this pleasure that we have to hear information which is information that is closer to our beliefs. And actually, instead of having an open internet, we're increasingly seeing this segmentation into different echo chambers that don't talk to each other anymore. And think about, again, what a democracy is all about. A democracy is about the public debate. If this public debate is hijacked or is it transformed with the help of AI, then it's the worst that can happen to us. I'm going to go very specifically on deepfakes, which is a topic which is really one of the frontiers of AI. It's about the generative adversarial network. So it's one of the branch of artificial intelligence. It's basically systems that learn against each other and that make the detection of deepfake by definition extremely complicated, because as soon as you have a small, item or avatar that can actually make you understand that this video is actually not a true video, the system actually autocorrects itself. So today it's one of the frontiers, and who again is putting massive efforts? Not the German government, not the EU government. They do a lot of speeches, and I completely agree with Hans. These are individual great people. I mean, we probably have civil servants. It's too easy to criticize the politicians that really want to do good for most of them. But the system is today just incapable of just reacting. And who again is trying to find a solution on deepfakes? It's, for example, Facebook that a couple of months ago launched a grand challenge on deepfakes. Do we really want, on top of their existing power, platforms determine what is truth and what is not truth? I don't think so, and I think it's important for the Europeans and for the true Democrats to react. The other challenges is obviously about how can we make sure that we don't achieve some kind of fragmentation of markets, of trust. How is AI by definition built with this level of confidence that it's not biased by a gender or by a category of people? So all these, and that's why it's a thin line. It's not about anti or pro regulation. It's about building the right AI from scratch and experiment as much as possible. So I completely follow the calls on saying, if we continue like trying to find the big regulation and a perfect product, the train will have departed with us, and we will not be able to shape the future that is really happening under our eyes. And we should not underestimate how much this pandemic has laid bare, and I'm a true believer in Europe, that actually as soon as there's a crisis, every country reacted on itself. A little bit like the AI strategies, 27 countries, 27 strategies. There's no connection whatsoever, whatever we can hear. The famous Schulterschluss, starting between the French and the German, is still in its infancy 2 years ago. So this is a true call for action. So we really need to make that as a tool that helps democracies and that is not just undermining its fundament. Last but not least, another topic which is very well known, but probably not in the dimensions. And today we have probably half of the countries in the UN who are using actively surveillance technologies using AI. So you have mostly US and Chinese companies that are doing that. You have the top exporters, the IBMs, the Palantir, the Ciscos. We need to know what we want. It's not about banning these companies, obviously, but we need much more transparency of what is going on. I think democracy is not about regulation. Democracy is about transparency and empowerment of the individual. Today, I will give you an example which is happening in a French city. You would say, and I on purpose, of course, you have the US, which is well known for movies like Minority Report. It's actually happening more or less in Baltimore or in some Florida counties. But think about probably the two countries that you would say are the most cautious about individual rights. And I took Sweden, I took France. Well, in Sweden, the Swedish police is today using AI in face recognition to track personal data. it's not that it's bad. It's about, you know, chasing criminals. But interestingly, at the beginning, it was not something where the regulator was informed. And in my other country, which is France, you have several cities who today accepted the offer, the famous offer you cannot refuse, by a large Chinese vendor, offering basically to put free of charge the infrastructure of cameras, etc. And in Saint-Etienne, they went even further. They tried to use sounds in order to predict if there was a violent act being committed. Again, the principle in itself is not reprehensible. We are talking about safety of a society. But we are doing all these things without the transparency and without the enlightenment that I think all citizens need to deserve. So again, it's not about defense, and it's not about doing that in a secret place. It's about taking back control and really empowering all of us to make the best out of it. So what can we do? And now I go back to really what is our mission. Our mission is not just to say there's a problem. Our mission is not about saying we need to protect ourselves because the train will advance. Our mission is to make sure all of us, it's not just about JEDI, it's about a societal mission, is make sure that we embed our values into the technologies of tomorrow, that we invent the technologies that will have by design this humanistic individual rights approach, these democratic rights that you can embed. I will give you a few examples. Deepfakes. How can we make sure that we detect real time what is a fake video and what is a true video? Today, some companies will claim they can detect with high accuracy. You know, it's about the false positives and the false negatives, another term that has become a mainstream. But today it's a real frontier. We will launch specifically a challenge on that because it's not just about the political system. Imagine a big brand where suddenly one of their, I don't know, their key people or their CEO, one of the big banks, where you have a video of the CEO saying, well, actually our bank is currently having cash problems. This isn't a video, impossible to avoid that it becomes viral. The next day you have a real live cash bank run. Imagine a big brand, which is really also based on the trust. And so then suddenly one of the big French luxury brands, you have one of their models who say, well, actually, again, in a deepfake video, this brand is using animal material or doing tests. It's hundreds of millions of euros that the next day can immediately be destroyed on the stock market. Because it will be impossible for the company to say that it's actually not true, because today these deep fake videos, for the best of them, are so convincing. So it's an issue that has political but also massive economic and societal consequences. Echo chamber. This is a topic we hear for several years, but what have the Europeans done in order to create another kind of business model? We need to fight business model against business model. These platforms that are only relying on this capacity of self-entertaining. I mean, that was the famous attribute of YouTube. I think YouTube has now canceled it about recommendation of the next video. And once you made it run, you actually ended up very, very quickly after 5, 10, 20 videos to either conspiracy or violent material. So we need to find also something different on that. On this challenge, we're still looking for great ideas, because a good DARPA challenge or a good JEDI challenge is about a clear problem to solve, but also a very precise metric for success. The metric is today not that clear, but then it's complete openness, zero bureaucracy, and immediate call for excellence. We don't pay for efforts. We really want breakthroughs, but we give all freedoms to researchers wherever they are. Face recognition, another topic that is, remember, I mean, you are all in Berlin. For those who are physically attending, remember what happened, I think now 3 years ago on the Christmas market. After that, you began to have first experimentation about face recognition on public spaces. And who could criticize a politician to do that? Because if there is a terrorist attack and we could have prevented it with face recognition. Obviously, it's the thing to do. But do we want a system with thousands of cameras and a centralized database? No, we need to do like in the age of internet, where basically ARPA came with this very simple but very powerful idea of the network is extremely resilient because it has no center. Can we do face recognition that is distributed in each of the cameras, and where each of the camera can, with small data, so we're not talking about big data anymore, small data have the same vision and mission than today the traditional algorithms running on massive data. And last but not least, we're working very hard, again, something that we need to go much more into detail on homomorphic encryption. Basically, the idea here is, can we use these massive data pools that have been described before and without having to merge them with all the privacy issues, but use them as a single data pool, but with making sure that nobody can do the reverse engineering. So let me give you a very precise example on the deepfake one. So video, please. Since I'm here, I don't know if the video is running.
We're ready.
I think there was a video, and we saw it for a couple of seconds, then we heard you talking again. It's starting again now, I think.
Today, we eradicated AIDS.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
Yeah, I was just really surprised.
The more you express yourself, the more we own you.
Après les fake news, voici le deepfake ou l'art ultime de la désinformation.
I think you saw it already once. So this is where my presentation ends. We are launching that. We have an amazing global scientific committee assembled, a program manager, a huge prize for the winners. It's going to be a super challenging bar. We're talking about 99% detection of deep fakes in less time than the time of the video. So that will be the precise metric for success. And imagine if the Europeans on this challenging topic of GANs can again take the lead on artificial intelligence and all the societal and economic implication it can have. So with that, if you also feel as motivated as we are all, I mean, we have 4,000 today in Europe, in 29 countries. If you want to help us craft the challenge, if you want to support with your engineering, scientific skills, if you want to be part of the team that is a bit distributed all over Europe, feel free to reach out to us, follow our Twitter account, and I'm super happy to answer any question you may have on this topic of technology and democracy. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, André. Thank you for the impressive presentation. And we have a couple more minutes for questions. Please, dear audience, if you like, you can ask additional questions right now. André, first question is, will you solve, or are you aiming to solve the problem of deepfakes with your challenge once and for all, or will this be an ongoing competition between people creating and detecting deepfakes?
A quick anecdote. What makes DARPA so powerful and so different than other organizations, and we have the same functioning, is that people working at DARPA are there for 2 years. Exceptionally, they have another 2 years. Why do they do that? Because first, speed is of the essence. I mean, we would have had the same talk 9 months ago. It would not have been very clear. Today, we understand we are in a world where every day and every week counts. Otherwise, you're running after the curve. And the other thing, you need to permanently, technology is on the go. That's what I meant with Zoom. And think also about TikTok. TikTok, the international version, did not exist 3 years ago. And that's the real opportunity for the Europeans. Not try to build a European Google or European Amazon, but think about the next big thing. And so on your question on deepfakes, it's going to be a battle that will need to be fought and that's why you need a little bit of revolutionary mindset. This is what we need. We cannot have institution, organization, and even regulation. That's my only point about the regulation on Europe. We should not build the regulation that lasts 20 years. This is impossible. We need to have pop-up regulation that are as fast as the technology that we are trying to. And every 6 or 12 months, revamp them. But imagine the structural change in the mindsets of the people on the Spree or in Brussels or in Paris for doing that. So we need also probably a new generation of people who think like that.
Right, thank you very much. We have a question from Kai, who first of all says, amazing talk, thanks. He asks, how realistic is one single solution to detect deepfakes or crime in general in a strongly federalist system like the EU or many of the member states? And how about the political execution afterwards, after the detection, in terms of crime law enforcement? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, again, we are not an EU institution. We basically took the famous Machiavelli talk is don't try to change organizations, and that may be my call to Hans and Chris, that we should talk more, and Fabian. You cannot change people, and that's probably what makes them beautiful, is try to set something up next to it. So we are structured as a foundation, and we think that it's with civil society working together with government and with the ecosystem that you are permanently on top of things. So there will be not one size fits all.
Right.
And by the way, we are not obliged, like a traditional research program, to fund one. If nobody beats our criteria, we will give out nothing.
Right.
If 3 very different approaches, like to a good math problem, solve the problem, we will support all 3 of them. So we are very, very pragmatic on that.
Great, thank you. While you were talking about deepfakes, I was wondering about the business model of deepfakes. And I thought that, of course, maybe you could do a deepfake about maybe a competing company, but of course, then you would obviously be one of the usual suspects. There is probably a case to be made for political influence, as you were also mentioning, the whole fake news and fake facts debate. But I was always also thinking that deepfakes might be the perfect opportunity for blackmail in the future. Is this something?
Absolutely.
Is that something that's already happening? Have you seen this in the wild already?
I mean, if you look at it today, 95% of deepfakes are porn. And they are basically now the most perfected form of ransomware. So you see increasingly ransomware which is connected with the potential deepfake. And I obviously it targets celebrities today, mostly female celebrities. So if you talk diversity, if you talk about women empowerment, and if you're not talking about deepfake, you're missing something very big, because this is affecting one part of the society more than others. And it will affect all the institutions in which we trust. Politicians, banks, financial institutions, and basically all the big consumer brands. They will be tomorrow, if they are not yet, affected by deepfakes, because once one of these very perfectionist deepfakes goes out in the market and you have some social media wizard helping make a buzz out of it, it's quasi unstoppable, and the hit on the reputation will be unfortunately very, very difficult to catch up. Yeah. So this will be the business model for those who are inventing these deepfakes.
Right. Thanks very much. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. There's one question that we, I think, can answer from Alex, which is rather a broader political question. What chances do you give liberal democracies in a contest with authoritarians under the aspect of efficient organization of societies with AI tech? Can they, the liberal democracies, defend their lifestyle?
if we, the paradox is that we live an era where the two key success factors are: one, long-term thinking, giving a vision, because you don't motivate people by other things than giving them a perspective. And on the other side, incredible agility. The feeling we all have, countries are behaving a bit differently, is that we are lacking this compass. And that's where the authoritarian states, for bad reasons, are good, because they have this ability to think long-term, because they don't have the election process. And they are incredibly agile. I mean, for those who have spent time in China, it's very different than what you sometimes see in pseudo-expert saying it's everything vertical. No, China is the world of the gray zone. Well, some people sometimes look at Jack Ma with Ant Financial, pass the gray zone a bit too much, and then they get the hit. But otherwise, it's the world of experimentation. So I'm also pessimistic, but on the today's liberal democracies, think about the US. We thought the US was the democracy that will never vacillate. 4 years of Trump, 4 more years would have been probably more or less the end of what we know today. That's why we are all more or less so relieved. But hopefully we will take action, because what happens in the US might very well happen in Europe. So we need to change in the way that we give a vision again, and we stop these 6 months urgency Europe thing, which is a catastrophe. We need to give ourselves what are the values that make us give this perspective, and that's where I think we have an incredible opportunity. And on the other side, be so much more agile and not wait 3 months to understand that there's a pandemic hitting us, because that is probably the huge failure of our systems, not the individual people, but this famous Gordian knot that was described to us just before.
André, thank you very, very much. I think we are very curious of the results of your challenge. We're very much looking forward to that. Merci beaucoup. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much.
See you soon. Thank you.
And something probably everyone agrees on is that AI should be designed following ethical values and moral principles, but there are no practical and clear guidelines of how to do that yet. So, how should we implement ethics in AI, and how can we bridge the gap between philosophical discourse and practical application in companies? These are questions that our panelists of the next panel want to tackle. Carla Husted is the head of the Ethics of Algorithms project at Bertelsmann Foundation. She has consulted the German Parliament's AI Enquete Commission on the issue of algorithmic transparency. Also on the panel is Hiltrud Werner. She is member of the Group Board of Management of Volkswagen AG, responsible for integrity and legal affairs. Dr. Andreas Davis will be one of the participants. He is the co-founder of KIP Project, software for secure and privacy-focused data science and machine learning, and they will be joined by Professor Dr. Markus Gabriel. He's the chair of epistemology, modern and contemporary philosophy, and the director of the International Center for Philosophy at the University of Bonn. So quite an exciting panel. It will be moderated by AI consultant, author, and fellow podcaster Peter Seeberg. And let me hand the stage over to you, Peter, with something René Descartes almost said. It is not enough to have a good AI, the main thing is to use it well. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Also a warm welcome from my side to the Ethics of Algorithms panel hosted by KI Park Germany. KI Park Germany is an open AI initiative that promotes the application of AI in Germany. And if you, dear listener, have a specific question about how to apply and industrialize AI, or you want to learn more about the initiative, please visit www.kipark.de or join the keynote tomorrow at 5 p.m. For now, we are going to address our ethics of algorithms from a theoretical discussion to practical application topic. We're going to do that along a guiding question, which is, are algorithms biased? And I'm going to start with you, Markus. For a starter, please tell us what is ethics, and therefore what is ethics of intelligence?
Well, in general, ethics is the philosophical discipline which studies the nature of moral facts and principles. Moral facts facts about what humans, insofar as we are humans, ought to do or not to do. What we absolutely ought to do is what we call the good. What we absolutely ought not to do is what we call radical evil, and the rest lies in between. And so the discipline of ethics tries to figure out what that is. So how universal value can be discovered in tandem with different disciplines. So ethics in the 21st century can only proceed in a transdisciplinary fashion, including, of course, politics, society, and the business world. So that's what we do in the discipline of ethics. Now, AI needs an ethics for the simple reason that AI systems are used in the context of human-machine interface systems, such as companies, news feeds, etc. Right? We have all these applications, and these applications structure data in a certain way, and therefore, right, make it more likely that a certain decision will be taken or some other decision. This is why AI systems are subject or ought to be subject to ethical considerations, and the future discipline of ethics of AI has just started.
Thank you for this introduction, Marcus. Carla, what are the sources of ethical problems occurring in AI systems?
When we talk about algorithmic decision-making, I actually try to avoid the term AI because I feel like it gives a wrong impression of what these systems can do and what they cannot do. We also call them socio-technological systems for the reason that it's not just the technology that is the cause of bias, of mistakes, but it's mostly the human decisions that lie behind it. So it's the goals of the system. Of course, it's the data that goes into the learning algorithmic system. It can be the code itself, or it can oftentimes also be the way a system is implemented, the way it's integrated into an organizational structure. Because in many application cases in the health sector, education, society, relevant fields, it's still humans at the end that interact with the machine.
Thank you for that. We just heard in the hour before already from Merantix as the example of the medical applications. Moving to Hiltrud, do applications exist that should be excluded from the beginning for ethical reasons from the involvement of algorithms? I could think of in the case of miners, autonomous drones, elections, or in the pre-selection of applicants. Oh, Hiltrud, I see you still have your mute on. Yeah, you may want to start answering from the beginning.
Yeah. We assume that this is the case, although I believe it needs to be decided individually for each specific topic. For the automotive industry, for example, we do have dilemma situations in traffic in which such codified rules, as you just explained, must not be applied at all.
Very good. And moving to our fourth participant, Andreas, do algorithms appear biased here and there because the responsible data scientist has selected the wrong or the non-representative characteristics, i.e. the features from the data?
Yeah, it's certainly part of it. I mean, if you look at, for example, supervised learning, where we want to predict a certain outcome, a classical example would be hiring. So we have a machine learning system, for example, that tries to reproduce hiring decisions by people, and we train that system by giving it historical data, for example, so like hiring decisions that were made in the past, and maybe there were some part of these hiring decisions that were made because of discrimination, for example, against women or ethnic minorities, for example. And the algorithm basically doesn't know about it. It just tries to reproduce the decisions made by the humans in the process, and it can do that the better, the more data it has that can predict the outcome. And if this data includes, for example, so-called sensitive information like the gender or information about ethnical data, then this algorithm can do that better and can, of course, also reproduce this bias and this discrimination that was inherent in the training data. So in that sense, yes, but it always depends on what kind of data we feed to the algorithm and how easy we make it to also infer these sensitive attributes from the data that we have provided to the system.
Thank you very much there, Andreas. This concludes kind of our first round. As you as a listener will realize, it's not that easy in an online fashion to do a real discussion in between the members, but I do propose that with the upcoming questions that we have, that you do try maybe to answer, or if you have a different opinion in your answering of what you just had. So moving back to Marcus, will we ever get a strong AI, as according to John Searle, the Chinese room, that will think like humans and will eventually overtake us in terms of human intelligence, question mark? And if not, when it comes to the ethics of algorithms, should we maybe concentrate on the non-thinking, the non-understanding, i.e. the weak AI?
Well, yes, I think, like there I cite for very different reasons. The arguments are flawed in John's Chinese room argument, but so I don't think that there will ever be such a thing as what John Searle has called strong AI. So, human level or even super intelligent systems. The reason that I give for this, it's a very different reason than one that you get in the Chinese room argument, which is outdated given by contemporary AI systems. But the real reason is that intelligence is arguably a feature of certain living systems. Intelligence has evolved as the capacity to solve a given problem in a finite amount of time. For instance, you're hungry and therefore you need to solve that problem. And you have evolved in such a way to to select from a potentially infinite solution space the best solution. And you're more intelligent than some other system if you find the same solution faster, right? So we can measure that property and build models that replicate intelligent behavior in animals in a technical fashion. That's, I think, what AI systems are doing, AI research, right? And we have advanced way beyond the semantic or the syntactic engines that John Searle had in mind. But as long as our, systems are not literally based on neuronal biological material, which they're not going to be intelligent. However, in this sense, however, the real problems do not lie there. The real problems are in weak AI, right? As Hiltrud Werner has mentioned, certain dilemmatic situations which are not solvable, right? Because they're strictly dilemmatic, ought therefore to be avoided, right? So we have good reasons, for instance, not to go to level 5 automated driving in certain conditions for those ethical reasons, right? So automate as far as possible, but there are limits to automation, ethical limits, right? And I think this is what we ought to discuss. So the real impact of weak AI, for instance, pre-selection, algorithmic bias, new feeds, etc. And in order to do so, we need to understand the integration of weak AI systems in the human life world, because our intelligence has changed in the last decades. We have become more intelligent due to the use of those systems, because that's the real intelligence explosion. And we have yet to find a way of dealing with the fact that we have made our ethics explicit, right? I mean, we now know much better how we judge, because we can see patterns in those data thanks to the use of weak AI systems. This is, I think, where the action is.
Thank you very much for putting that perspective, which I personally can support. But nevertheless, I do propose that, and as you did, the other answerers, members, do maybe give their perspective as well. Carla, which organizations and which persons in the organization are responsible for the implementation of trustworthy AI? Is it the producers of AI system, the operators? Is it others?
All of them, actually. Like I mentioned before, the sources of the problems are multifold, and so are the solutions. So I think there are certain technical issues, of course, technical bases that lie in the hands of the organizations and individuals that build the technical parts of the systems. And of course, those organizations and individuals also need to communicate how the systems function, what they can do, and particularly what they cannot do towards the people who then use the systems and the organizations who implement the systems. Because we frequently analyze cases where things have gone wrong with good intentions. And what we see in these cases is oftentimes that it's actually communication and misunderstanding problems between different stakeholders. And that the people who understand the social problems that need to be solved, like in the education sector, healthcare, security, police forces, they understand the complexity of social problems. But because of the narratives that arrive from Silicon Valley, from the tech sector overall, of technology being a simple fix for complex problems, they do not take the necessary measures to implement the systems well. things like competence building among people using the system, things like transparency, which is not just a technical issue, but it's also about communicating towards the people affected. So what we really need is better communication between those different stakeholders, and all of them understanding their responsibility and the role they play in the ethical implementation of the systems. And of course, we need politics to kind of create the right framework to make all of this possible.
Okay, so everybody takes their responsibility within the ecosystem and needs to communicate. Hiltrud, how does that work? Trustworthy AI working with more or less biased algorithms, we're talking about that today. What needs to be done so that we can get towards this trustworthy AI as desired by the EU Commission?
Yes, I mean, we have heard from Markus and Andreas already that trustworthy AI is based also on those who develop the algorithms. So some factors that need to be considered, and Carla mentioned that already also, is that we need national or better supranational institutions that set ethical standards for these algorithms. But what we also need is ethical training for developers and programmers of AI-related software, and we also might need, especially for developers and programmers of AI-related software in critical situations, some background checks. And we need pairing concepts that in the quality checks of AI look not only for technical, but also for ethical quality.
Very good, thank you for that. Andreas, today in Europe, it's my personal feeling, we experience a kind of a biased zone between the law on one side and morale on the other side. We are legally obliged, just as one example, to differentiate between men and women. But if AI systems will be going through certification in the future, will that mean that Europeans will become more thoroughly streamlined in their thinking and actions? I would say almost similar, like, let's take the example of China, but only on the basis of other values. So will that mean that eventually Europeans also would feel like Big Brother is watching?
Yeah, not necessarily, I think. I mean, what will definitely happen is that as we move to digitize more and more problems and more processes and use machine learning or any kind of decision systems really to govern them, we will find or uncover a lot of the problems that are hidden now, because so many processes are still being done manually, and there already is discrimination today, there already is bias and a lot of problems, but it's still largely invisible, I would say, because there's no data that is easily available to analyze them. I think with the further use of machine learning and data science, we will see more of these problems, and that will also allow us to think in a more structured way about how to solve them. And I think if you look at data privacy, we can also take that as a good example how we could do regulation in machine learning or AI, because data privacy or privacy in general is a human right. So we have to derive the European law, European regulation from this principle that privacy is really the right to every human. And then from this law flows, so to say, the requirements that we need to fulfill when we build systems, for example, that process personal data. And from these requirements, which are legal requirements, then we have the technical requirements that are implemented by the engineers. And I think for AI or machine learning, I don't see a reason why it shouldn't work like that, working from fundamental human rights to a legislation, to a law that can be applied then, and from this law, thinking about how we can do the technological steps to ensure that it is actually complied in Europe.
Okay, so working on GDPR as a good European example, so to say. Markus, I come back to you. A little bit of a different topic, I believe very important as well. Shall the police patrol more in areas where there have been more crimes in the past? Shall crime be correlated, therefore, with residential areas, ethnicity, and eventually the human face? And even more general, shall we, as humans, involve in pre-crime, i.e. in predictive or preventive police work?
Well, these are some tough questions. So,
yes.
We know that predictive policing in complicated ways where, say Clearview AI, which is a prominent example in the United States, has been in use for almost a decade. I used to live in San Francisco, and even back in 2013, or now you already have good apps, for instance, also for New York City, where which trace the your probability of getting marked in a certain part of the hood, etc. Right, according mostly to algorithms and earlier data. So this is already in use, not everywhere, of course, and this is highly problematic to a certain extent, because we do know that existing correlations between a certain population, its socioeconomic conditions, and the probability of illegal behavior, right, that we increase the tie between those correlations. So, and this might then lead to forms of, for instance, racism. So racism, let me just say what the mistake is. I mean, there are so many things wrong with racism, but the fundamental mistake is that the racist confuses a correlation between the phenotype of a human animal and a certain kind of behavior, right, with a genetic explanation. That's what racism is. If you think that, white or Hispanic or whatever person does a certain thing because she has that phenotype, that's just a bad explanation for what happens in reality. However, there sometimes are statistical correlations between the phenotype of a certain population and a certain kind of behavior. But the explanation for this correlation is purely sociological, right? This is how you dispel, this is how you refute racism. Now, the problem with the ethical problem with predictive policing, in particular, the use of Clearview AI, which is also muddled with the American alt-right. So there are some particularly bad aspects about Clearview, but be that as it may, the general problem is going to be that you reinforce, right, these correlations rather than overcome them. But we shouldn't just criticize AI there, right? We should rather invent positive AI. So this is a business case for a system which precisely does the opposite, right? So why not use the method in order to go into a specific neighborhood where you measure these correlations and take appropriate ethical matters, right, decisions. So there's always a positive use. So predictive policing as it's now practiced is ethically harmful. But we can use the same algorithmic systems in order to do the morally good. And I think that we need to change the discourse, right, from risk assessment discourse, which is what we're mostly doing in ethics of AI right now, to applied ethics of AI, meaning ethical training in and by design. This is how we prevent the bad things from happening, not by, criticizing them after the fact. But it is ethically harmful.
Sorry, Marcus, I need to jump in here. Just because of time. Did you want to finish your sentence at least? Sorry.
Go to the next person. I made the case.
Yeah. Carla, do we need new norms, new laws for the digital age? And if so, what role can the algo.rules that you coordinated, developed for Bertelsmann Foundation play?
I do not think that we do need new fundamental rights for the digital age, because we're actually quite well set on this regard. However, what we need to question is whether the mechanisms we have currently in place to protect fundamental rights and freedoms, whether they still work in automated processes. And oftentimes that is not the case, for example, because oversight bodies do not have the rights, for example, to access code in certain situations, or they do not have the competences, they do not have the right amount of people to deal with increased efficiency. And we need to analyze whether these oversight mechanisms still work. We need a strong civil society that can take on the role of watchdog organizations that can spark a societal debate about all these questions that were just raised. I mean, it was said many times in this discussion now that the use of automation kind of forces us to have this discussion again, what's between the super evil and the very good. But what we see oftentimes is that when something goes wrong with technical systems, people say, okay, it went wrong, let's stop using the system, and then the debate is over. And we fail to actually take that opportunity. And in order to do so, I think it's really key to have the debate focus not just so much on like the economic questions, but really on societal questions. And to build a strong basis for that, we need competence building in society, we need civil society to become stronger and also interact in the digital sphere. And now I didn't answer the second part, our algo rules. They're actually very aligned with what I just said, because those are not rules that define what fair is or what's unfair in a certain situation, because that depends so much on the application case. but they rather give certain recommendations on how to deal with possible mistakes, for example, by making sure that systems, that people are informed when a machine is making decisions about them, or that a decision is explained to them, and that, for example, there's mechanisms for appeal. Questions of, again, IT security, of privacy are part of the algorithm. So those are mostly process standards rather than standards that describe the system itself.
Thank you very much, Carla. I had my beeper go off here. That means that we need to slowly but clearly move to our closing statements. And I want to start with you there, Hiltrud. I think you've all thought about, and you have your personal views that you're going to share with us now. One question that I want to give each of you with is that as I've been listening this morning to the rise of AI speakers, there was kind of a general, almost like a red line, which is always about we Europeans, we Germans, we Europeans, we make norms and we do ethics, while our American friends or the Chinese, Asian people start first doing things. So maybe if you do your closing statement, if you can, but you don't have to refer to this, this theme. So Hiltrud, starting with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what we have learned today is that we have to incorporate every stakeholder in our decision-making and competence building of AI. And yes, the European Union has a very special challenge here, whereas a lot of development in China is driven by the government, or in the US, it's driven by corporations. We can drive everything that we develop based on the needs of the people. And I think we have a good precondition for that. We do have many ethical stakeholders in our society, from philosophers to theologians, and also a good supranational institutions. And I'm pretty optimistic that our ethical standards will serve the people.
Thank you very much, Hiltrud. Andreas, moving to you with your closing statement.
So for me, yeah, as you said, we heard a lot about how privacy and ethical concerns are holding us back in Europe, but I think we shouldn't really think about it in that way, because it's really not the case that we can only have massively successful products and platforms like, for example, Facebook and Twitter, if we accept that they violate our privacy. And it's also not true that we cannot have AI systems, machine learning systems that automate a lot of things if we accept only surveillance or other paradigms like the Chinese model, for example, for exploiting and using personal data especially. I think what we have here in Europe is really a very good foundation in data privacy and human rights, and we should really make use of that and see it as a strength, because we can see that not only in Europe, but everywhere in the world, people are actually craving for these things, for privacy, for being in control of the technology and not the other way around. And I think we can, if we can deliver on that, we will have a big advantage in terms of the competitivity of our products compared to the US and to China as well. So I would see it mostly as an advantage than a disadvantage what we have here in terms of privacy and our German angst, as some people said this morning.
Thank you, Andreas. Marcus, your perspective?
Well, I think of ethical value as constitutively universal and global. So sometimes some Chinese philosophers are morally more advanced than some theologians. So I think that is the global challenge for humanity. So I don't want to think about this as Europeans. If we come up with European values, they are therefore false. No value that is local can be an ethical value. So torture camps are as evil in China as they would be in whatever, in Baden-Württemberg. And that means that ethical value, if it exists, is universal anyhow. So if there's anything that we can do specifically here, it has something to do with societal training, etc. And let's not forget, there are way more professional ethicists of AI in the United States of America and all those big corporations than we even have professors of philosophy in Germany. Right? So, or China. I know, for instance, people in the AI world in Shanghai, they're all fully trained, highly professional philosophers. So I think it's an illusion that we are leaders in ethical training. We can become those leaders, for the reasons that are typically given, but I think it's also very crucial to see our own mistakes. For instance, we do have racism in our basic law, in the Grundgesetz, which is why the juries are now changing it. And I think we should also start by criticizing ourselves rather than fantasizing about evil China or evil United States of America. They are not as evil as we think. The Chinese Communist Party is evil, right? But this has nothing to do with our Chinese friends.
Thank you, Marcus. Final words for you, Carla.
Yeah, thank you. I think I actually have some thoughts that connect very well to what Marcus just said. I mean, first of all, I think what Andrea said before, the ethical development of technology is not just something that's morally right, but I think it's actually the only long-term sustainable way to move forward with digitization, because if we do not do this without the trust of the people, it will definitely backfire in the long term. And secondly, I think when I look at the AI ethics debate, and I've been following the development of this in Germany and Europe for the past 4 years, and I'm happy that it's becoming like raising on the political agenda, but it's so urgent that we kind of move from all these buzzwords like transparency that can mean so many different things to concrete action. And that, of course, means that we do need to find ways to deal with mistakes that will always occur in these systems, that we find regulatory mechanisms that allow transparency, oversight, accountability. But it also means, and this is connects to what Marcus has said before, that we need to find a vision for what digitization means in Europe that is not just in contrast to what's happening in the US and what's happening in China. Because right now, digital policy making on a European level is often very reactive. It's always like one step behind. And the reason for that is mostly because we're kind of looking at the technology and then trying to fix the mistakes that happen, but we do not have a societal vision. And this is really key. We need to use technology kind of as a mean to dream, like we do with science fiction, but in the focus should be the change we want to see in society, not the technology in itself. We always need to see it as a tool at the end.
Thank you very much, Carla. Facebook, Twitter, and Google have all switched to algorithms that now moderate the content of their platforms instead of people. I sincerely hope that you, dear listener and a participant as well, have enjoyed me as a human being moderating this panel, although, as I suggested in the middle, it's not that easy to have real discussion come up. Let me say thank you to our participants and, of course, to you, dear listeners. I've been asked to make one final call to action by our sponsor, KI Park Germany, to share with AI practitioners and especially startups to participate in an AI ethics lab. So KI Park want to make ethical questions tangible for developers and bridge the gap between actual source code and normative ethical guidelines. A transparent open source project should help to shape best practices for AI practitioners towards an ethical by design framework. You want to join? Please drop KI Park a message or join them at Swapcard where you are at the very moment. I say thank you to our sponsor KI Park Germany, as represented by Deloitte, Investor and Celonis, as well as to Fabian and Veronica from Rise of AI for making this panel possible. Looking forward to meeting and seeing all of you next time.
Thank you, Peter. I believe the feeling is mutual for everyone here. Thank you, Peter. Thanks to your wonderful panel. And thank you, dear audience. And we decided that the most ethical thing to do now would be to allow for a lunch break. And at 1500 hours Central European time, we will continue here with the wonderful and incredible Vanessa Khan, Managing Director of Germany's biggest network of AI companies. If you want to be enlightened and entertained while we have a lunch break, there is a lot of stuff going on over in hybrid space, just one click away. And this also goes for everybody here in this room on location. You can simply get your lunch, return here to your cozy lounge chair and watch what is going on in hybrid space on the wall behind me. Have a great lunch break. Thanks for your attention, and I will see you all hopefully at 1500. Thank you.
Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir nicht mehr live sind und darf auch Sie einzeln herzlich bedanken für Ihre Teilnahme.
Everybody in the... yeah, now we can hear you. Amazing. Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's go. I have 29 minutes left. So thanks for welcoming me. Thanks for having me. I had heard what Damien said, at least most of it, due to technical checks.
Everybody in the... yeah, now we can hear you. Amazing. Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Let's go.
Okay. I have 29 minutes left, so a little deeper perspective of what's really going to happen, because of course there's a lot of theory out there now, and due to technical checks, lawyers would like to be a little more specific.
Let's go.
I have 29 minutes left, so a little what we are talking about, of what's really going to happen, because lawyers generally love definitions out there. So if we hear artificial intelligence, lawyers might have all kinds of different what we are talking about, of what's really going to happen. Lawyers generally very interesting for you, because what's coming up could affect you, could not. So therefore, it's really important
Gleich geht es los. Oh, Ton ist schon da. And we are live again from Rise of AI's Future Space. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you fed your algorithms and optimized that analog metabolism of yours during our lunch break. We will dive right in again with our next keynote. The topic is challenges of the German AI ecosystem. Really, do we have challenges? Well, I thought everything was going just great, but wait and see. Our speaker has a background in political consulting for Fortune 500 companies. She is a mentor for startups and an advisor to women in AI. But first and foremost, she is managing director of the German AI Association, Germany's biggest AI company network. Please give it up for Vanessa Khan.
Hello, and thank you for the introduction. It's great to be here today and speaking from the drivery. I would like to use the next 20 minutes to speak to you about the challenges of the German AI ecosystem, or at least what I perceive as being the challenges. So actually, we have the ideal preconditions. We have a world-class AI research. So actually, we rank second when it comes to AI research, just behind China. We're actually above USA. So we actually have AI research as a huge asset to our ecosystem, and we're really great at research. And also, another asset, we have a world-class industry. So we're fourth here when you look at the statistics of the GDP, which is a great indicator of industry performance. And that is also a huge asset towards our AI ecosystem. But still, we are not world-class at building AI products. And when you look at this ecosystem map, for example, and that's just one of the couple that are around there, it labels all the AI startups, the 100 global AI startups that CB Insights found promising here. There's a couple of ecosystem maps around. They all vary in the logos and company names they give, but they have one thing in common. They only show two or only a few AI companies. Here in this field, it's Connox and Navis, so only 2 AI companies from Germany, and that's just on a list of 100. For that we have these huge assets too few. And here's why. The one point and argument I want to make is that AI research is still not transferred into products and services. So especially our spin-offs, so the startups that are being funded and founded from our research institution, they're facing large obstacles. Often they have to share their revenue, they have to give up a lot of their equity. So things that make a bad foundation for finding later stage capital and VCs to invest in. And so it does not really come as a surprise that AI companies in Germany are quite rare. You can see this in a comparison between Israel and Germany. In Israel, and keep in mind that Israel only has a landscape of about as big as our state of Hesse, so only a fraction of Germany. But still, they have around 1,300 AI startups, while Germany only has 300. When you look at this from an ecosystem perspective, so this is our landscape, how it looks in Germany. So it's around 300 companies in Germany, while this is the ecosystem map in Israel. So there's just a load more AI startups there, and that is a really, really big issue here. And the second point and argument I want to make is that our AI companies are still lacking funding. So there's a big gap between what is actually the need of the AI startups when it comes to venture capital funding and what the capital market is giving them. You can see here that actually when you look at all startups in Germany, so across all branches, across all technology fields, you can see that AI startups are actually getting more funding than all startups put together. But still, when you look at the preferred source of funding that you can see here in pink, it's 57.5% of AI AI startups are wishing for VC funding, but only 21.1% are actually getting it. So the venture capital gap, the funding gap here is large at 36.3%. And it's particularly later stage capital that is missing. So compared to Israel, for example, we have a per capita investment that is 30 times higher in AI companies than it is to Germany. And that's just something that's also showing its impact on the ecosystem. So when it comes to the results, our companies are just staying small. The teams have to focus for a long time on actually building their product, their service, whilst the companies in Israel and also in the USA can really grow and scale and internationalize. They usually invest a lot in becoming more visible. They invest in marketing and therefore become more visible towards potential clients. They invest in also in visibility towards venture capital firms. So then again, they get more investment, and that's why these companies are going so high and are so much better in their performance. And the third point I want to mention at this point is that our AI companies are still seeking clients. And that might come as a surprise because I said in the beginning, our established industry is one of our biggest assets. But even though 3 or 4 AI startups are already cooperating with established companies, and you can see here that most of them have really seen established industry also as the asset of the German market. So most of them are working together with other companies, are working on a B2B basis, so are working with different companies and not B2C with clients and end customers. So it's really down to working with established industries, and still it's especially SMEs, so the 90% of our economy, those that are really, that's the backbone of our society and our economy, that rarely meet startups, because startups are based there where the venture capitals are. So they rarely meet. They're usually based in Berlin or in Munich, some of them in Hamburg, or even where the big tech universities are, so around the KIT in Karlsruhe or RWTH in Aachen. But that's not where actually the SMEs are sitting, and that's a big issue. So they rarely meet, and they rarely have the opportunity to actually collaborate on that basis. So it doesn't really come as a surprise that our industry at the moment is not very much investing in AI, especially the smaller companies aren't investing in AI. Around every 7th company at the moment is working on an AI product. So that's still a wide range of opportunities that we have here that we haven't really earned up to. So it's a big issue. But I am optimistic because the discussion is winning in speed. Also, of course, because of the corona crisis, so I think that's one of the big benefits we've seen in this year, that in 2018, 87% of AI company or of established companies have said that AI is not a topic for them, whilst today actually 22% are planning to use AI, are planning AI projects, or 6% are already using AI. So if you want to learn more about what artificial intelligence is all about and how our ecosystem is comprised, please feel free to check out our study that we brought about in autumn together with the German Startups Association, the Telekom Hubraum, and also the Institute for Applied Artificial Intelligence based in Stuttgart. You can find it on our website, both in German and English language, whichever you prefer. But I think the question that is open now is, how can we still become world leaders in AI, or can we still become leaders in AI? And I think my answer to this question is definitely yes, we can. We can still become world leaders in AI. And here's just 4 points that I want to outline, which I think are the steps we should go towards a brighter AI future and also a better AI ecosystem. So the one point I want to stress is we really need clear and proportional regulation. That is something that's very important for our small companies. I'll dig into that in a second, because I think that's one of the most substantial points at the moment. The second point I want to mention is we really need more education on AI, starting in schools, going through universities, and also ending in like smaller and medium-sized companies and also corporates. They really need to know what AI is about and what benefit AI can have for them. And the same with entrepreneurship, especially the people, the experts working in research, they need to learn more about entrepreneurship, because it's not that the talents are missing, it's about an entrepreneurial mindset that we have to get going, so that the research results that we already have really hit the road and are transformed into products and services. The third point that I find important is investing in young companies. This is not only like up to the business angels and the VCs to invest in companies, I think it's also down to the state. So now it's 5 billion that the federal government has deployed for the use of artificial intelligence. Young companies have so far only seen little of this. I think we really have to invest in young companies, because that is where the innovation is coming from. And then the fourth point I want to mention is the incentives we have to give towards investors and also established companies to invest in AI. And I think that's all down to also tax incentives, but giving them the opportunity to really see the potential of AI and working with AI companies. But as I said, I want to dive deeper, because the time is only short, into one topic, the clear and proportional regulation. You've just seen one keynote about this topic, and you've seen that, especially on a European level, it's a very important topic right now, and there's a lot going on. So we've discussed this on quite a wide range in our association on how we want to get going when it comes to regulations, what our recommendations are. And this is what we ended up with. So one point is for us that proportionality is key. So in general, it's that algorithms are not good or bad. It really boils down to the use case you deploy AI in. So it depends on which use cases you use artificial intelligence in. And there are use cases that are a threat, that are a risk towards our democratic values or our risk towards our lives. And these are the regulations that we have to have in place. So we have to regulate risk-based use cases. But there's also very many use cases that don't actually present a threat, and they should have the bureaucratic leeway to just go ahead and bring their product, their service to the market, because otherwise we won't have the potential to also strive on a worldwide basis. The second point I want to mention is that AI applications should be measured against human performance. So eventually, AI is not at 100% accuracy, and I think it will never actually be there in many use cases. So what we actually have to measure it against is that human performance is not at 100% either. So we still have to have an AI application that is better than what the human benchmark is, but our orientation should always be the human benchmark. So the AI should be better than the human, but still we cannot say that an AI application should be at 100% before it hits the road. And then the third point is that AI use cases should be regulated by using existing regulation. So actually, the wheel does not have to be reinvented in that way. We've always, as a society, have regulated different fields, different industries more stricter because they were a bigger risk towards our life, but a bigger risk towards our democracy. For instance, the field of mobility or the field of health. So we should really look at these industries that are already actually regulating AI use cases, and they should be reviewed and in many cases updated so that it's clearer how we can actually regulate AI. So we should really go ahead and regulate AI along the industries that are already regulating the field so that we don't have a doubling on that end. And now many stakeholders are actually pushing for the fourth point. So they're pushing for a general AI regulation, but we actually do not see a general AI regulation as being feasible. On the one hand, it's very difficult to define what AI actually clearly is, especially on a legal basis. And it is also very difficult to see which software actually entails AI, because not all software is labeled with there's AI inside. So it's very difficult to actually see which software do I have to regulate. So in the end, we'll probably have to check every software, every digital process to see if there's an AI inside and if it has to be regulated on that sort. And then the fifth point I want to stress, and that's something that's very important for us, is that regulation must not place an extra burden on SMEs and startups. Those are the main innovation drivers at the point, and they will be in the future. So we really have to take care that we are not burdening them even further with the bureaucratic regulations. We should really see that we foster SMEs and startups in using AI, and that's one point that's very important for us. And then to come to an end, who we are the German AI Association, and the members of our association are both innovative SMEs, they're startups, AI experts, all with a focus on the development and application of AI technology. And with being so, we have Germany's largest AI network. And it's our mission to really strengthen Germany's AI ecosystem. We're pushing towards a more sovereign European Union. We want to strengthen the AI ecosystem by bringing together entrepreneurs across Europe so that they can exchange, but also so that they can learn from each other and build their network. And then the third thing that's very important for us is also bringing and fostering openness and innovative strength in established companies so that they can master the digital transformation. So I'm looking forward to tackling AI together. Let's tackle AI together. Please feel free to reach out to me when you are interested in either becoming part of our network or you're an established company and want to see how you can interact with AI companies. You can find my email address here. You can also find me on LinkedIn. And now I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Vanessa. We don't have too many questions from the audience yet, so please, dear audience, feel free to ask more. We're delighted to take them. Let me maybe first challenge some of the things you said, which I widely agree upon, but still, I think there are some ideas that we could discuss. One thing is, you would love to have incentives for SMEs and established companies, right? And isn't this part of what is wrong with Germany? That having great AI technology, promising startups, great research not being an incentive enough, that we have to give the companies an additional cookie to even try to work with startups. Isn't that like the primordial sin maybe of our ecosystem?
Well, I think I agree to you in some parts, but I think it's also because AI is such a complex topic. I think many SMEs actually do not know what AI is so far about and also how it can benefit them. So I think we really have to help SMEs in learning and understanding more about AI. We have to break it down to the use cases, so it really boils down to which fields AI can be used in and can really be beneficial for the companies. And I think they should not only learn it from the startups, they should also learn it from other SMEs. So I think it's very important for SMEs that are the pioneers in this field that they market this more openly, because I think it's very important for our industry not to be afraid of sharing data, not to be afraid of working with artificial intelligence, but really embracing what AI can do for them. And I think Corona showed how much potential there is inside it, so I really hope that many are seeing this potential right now.
Right, thank you. There are two maybe complementing, maybe contradicting questions. The first one is, will regulation of AI prevent companies from starting at all?
Yeah, so I hope not, because I think in the end it's not so much about more regulation or less regulation. I think it all boils down to the clarity of regulation. So at the moment, our AI companies are working with very outdated legislation. So all the legislation that they are working with is, of course, or was put into place before the digital transformation actually came into being, and especially AI. So I think it's good that the AI Commission is very much pushing for regulation in this field, but I think we really have to, we have to find a middle way in that sense, that we really have to look at which fields are risky, and these have to be regulated.
Right, and you might have answered a little bit of the second, maybe complementary question. Doesn't regulation always have to place a burden on the companies that are regulated to be effective at all?
I actually do not think so, because what I can see right now is that many AI companies, human by design or value by design is very much in their DNA. So I think a lot of companies are deciding to launch their company here in the European Union because they think values are so important in artificial intelligence. So many of them are already discussing how data security, privacy, transparency, and so on can play a part or be incremental to their product. So I think we really have to get there, that we give them principles so that it's easier for them to see how they can actually produce a product that's value by design or human by design in the end.
Right, I see. Let's talk about another idea that I don't want so much to challenge as to maybe dive a little bit deeper into. You said there, in many fields, we should not even try to invent new regulation because we have existing regulation in place for a certain sector, for instance. But for a lot of the laws that we have, I think we have an actor in mind that we can hold responsible for something. For instance, like the driver of a car. Obviously, this is a thought that is we're going into the uncanny valley when we think about an AI, for instance, or any piece of software as an actor. This is something we will surely have to solve. What is your view on this? Do you see this problem? How would you solve it?
Yeah, so I think it is an issue. I think it's a question, especially for the AI startups that are working very much with companies that are then kind of building the product for the end consumer. So I think it is a very big regulatory issue, and I think we need clearance on that. And that's why it's so important that this is being discussed right now.
Right. You told me, or you told us, and I've heard it very often, that we especially have problems in the end game for startups, right? When it comes to scaling up. Is this the main problem of your members as well?
I think in part it is. It definitely is a big issue. Also in Corona times, many were also seeking for example, state funding. I was saying that kind of the state also has to start investing in young companies and not only into the established companies. But I think it's very much a culture question. And like the entire ecosystem in a way is a culture question. And I think we can see this in the VCs too. So I think it's very much showing your business plan, looking into numbers and having a product that's 100%, and you can't really expect that from a company that's only in the starting positions and is building up their company right now.
Yes.
So I think we have to invest more in visions than in numbers, and I think that's something where we have to learn compared to the US or Israel, China.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Of course, this probably will not change overnight, and now there are a lot of people thinking about founding a company, or maybe they just founded a company 1 or 2 years ago and think, oh man, maybe I made the wrong decision to start one in Germany. Like, is there a possibility if you're like a couple of years in and you see that you can't make it here because there simply is not enough capital to change gears, to maybe move to the Silicon Valley, or would you in maybe some cases advise for people to leave Germany before starting a startup?
Well, I think what we're seeing is already that startups are actually not only seeking VC money in Europe, but they are already looking abroad.
Right.
I think that's something, especially from the German AI Association's perspective, that we want to and have to change. So I think it has to be our obligation as Germany to not only see how our companies can launch here with, for example, money that we're already investing with scholarships like Exist, and those are programs that really help companies to launch in the beginning, but we really have to seek how we can play out in the end game too, and how we can help our companies also exit here and not giving the fruits to other countries, what we have kind of at the beginning planted, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. There is a question from Marcus. I'm not sure if I understand it completely. Are your members willing to exchange openly on big data and AI? Maybe he means exchanging big data, right? Or maybe exchanging code or ways to work with one another. So because I mean, the exchange about it, that just talking about it, they're all willing to. But what do you know the position of your members on this?
Definitely. So I think it very much goes into the direction that AI startups especially have to find solutions about the rareness of data. They're often working with established companies who are giving them data, and SMEs especially aren't too much open at the moment to sharing their data. They're very much still hesitant and worried about what might happen. I think that these give the GDPR didn't really help in that terms, and that we still don't have enough clarity on what is allowed and what not. But I think especially startups are reaching out in our network, but also across the European Union, and trying to work together and collaborate more easily, because I think that's the only way how they eventually will grow.
Right. How good is the image of the German startup scene when it comes to AI? How open are the doors of VCs overseas, for instance?
So more open, as I showed in the chart earlier. So they are better off than the startups in general, but they are more often looking also for VC funding. So more of the AI startups are very, very much dependent on VC capital to actually go through with their company.
But the VCs are not waiting for German AI companies to come over.
Not so much, I think.
Okay, yeah.
but they're definitely interested, and they have a global perspective, so they don't actually invest in a national market. They invest in the companies that they find more promising, and if it's a German company, then they will invest in it.
Right. Let me ask you one question, because you've obviously having a lot of talks also with people from VCs, people from the realm of politics, and so on. And I think the problem is widely known, right? The problem is widely known, that we have a problem with investors. We have a problem in the end game of startups, so to speak. Many people agree, but I think there is not much underway to solve the problem, right? Do you agree? And do you have an idea why?
Yeah, I think there's still a step between agreeing and really understanding for yourself.
Okay.
I think that might often be the gap, actually. So at the moment, I am seeing that there are plans. As I said, the federal government is planning to invest 5 billion. So I think there's really
and maybe 2 more, as we heard from Dorothee Bär. They're thinking about it.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of interest in investing in this area, but the question is how to invest and how can we really bridge the gap between research and actually then what we get onto the streets. I think that's the biggest challenge that I'm seeing right now, and I think it's really up to all players, from VCs to SMEs, so to the potential clients, to really the research institutions, to just become more open and really foster young companies to be established.
Right, and that is why your work is so important and why we are so happy that you're contributing to AI. Thank you very much, Vanessa Khan.
Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker has built not 1, but 3 startup companies, from university spin-offs to global market leaders in defense, healthcare, and automotive. He is the initiator and founding director of the Digital Innovation Unit in Germany's Armed Forces. And since he's so good at scaling innovation and organizing in an agile way, he helps others to become half as good as himself. Now he will help us to understand leadership at the heartbeat of AI. Please welcome Otto Yon. Yes, give him a big round of applause. There he is. Great to have you with us, Otto.
Technologies, that's too fast. Technologies are evolving exponentially, and companies are having a hard time keeping up with that pace. And so we see new entrants coming into the market, startups, and seizing the opportunities of the times, which the incumbent players are failing to do. And why is that? This is not because they lack the idea or because they don't have the skills or the means. It's really because they have very complex decision-making processes, and they have not the right tools to deal with risk in these uncertain times. And very often it's a question of beliefs. So if that was true of the last 30 years in the internet days, imagine how it's going to be like in the next 10 years in the days of AI. So today, we have a hard time imagining how the best companies, the media companies, the commerce companies could miss the boat on e-commerce and on classified ads or payments and all this. So how are these companies going to keep up with that rapid change that is going to take place in the next 10 years? Why is it so important? Because we cannot afford economically to tear down all these companies all the time. There's a tremendous hidden cost in there. And when you even think about governments, it's worse. We cannot afford our police, our military, or our civil administration to be dysfunctional and not keeping up. They will not be replaced by a startup. They will just be dysfunctional. And they are already today. So this is really an important matter to define how large organizations, private sector and public sector alike, are going to be able to lead and evolve at this heartbeat of AI. Now, to create an adaptive organization actually is really simple. All you need is to do much more every day of what makes sense and less of what doesn't. You need to come up with ways how to communicate and to collaborate with other humans. And sometimes we need to be a little bit more exploratory, creative, and just adopt a culture of learning. So I think as a concept, that's very easy, but how do we get a large organization to empower and enable this? So first, we need to think about creating organizational structures that work. And let me take you back to day one of corporate structure, when we had information and more information, and then we needed to think about ways how to archive that information so we could retrieve it when it was needed. And as we, build knowledge and information, and we created more and more ways how to organize this. And this, of course, was very clever because it allowed us to retrieve crucial information when we needed it. So when you reflect on this, actually, our organizational structures are pure reflection on how we used to deal with lots of information. And so it's no wonder that our offices look like this, and our office buildings look like this. And by the way, one great thing was invented when we discovered that in the complex world of today, we needed to draw on information that was sitting in different departments, in different drawers. We invented process management. And it was a very smart idea at the time because it allows us to pull together all this wisdom right when we need it. Now, the trouble with this is it's extremely small. And also, we found out that while it is a great way, process management and organizing in functions and expertise is a great way to get together, to retrieve the information in a linearly evolving society or corporation. We also found out that when we are in uncertain times that are changing very quickly, these structures are no longer capable of pulling together all the relevant information at the right time. So what we see with our organizational structures that are very much organized by functional expertise and which are perfect for the linear world, we need to evolve into structures that are driven by mission rather than expertise. The classical cross-functional team. And when you think about synergies and workflows, they are enabled through collaboration and sharing rather than central orchestration. And this is the kind of organization that allows us to be so flexible that we can even adapt in exponential times. What this means is a large corporation will consist of many rather independent companies. And it's important to underline independent, because I don't know if you know subsidiary companies of large groups, they're not really independent. They're really sales or production entities, but they don't control the entire value chain. Secondly, it means, I believe we'll see the end of corporate headquarters. Corporate headquarters are designed as regulators, as control institutions today, and will need something that looks more like a venture capital-based approach, empowering and investing in people and in ideas. And thirdly, we'll see a strong need for business unit leaders to develop different skills. They will need to become entrepreneurs more than managers. Which brings us to the second point. How do we design processes without bureaucracy? Remember when Jeff Bezos introduced the Just Do It award? It was given to the Amazon employee that although he or she knew they would infringe on corporate rules, knew it was in the best interest of the company. And likewise, he also introduced the government award, and guess what? That was, of course, for the person that meticulously stood up to every corporate rule, although it didn't make sense for the company. And this is the problem with corporate rules, and in particular in the public sector, by the way. We tend to take rules for set in stone, and that is a problem for the involvement of the corporation. And when we think about our families, the way we raise our children, we would never come up with a 300-page rule book that defines exactly what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. We still have values and we have practices, but somehow this doesn't need to be written down. Somehow it is lived every day. And we would also not, for a child dropping these plates, we would not punish them. We would encourage them to do it better next time. So really, it is a shift from rules to behavior, which is so much more difficult because it's a question of living it every day. And when you think about agile, this is agile. Agile is not about the stand-up meeting. Agile is not about Scrum. Agile is about that the daily life matters more, that what works in real life matters so much more than anything you put down in writing. Yeah? And thirdly, all our control systems, our leadership philosophy is built around control. We want to measure, we want to control, we want to standardize, we want to put in boxes. And what we need in the times ahead are leadership models that are navigational instruments that help us align, that help us go into one direction and work on the problem until it's solved. What this really means for the corporation is it's hopefully the death of process management. And I envision a large organization where you would not need more than 3 signatures for any decision. Whatever it may be, you must not need more than involving 3 people. It also means that it will be the end of rigid rules. It will be choices. You will be offered choices rather than unforced to go a certain path. You will have the choice to use the central HR department to recruit your team, but you will not be forced to do so. You can find your own team if that's better. And we will definitely see agile culture spreading even more than it is today. And also it means that employees must reconquer their capability to assume responsibilities. I have heard and seen many employees asking for a different kind of leadership. What they very often forget is that it requires from them to assume much more responsibility. So it will be a very difficult transition. And thirdly, we need to rethink the way we're building our teams. And you may know these Hollywood productions where it's about saving the world, and they put together this team of people to send them on a space shuttle to drill on the asteroid coming. These teams are being put together from the most diverse backgrounds, and I think this is kind of what we need when we venture into the corporate space. Let me take you to some of our corporates, how they design their C-level teams. So I just picked 3 examples. So at Siemens, most of the C-suite, actually 72% made the career within the organization all their life. People coming from outside the sector, there's only 1 in the entire board. There's 1 woman. There's 0 entrepreneurs, And there are, two persons focusing on transformation, and that's really being generous because they have multiple tasks. And it's the same in other companies. Let's take Deutsche Bank. They just revamped their board. So what was amazing is they took on board so many more people from outside their industry that is quite significant. Although, again, I'm being very generous because I'm counting 3-4 early years in consulting as an outside career experience. We have 1 woman among 10, again, 0 entrepreneurs. There is, if you count the CTO, you have 2 persons focused on something like transition. And, same at BMW, 0 entrepreneurs, nobody really focused on transformation, etc. And what I want to say is that there are 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 persons in the organization that know how to navigate the past, that know how the business was run the last 30 years. I think what boards need to be focusing on is the future, how the company should be looking in 10 years from now. So we need people in there from a diversity that will represent that future. So we really need to bring diversity to the next level. The real big consequence this is going to have is for the recruiting industry. I mean, bear in mind today how the corporate recruits their leadership. It's ideally people who have been in the same sector. Ideally, it's people who have had the same functional experience for most of their life. It's, so to speak, it's anti-diverse. And when you hear me speak, you hear me very often make the point about we need more startup entrepreneurs and corporates. That's even worse from the perspective of today's recruiting policies because there's this element of size. For some reason, a startup entrepreneur that built a 50 million revenue company is not deemed capable of leading a 2 billion organization. And this is nonsense because fast is the new big. So what companies need in future is much more of those skills that entrepreneurs learned to refine over the years. And last but not least, we need a culture of co-creation rather than a culture of consensus. Now, this is probably the bit that is most difficult to describe. So let me take 3 examples out of the corporation of today. So one amazing thing that strikes me in government and large organizations is the degree of rumors. When you have rumors in a company, you don't have a culture of co-creation. When you have turf wars in the company, you cannot have a culture of co-creation. And when employees go home in the evening and they are demoralized, their energies are just dead, you cannot have a culture of co-creation. Actually, what you want is your employees, when they come home in the evening, they want their batteries recharged. You want them to feel empowered, to feel positive, to feel, they go home with new insights and new ideas. And when you have created such a company where people go home in the evening and they are full of energy, then you're stealing the culture of co-creation. What does this mean? It means that organizations that today are built on the culture of size, of power, and overpowering, of ego, that's that for the future. We will see the emergence of companies with a culture of learning, changing, sharing. We will need to reacquire our ability to communicate and interact. And as we see more and more tasks being automated, I think we'll see a rise of psychology in the human interaction. And I think we need to redesign education because the way we educate our children is not designed towards this. So let me summarize. And I know in the German corporate world, there is some breaking news for the German boardroom. We know that there are more men collecting toy trains than women and startup entrepreneurs together. So let me rephrase all of this in a way that the audience understands. So first of all, a collaborative culture that can work at the heartbeat of AI has nothing to do with technology. So it's about new frontiers and building paths, how to reach them, and to enable people to go after new frontiers. So stop making things just too complicated, and never assume tracks were only designed for trains, and just build a place where it's nice to innovate, to change, to learn, and to try new things. Thank you very much.
So let me preface this by saying that I wholeheartedly agree, and I know a couple of these people collecting toy trains. So that's the good news. I absolutely agree. I was reminded of a comic picture I once saw. Two scientists in front of a big blackboard, and there was very many complicated formulas in the upper left corner, and very many complicated formulas in the lower right corner, and in the middle it says, "Then a miracle occurs." And one scientist said to the other, "I think you should be a little more specific in step 2, right?" And this is like my bigger question. I think you were absolutely right in the diagnosis. You envision a cure, but it was not very surprised, right? Everything has to change. And the problem is, where will it start? What is your idea? You said everything is going to change. I was thinking, like, how? Who will be first, right? The people in these organizations are not the courageous, adventurous types that the organizations need, right? And the organizations are not structured such that maybe the entrepreneur types are dying to get in there, right? So how would you pick it up?
It's a fair question, and the last 4 years I spent in the German Ministry of Defense, and this is such a big organization where every day you think, oh my God, where am I going to start? It's almost impossible. The complexity is so big, we don't know where to start. And I think the true answer is you need to start everywhere. And yes, you can give an impetus. You can as a company, you can start recreating your board. So when the Siemens, the Deutsches, and the BMWs of this world are recreating their boards, they could put 50% startup entrepreneurs in these boards. We now have in Germany and worldwide startup entrepreneurs that have the experience to lead organizations like this. You could start there. You could start with one area of your company, turning it into an agile organization. But at the end of the day, it starts with people, with leaders that take the first steps.
You mentioned that Scrum is not agile, and obviously that's true. Why do you think so few people read the Agile Manifesto, which is pretty short, and everybody has heard of it, and it takes maybe 10 minutes to read it?
Well, I have no idea, but I would say it's even one thing to read it and then to fully breathe it and live it.
Right.
And I think it's because we tend to look for easy answers, and the reality is human interaction is the most complex things on earth. There is no easy answer.
Right. There is not a question, but rather a comment, outstanding line of thought. So yes, I agree. This call to responsibility is not new, but so needed, as until now our companies haven't implemented much of it. I also thought when you mentioned that it was to reconquer the capability, right, to assume responsibility.
Yes.
To reconquer something, it has been taken from you. I'm not sure if many managers ever wanted this kind of responsibility in the first place. What do you think?
Fully agreed. Yeah.
Okay.
So reconquering in the sense of centuries.
Right.
Right.
If you would be consultant for a group of CXOs, and they were very honest and said, but I never wanted these responsibilities, how would you make it attractive to them? How would you convince them that it's great to have these responsibilities?
How to make it attractive to
them.
CXOs?
Right.
Responsibility?
Who up to now have shunned responsibility and try to play things safe.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's I believe the role of leaders is something really important. I think it's about the inspiration you get from great other people. Now, obviously, the role of leader is going to change completely, but I'm not sure whether people who have been working in a certain manner over 30, 40 years can change overnight. And also, I would make the point that they have great experience. They're not stupid people. They're great people. My point is about creating the mix. My point, we need that expertise, but I think it's just wrong to have only that expertise in a corporation.
Yes, I absolutely understand. We do have a question. I'd rather build something new instead of trying to change the old. What would you say to some entrepreneurs who think exactly like that?
That's a very fair point. That's a big question that's coming up all the time. And sometimes it's just the better way, it's faster. But that's, in the reality of today, it's faster. It doesn't change the fact that it comes at a big cost of demolition. And so as a society, as an economy, I think we need our big organizations to be a little bit more adaptive so that we don't have to tear down the entire house every time we try a new idea. And so this is, and lastly, when you think about government, we can't tear down government. So we'll need to think about how to create adaptive, large organizations.
You were talking extensively about the lack of diversity, and I absolutely agree, and I also see this as a problem. What do you think is at the heart of this problem? Is it fear to maybe be replaced by people that are completely different, like my management buddies, or is it maybe lacking belief that there are women and people from other cultures that are good for me and for my organization? What do you think?
Probably that's probably true, but there's also just practice, it's just the way it was done. And people may have not experienced the power of true diversity. And the entire topic of diversity is coming upon us about the gender question. And it's, we talk about quota, it's kind of enforced, and I'm not quite sure people have even started to understand the value of diversity.
But it is implied that people have to make an effort to get there, right?
Yeah, and you need to go through the experience probably. I mean, if you've never discovered anything like that, I mean, of course, you have built your successes based on what you experienced. So, yeah.
Where have you found more openness for the ideas that you proposed? In the military or in DAX companies? What would you say?
In startup companies.
In startup, yeah. That's certain.
Certainly the private sector is ahead of the public sector. So we see an emergence of these ideas of the culture of agile in the public sector. We see this at a middle management kind of level. We don't see it at the minister and C-suite kind of level in the ministries. But I think ultimately it's going to come, and it has to evolve that way, because otherwise it's not working. I mean, we see it in the Corona crisis, we saw it in the refugee crisis. Government is not fast enough to adapt.
I mean, I envy you your optimism, and I certainly do hope that it's merited. At least you touched all the right points, so thank you very, very much. Otto Yon, thank you. And now, after we've all heard what we should do better, we will have a short break and sincerely think about it. Maybe call your colleagues or your Scrum Master, whatever you do. Please be back at 16:30 Central European Time, because then it's time for our resident fantasist, Daniel Jeffries. Thank you. Welcome back on the Rise of AI Future Space stage. It's always a pleasure to talk to and to listen to our next speaker. It really is. His beard is as impressive as his foresight, and Pachyderm did good in making him their chief technology evangelist. He is also a sci-fi enthusiast, a great writer, an engineer, a futurist, an incredible and incredibly successful blogger who held the #1 writer spot on Medium more than 25 times. You can ask him, he'll tell you. He also always changes what he's doing and the messages he is presenting. So I'm very curious what he will tell us now. He is also a mensch, and I like that very much. Lucky for us, he's a Rise of AI regular. Please welcome Daniel Jeffries. Yes, you have to clap louder. We're very few now.
I'm used to like uproarious applause, but now we're doing the hybrid thing. So there's too much darkness in the world today, whether that's economies that are crashing, or surging civil unrest, or a pandemic that's spun out of control. So usually when I talk about the past and the future, I try to give a balanced view of where we've come and where we're going. But I'm tired of the darkness. And so today I'm only going to talk about the good things that artificial intelligence is going to do in the next decade. In the past, I've talked about artificial intelligence in 50 and 500 years, but today I'm going to laser in on only the next decade. Artificial intelligence is going to be our interface to the world, our most intimate friend. It's going to remember to order presents for our best friend when we forget their birthday, organize our schedule. It's going to change how we do the arts, how we heal the sick. Artificial intelligence is one of these technologies that changes everything. And it changes everything because the history of mankind is the history of intelligence. All of our innovations come from our mind. If you think about humans, we're a pretty young species. We've been around for 1.8 million years. And for most of that time, we were running around in the forest. And 99% of our jobs was to find food. And for most of human history, that's been the case. 95% of the people for 90% of the time were connected to the land and getting their most basic food needs met. But then something started to change. We had the agricultural revolution 12,000 years ago. We had the scientific revolution 400 years ago, industrial revolution 200 years ago, and the information age 50 years. Now we're moving into the age of intelligence, the age of AI. And if you think about all of those movements, every single one of those was an intelligence explosion. If you think about the agricultural revolution, suddenly people were farming and raising animals so they didn't have to run around and pick up their own food in the forest. But there's more than one agricultural revolution. And in fact, the British agricultural revolution, the second agricultural revolution, was an intelligence explosion. In other words, we used to have half of the land laying fallow, half of the land being empty. And so in Roman times, you'd have 50% of the land growing crops and 50% empty. You'd do the harvest, and then the year after that, you'd rotate it because the land was exhausted. In the British Revolution, they figured out how to grow different kinds of crops and grow from 100% of the land, which was a huge population explosion, and then people began to specialize, and specialize they did. Now, only 26% of the people in the world make their living from agriculture, and the rest of us are doctors, lawyers, inventing rocket ships and building skyscrapers. So things have dramatically changed. AI is going to accelerate all of these different industries because intelligence is the bedrock of every one of these things. Now, how are we going to get there? The first way that we're going to get there is we're going to need a Linux for artificial intelligence. And the reason is because we need a platform to build all these things on top of. Artificial intelligence today is very much the province of big tech and R&D departments. And if you think about somebody like Google, they go and they hire these machine learning folks out of the university, and they say, roll these ideas into the cloud operating system that all these amazing developers have built for you. And the developers say, no problem, easy to do. But that's not the way it works for the rest of the industry. We're going to need a canonical stack, a software stack that allows people to build all of these technologies, an infrastructure stack. And it's starting to develop now. It's one of the things I'm working on with my Artificial Intelligence Infrastructure Alliance with 15 different companies. And it's still in the early stages where all these different companies are competing and trying to develop the technologies tomorrow. We won't have one single platform like we do with Linux. Linux was a sea change in how we built software. When I first started working in Linux, I had to go in and talk to different companies, and I had to convince them that it wasn't communism because everything was developed in a proprietary way. But now Linux powers everything. The public cloud, embedded devices, even Microsoft, which was the bedrock of proprietary software development, now builds video game systems and has a public cloud, and most of their machine learning efforts run on Linux. And so we're going to need the same thing, but it won't be a single stack. It'll be a series of different pieces like Kubernetes and Docker or LAMP or mean stack for web development. And what that does when you have that bedrock stack is it's going to start to rip it out of the hands of big technology. It's going to move to the Fortune 500 companies. It's going to cascade down to smaller and smaller companies and individuals. And they're going to be able to move up the stack to solve much more interesting problems. If you think about the way we used to develop software, you needed an army of people to develop an ugly interface for your corporate database behind the firewall, and it would get released every 6 months to a year. By the time WhatsApp was developed, they only needed 35 engineers to reach 400 million people. And that's because they were leveraging all this other technology that existed. The way we do artificial intelligence now, where we're hand labeling data, all of this is going to look tremendously primitive, massaging the data, transforming it, running tests over and over again, manually checking them. 95% of these things are going to be automated, and the data scientists are going to move up to solve much more interesting problems. I'm going to focus on two areas that I think are the most exciting, and the first is the arts. Artificial intelligence is going to radically change how we make movies and music and television. If you think about the way that we do music now, for instance, it's a person gets up on stage and starts singing, just like I'm up on stage and start talking now. But we're already starting to see progress of where we can recreate people's voices. OpenAI published their jukebox where they're able to recreate Frank Sinatra and Ella Fitzgerald and Elvis Presley. There was just and more of that is going to happen. It's imperfect right now, but more and more we're going to be able to recreate these voices from the past, or we're going to be able to break apart tracks. There was some research recently where they were able to strip out the drums and the voice and different parts and reverse engineer a song and then recreate the individual pieces. We'll be able to layer and break those and bend them all together, which is going to be very exciting. We've already started to see the convergence in movies of video games and movie technology. So over the course of my entire life, video games have been getting better and better in terms of graphics. I've had all of the different consoles over the course of my life, although I can't get my hands on a PlayStation 5. Sony, if you're listening, I can send you my address after the show. But at some point in time, we get to a point where we have reached the end of video game technology. We're already getting closer and closer to real-time graphics. And when you can create real-time graphics in perfect Newtonian physics, why do you need any new game engines? And that's going to begin to change the movie industry dramatically. We're going to be able to do real-time actors. There's a fantastic book called Remake by Connie Willis from the 1980s, where it's about a young actress trying to make it in Hollywood. It's a classic coming-of-age story, trying to make it on the silver screen. But the big difference now is that there were no actors. It was all digital actors. The movie studios were simply using artificial intelligence and digitally creating Humphrey Bogart and Marilyn Monroe and putting them into stories. And so she was trying to become an actress in a time when there were none. Now, the death of acting is probably overblown. We're still going to want to see human performers. We're still going to want to see people who can create a breakthrough performance. If you think of somebody like Heath Ledger doing the Joker, this is something that an artificial intelligence is going to be able to learn. Nobody was able to think of doing the Joker in a different way before Heath Ledger, and now nobody can think of any other way of doing it. But AI will be able to mimic expressions. It'll be able to mimic movements, so you'll need less and less motion capture and animators, and more of your secondary actors will be AI creations, where you tell the machine to act out in a specific way, and the animator will tweak it at different points. And this is going to take movies from something that costs $400 million down to something like $20 million. And you'll be able to create a huge blockbuster special effects with all kinds of digital actors and layer in real actors as well. There was also a thing recently where we got an old record player from my partner and I. She inherited it from her grandfather. She's in her 30s, so I had to show her how to use it because she never had one as a kid like me. But she quickly became very excited about the warm sound of the record player, and we amassed a huge collection. And one of the records she brought home was Ella Fitzgerald, the Lost Berlin tapes, and it was a concert from the 1960s. And this concert was recorded by her people, and then it was just left in a box and forgotten for 58 years. And when we rediscovered it, it's this beautiful, it's like discovering this brand new lost treasure of Ella Fitzgerald. But what if we didn't have to find a lost set of tapes? What if we could recreate Ella Fitzgerald's voice, the Photoshop of music? What if we could take the combination of her joyous voice and layer it with someone like Amy Winehouse and her sadness, or Edith Piaf, combine the best of those worlds and have digital singers? What if we had emotional meta tags that we could put in addition to the notes that said, make this sorrowful in this part of the song, or soaring and wonderful in this part of the song over here? And then it becomes a dance. Again, it doesn't completely put singers out of the business, but the singers start to work with things in a brand new way. And they start to tease things out in this performance and change it and tweak it over the course of time as AI does the singing for them. And of course, there's going to be entirely digital creations, entirely digital singers, but there will also be real singers too, because people love connecting with a real human being. If you're working in data science right now, you're probably working on getting people to click ads 3% more of the time, or tracking attrition, but spend time on your passions. Look into the arts, if you love the arts. Look at the algorithms that they're working on there. The Magenta project, I did a project recently where we made beautiful ambient music with the work that they're doing, where it's using transformers to study the long-term structure of songs. Look at the algorithms that are being created. Learn from them, make them better. Work on your passion at night. Because in 10 years or 5 years, the big media companies are going to come calling and knocking on your door to build that Photoshop of music. And suddenly those skills that you didn't think were very important are now very, very important and in high demand. Now, the second area that's going to be very exciting is healthcare. It's going to speed up how we create vaccines, detect diseases, study drug interactions. Already we're seeing the biggest progress in disease detection. In 2017, Google had an algorithm that could detect skin cancer at 76%. 2018, it was 86%. By 2019, the highest rated algorithms were at 96%. There was a radiologist writing in Radiology Today that said there's a new algorithm that he was worried about that marks the end of the specialty of radiology. He was referring to Lena, which is the lymph node assistant from another Google research team that had a 99% accuracy detecting breast cancer, including on slides that professional radiologists got wrong or only right 38% of the time. So certain very challenging cases. And he said, this is going to be very good for medicine, but not great for the role of radiology, the specialty of radiology. But that's not a bad thing. Doctors aren't going to necessarily disappear. They're going to stop working on the nitty-gritty of things, and we're going to be able to trust the machines to diagnose diseases, recommend treatments, and doctors are going to be able to spend more time with their patients. That's a good thing. The average person gets to spend 17 minutes with their doctor. Sounds like a lot of time, until you realize that somebody has, on average, 6 things that they want to talk about. So spending 2 or 3 minutes talking about each of these things, it's not very personalized care. If a doctor has an MRI that's coming out and it's already been tagged by the AI and they just have to double check it, that becomes a lot better in terms of when people are getting this care. It's also speeding up how we track diseases. So we recently did stuff with the Center for New Data, aka the COVID Alliance. And they were tracking super spreader events using ML and GPS signals across the United States. They tracked a gigantic bike rally that literally spread corona all over the United States and the Midwest. But they're also going to speed up drug discovery. This is very exciting. If you look at the breakthrough of Pfizer and BioNTech, a German company, artificial intelligence is at the heart of what they're doing. But they're actually not the only one getting to this 90% efficacy. We saw that they came out with a trial, 90% efficacy. They're actually not the only one to do this. There are 34 drugs right now in human trials, and another 145 plus in labs and animal testing. Now that's astonishing considering that 9 or 10 months ago we had no idea what the coronavirus was. To put that in context, the fastest that we have ever had a vaccine was the mumps, and that was 4 years from start to finish. Most of the time it takes decades. AI cannot speed up the slowest part of the trials. It can't speed up the human testing, but it can tell scientists where to laser in so that those vaccine candidates are much stronger. It can look at drug interactions much more effectively. It can show us what kind of toxicity it's going to have. And all of this hardware is accelerating simultaneously at the same time. So recently there was a supercomputer out of Oak Ridge National Lab, which was the Summit supercomputer, the second fastest supercomputer on Earth, and the Rhea supercomputer, both of them designed for deep learning. 27,000 GPUs, again, going back to the video game technology that is now changing artificial intelligence and converging with music and everything else. And it crunched billions of combinations for a week and came out with a brilliant analysis that united all of the different mysterious symptoms. The Brady-Kidden hypothesis is what it came up with. And that allowed doctors to start looking at COVID as a vascular disease rather than just as a respiratory disease, because they found that when it enters the nose and the lungs, it binds to ACE receptors, which are all over your lungs and in your heart and in your kidneys. But it also hijacks the body and tricks the body into upregulating those ACE receptors in places where it's not usually expressed, like the lungs. And so more and more, that's why they started to see people with high blood pressure and heart disease tend to have much worse cases. So these were the insights, the feature extraction that the machine was able to do and give scientists a new place to attack. And what's even more interesting from that standpoint is that there were also identified 9 other drugs that were already on the market that could potentially have efficacy. So more and more, we're going to see the artificial intelligence tell us where to laser in so that scientists have a better time to market for all of these drugs. It's also, we're going to see more and more of the intelligence of artificial intelligence seep into our applications itself. You're going to ask your phone or your glasses or your house AI what to do first before you go to the doctor. And this is going to revolutionize medicine. It's going to get medicine out to the farthest reaches of the countryside. Right now, when you live in the countryside, you may have access to a good GP, but probably not to a great specialist. So what do? You wait. You generally wait. You're too busy, you have other things to do, you'll get to it the next day, but waiting can be fatal. Waiting is the very thing that you shouldn't do. But if you can just take your phone and there's a little pin, or you take your watch and there's a little pinprick in there that's constantly monitoring your blood pressure and triglycerides, and it warns you, weeks in advance to go to the doctor because you might have a heart attack before you go face down in your oatmeal, you have a much better chance of surviving. There were some researchers at Boston University that were able to predict people with heart disease and diabetes with an 82 or 83% accuracy whether they would need care within a single year, whether they need hospital care within a year. Understanding that ahead of time means you can start to get the treatment that you need. The problem is too many people get the treatment that they need too late. It's like piling sandbags against a flood. It's already too far gone. And that's what drives up the cost. That's what makes survival rates low. But now, if you're able to look at your phone, point it at a little spot on your skin and say, should I worry about this? Only a fool would wait. You'll drive to the next town to get the specialist. And you'll begin to trust the algorithm more and more. Young people already do trust their algorithms more than they trust people, and that's only going to increase. And doctors and nurses will trust the algorithm too. Right now, when you call the doctor has no idea whether you're a hypochondriac or whether you actually have a real problem, and you get put into the same queue as everyone else. If you live in Berlin, the idea of an appointment is, please come down here tomorrow at 9 when it opens and wait here for 3 hours, and maybe you'll see the doctor. But if I'm able to zap the results along to the doctor will now know for sure that I have a real problem, I should be prioritized in the queue. Now again, that allows us to speed up the delivery of excellent healthcare. So that's really going to change how we track disease, how we learn about disease, how we get help, and it's going to change everything in the not too distant future. Now, progress is never a straight line. And so, of course, there will be setbacks along the way. We've seen things like IBM Watson for healthcare flame out dramatically. It tried to do too much too fast. And the problem is, of course, that people will look at this and say, oh, it's never going to happen now. But of course, they're not looking at the engineers working on the problem, going back to the drawing board, figuring things out. People tend to look at the world and see it today, and they see it exactly as it is now, and they think it's going to be the exact same way this tomorrow. People are not very good at seeing big patterns in life. They're not very good at seeing the huge sweeps of changes over time. And all these things are going to continue to get better. We'll have these setbacks. It's like a river that's winding, not just a straight line. We recently watched Back to the Future the other day, Back to the Future 2. It didn't age as well as I thought, and there were a bunch of inventions in there from the faraway age of 2015, like flying cars and anti-aging drugs that haven't gotten to us yet. And so I caution you to take 10 years with a grain of salt. It's easy to say what will happen if you do a Monte Carlo analysis of the future and see everything playing out. It's very difficult to pinpoint exactly when. But the roots of everything that I've been talking about are here in the next 10 years. And remember, again, humans are a very inventive species. Agricultural revolution, 12,000 years, scientific, 400 years, industrial, 200, information age, 50. Welcome to the age of artificial intelligence. And nobody knows where the roads of tomorrow are going to lead, but where we're going, we don't need roads. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll make my way up the stairs. We will still need stairs, I'm afraid.
Yes, we will.
I was really taken by what you said, you're tired of darkness. I thought that might be a good book title. You've got one coming up
with
that title?
Yeah.
This is really interesting. So, of course, you have looked into the future, but how far do you think have you looked into the future? I mean, when Back to the Future, I think, is 30 years into the future,
It was 30 years into the future, yeah.
40, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that was 2015, which has already gone by. And really, in this talk, I just wanted to look at what's starting to happen in the next 10 years. And the roots of everything I was talking about are going to be there. Whether it takes 10 or 20 or 30 doesn't matter, because we're going to start to see all this come together.
Right.
Right? It's like, you think about things like big biotech now. The coronavirus puts a lot of pressure on society, right? It's like a diamond, right, is forged in this huge pressure, but so are societies. The Pfizer, I think, inked a deal for $1.9 billion for 100 million doses. Pfizer and AstraZeneca have inked deals for 300 million doses with the EU and India. Those are just the two companies. They're inking them with all these others. So it's going to be billions and billions of dollars now that these companies have made. There's an infrastructure that's going to be built. They're not just going to turn it off tomorrow. They're going to pour that into all kinds of R&D and new kinds of drugs and discovery tomorrow. And they're already hiring tons of data scientists to build new algorithms. And it's going to be a virtuous circle that accelerates our ability to do medicine better and better. So even if it all doesn't come to play where you have a perfect AI doctor in your phone or your glasses or your house, or we have tremendous success with this vaccine and it takes longer to do other ones, the roots of all this are going to continue to play out over time, and it will take place.
Right. Thank you very much. Kai asks, first of all, he says, amazing talk, love to listen to your flow, thanks. And then he asks, trying to come up with a smart question, I ended up asking myself what you might think about the scenario of carbon chauvinism, machine wreckers, and other extremist conservative forces combating any kinds of innovation, and in particular, anything linked to AI.
I mean, you're always going to have the forces of progress and the forces of not progress in society, and it's a dynamic force. And both are actually necessary, right? If you just have unfettered progress, right, then you have change that happens too quickly, and you have these huge disruptions in society that are incredibly painful. And if you just have people who want to keep things exactly the same way all the time, then there's no progress, right? And so more and more society has been about how things change. And yes, I think, for instance, big media could absolutely kill many of the changes that we're talking about in the arts. It's definitely going to become a battleground, right? To talk about, well, who owns Frank Sinatra's voice, or Ella Fitzgerald's voice now, right? And so they might try to strangle it. But the problem is that's going to work against them in the long term because you can't stop progress. So just like Napster came along, they tried to force CDs on everybody, and Napster came along and said, no, we want them digitally. And so eventually they had to adapt, and they did. Now we have Spotify, and you can listen to any song that you want in the universe, and you're carrying it around in your pocket. So it's a push-pull between all these forces. I worry sometimes about the regulators coming in and defining protocols for artificial intelligence before artificial intelligence is even out of the womb. Mm-hmm. So how do you design a law or a protocol for something that isn't fully baked yet, right? I think that they need to take more of a closed, hands-off approach to it, or take their time with it. But again, these forces are necessary. They're asking people to ask questions. They're saying, look, there is damage that AI can do. If it's sentencing algorithms, I've talked about these things in the past, or it's driving cars, there are real life and death situations. If it's deciding who goes to jail or who gets bail, who gets a job, who doesn't, who gets promoted, people should be looking at those things with a conservative eye. They're going to make mistakes, but it's going to be the interplay of these two forces that give us the landscape in the future, and that's a good thing. It's an okay thing.
Are you at all worried that big summit might have a virtual Daniel Jeffries and just put that on stage and let him talk and feed him with the latest AI articles?
As long as he says something super interesting.
Okay.
It's going to be hard to recreate Dan Jeffries in digital form.
Granted.
Yeah,
but technology is advancing fast.
It's really quick. Maybe they're scanning my brain stem, and they're going to upload me into the machine. I think digital creations, all those types of things, they're super sci-fi, but eventually they're possible. We're already studying with the connectome projects in the world. We're already studying we're trying to map the brain in the same way we map the genome. We're trying to map full living brains. So eventually, if you can map and simulate an entire brain, you can probably simulate some type of consciousness. And then so you can probably simulate the way that Dan Jeffries speaks. Maybe you go look at all the things that I wrote or said publicly, and you kind of reverse engineer a personality for Dan Jeffries,
Would you like to talk to a virtual Dan Jeffries, or would two be too much in one conversation? What do you think?
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I like talking to myself anyway, and I like hearing myself talk.
Right. Maybe it would be a little different. Going back to being tired of darkness, and you said, I'm tired of darkness, I only want to talk about the possibilities and the chances, right? Is this just a 2020 thing, or is this a paradigm shift for you? Is this something maybe other people should follow suit, maybe? Should we talk more about the possibilities without talking about the dark side of things?
I think it's good to talk about the dark side of things, but I find more and more people don't talk about it in an intelligent way. Right? Whenever you talk about artificial intelligence, they're focused on Hollywood tales of Terminators, and it's like we don't need super conscious machines for AI to do dumb things. I actually worry more about narrow intelligence controlled by selfish, egotistical, violent human beings than I worry about AI, super intelligence taking over the world. I figure it probably can't do worse than we already do now. So, but I wish people would talk about the problems that are actually existing. Look at when you have algorithms deciding whether somebody should get a loan or not. That should be looked at very closely. Mm-hmm. When you have an algorithm deciding whether someone should get hired or their resume gets through, that should be looked at very closely. There should be human-in-the-loop procedures to look at these things until the algorithms get very, very solid. And we shouldn't just hand over all the power to that. So I do think we should talk about those things, but more and more I'm just tired of talking about the darkness altogether, right? I feel like you turn on the news today and there's nothing but darkness and fear and things to worry about and everything's going wrong. And somewhere there's somebody with no phone somewhere, sitting in a forest by a waterfall, and who's perfectly happy and wondering, but because he doesn't have a phone, telling him to be afraid all the time. Right. So from my standpoint, I do think it makes sense for us to focus in on all the wonderful things that we're doing. Like I said in my talk, if you're a data scientist now and the only thing you're being hired to do is check attrition rates at your company and make people click ads, there's more exciting stuff coming. Right? And if you don't know that, maybe you don't spend your time on your passions. Maybe you go, art's useless. I really love art. I want to learn how to do style transfer and teach computers to paint and learn how to recreate voices and create wonderful music. But there's no money in that. There will be money in that. Follow your passion, do those exciting things, and that's why I want to inspire people more now to think about those things, so that they spend more time on those passions. Because then one day they're going to get a call from someone and they're going to be very rich. Remember that Geoffrey Hinton, everybody told him, don't study this crap, it's a waste of time. It's never gonna work. There was one university in Canada that was keeping deep learning research alive for a decade. And they told kids, don't go into this field, it's a complete waste of time. And now all these people are making millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, because they stuck to their passion, they stuck to what they believed in. And so I want to encourage people to really go broaden their horizons, especially in terms of artificial intelligence. Think about the positive things they can do, focus on it, because we're gonna need you more than ever in the next 10 or 20 years.
Great, thank you. And even if we manage to create a real good 100% virtual copy, please do come back in person for the next Rise of AI. Thank you.
Thank you,
Daniel Jeffries, everyone.
Cheers.
Thank you. Yes, and now we will have a talk about a very important topic, something which is probably harder than many of us think. It is combining privacy and AI. If it would be easy, probably more people would be doing it. Our speaker is Thomas Jotan. He is Business Development Manager at Brighter AI, which just recently won the Berlin Deep Tech Award, and he is filling in for Maria Glaser at the last minute. So thank you very much. Thank you for filling in. We're glad to have you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much. And as you mentioned, privacy indeed is of course a very, very important topic nowadays. And in the previous talk that I loved, it was a great talk. We also heard a lot about the darkness. So now this is not only the talk of Brighter AI, which brings hopefully some brightness, but I will also tackle one of the biggest aspects or issues that we have today, which is data privacy, and also how we can approach it with an AI-based approach to solve this issue and to bring more brightness also to this world. This is something I think we've all heard the quote, we've all seen this kind of image. What is very important for us to consider also as AI researchers is that for developing these kinds of systems, you need data quantity, a lot of data like these companies have, but you also need good data quality. And this is something that we will also get to a conclusion, because privacy might seem to sometimes stand in the way here. So what we at Brighter AI focus on a lot, and which is also very important for AI-based innovation, is camera data. So we see cameras as the richest sensor for innovative AI-based use cases. So great examples for that is, for example, the Amazon Go shops where you have like automated checkouts all based on cameras. There are a lot of use cases in smart cities also that start from people counting to a lot of other use cases. And then, of course, there are self-driving cars where cameras, also as Tesla frequently is emphasizing, that cameras are actually the most important sensor here, and that a lot of data needs to be collected, needs to be processed in order to develop smart vehicles. Then when we talk about the amazing achievements of AI, I think facial recognition can be one of them. And of course, most of us, we really appreciate innovation that it brings, like, for example, opening your iPhone just with your face. And that's really amazing. And we can see that in the last years with more like stronger modern neural networks, today these systems can detect up to 20,000 key points in your face in order to track an individual. And this is something that can be extremely useful. And we should not focus only on the dark side of these things, but of course also on the positive. However, if we look at recent news, there's also, of course, a big risk of abuse. And I mean, we are also an AI company, and I'm also someone who believes in the power of AI. But I think the danger of having widespread surveillance and being monitored constantly as an individual, their facial recognition is, of course, a big threat. And we've seen this in the past. So one of the big news was recently with the Black Lives Matter protest, that in fact, facial recognition was already being used to track individuals. We see that from also authoritarian regimes, where facial recognition is used to do things like social scoring. And there's already a movement also by individuals that try to protect their privacy more strongly, for example, on social media, as I'm showing here. And there are more and more people that feel that their privacy is invaded. And this is not only by individuals and by society, but we can also see that a lot of countries are actually acting on that. This map is showing how data protection regulations are already in place and how strong they are. And if we look at countries like the US and Canada and European countries with the GDPR, then data privacy regulation is already quite heavy. And even in countries where sometimes you wouldn't expect it, like for example here, you see China also being marked as heavy. This is also an area where, for example, if a company in automotive wants to collect camera data in public, there are a lot of restrictions actually, and it's not easy to collect and to process data that contains personal information. It's also quite interesting when looking at the US. Not many people have realized that in California this year, there has been the introduction of the California Consumer Privacy Act, which is heavily close to GDPR. So a lot of people complain about our regulation, but we actually think this is also a chance for us to export privacy-centric solutions, because California, I mean, it's not only the 5th largest economy if it would be a country, but it's also the home to the tech giants. So this is quite an interesting movement. Also in San Francisco, for example, facial recognition technology has been banned. So this is quite interesting to look also to what's going on outside of Europe. Now, what we recently did was a study on the use of video data in particular in different countries. We did this study together with the German AI Association, the KI Bundesverband, and it was also emphasizing that there's more and more regulation in different countries, but you know, you see these large international companies like automotive companies that operate very internationally, but then you have regulation that can still be different in different countries. So it's important to like pay close attention to all these laws and also to prepare for that. And now what often happens is that there is a perceived AI privacy dilemma, which we show here with like 2 different pills. So sometimes you have on the left side here, the powerful, accurate AI models, but where there is a potential of breaking privacy. So because you want to have very good structured data, or you want to have very clean image and video data, this might lead to accurate AI models. On the other hand, if you need to anonymize data, if you would, for example, blur faces and image data, then you have worse quality. And this is also something that we don't want. So this is like often the perceived dilemma and the question, which pill do you have to swallow? But there are actually lots of already potential solutions when looking at what can you do to emphasize privacy with different concepts. So there's, for example, a different processing approach. I will jump into this in a second. So there's processing that can be centralized, but with more privacy, it can also be decentralized, even for AI systems. Then when we look at data protection concepts, there's, for example, privacy by default, and there's privacy by design. And then there's a last one that I would like to talk about, which is there's the option to alter the data itself. And this can be through data augmentation or using synthetic data. And as Bright AI, we are somewhere here in between. So talking about synthetic data, I think this was also in the talk before. There are very interesting new technologies like generative adversarial networks. And then there are also new concepts like privacy by design. And this is exactly the area where we are as a company. So jumping first into the decentralized approach for more privacy. This might be something that some of you have heard already in the past. There's a concept called federated learning. I think this is also emphasized a lot by companies like Apple, which mainly means that the algorithm is trained over multiple distributed devices or servers that contain local data samples, but do not exchange them. So this means, for example, in the example of Apple, that user data could stay on the end device and doesn't need to leave the end device, but then a local AI model can also be trained directly on that device, directly on the edge. What happens then is that these models would be encrypted and merged, and this has also advantages when it comes to the use of resources and the resilience of the systems. However, this is still in contrast to the more centralized approaches that are that are mainly used. So most companies, I was giving the example of automotive earlier, they want to collect data and then work with this data in a central place. So usually is the research center of the company. Then when we look at privacy by default, this means that you would emphasize data protection with friendly default settings. So you would ensure that personal data is processed with the highest privacy protection so that by default, personal data isn't made accessible to an indefinite number of entities. This is like one of the things that also GDPR in Europe is emphasizing, and it means that by default, you would have the most strict settings. In the real life, this is something that we see a lot with cookie notices, for example. So by default, these things should say, you're not collecting cookies. And then as soon as you accept something, you can also jump into a less privacy-friendly setting. Then what you can also see is that you can use technology to create something that is called privacy by design. So data protection can be most easily complied with if it's already fully technically integrated so that no subsequent measures are necessary. One of the ways that we know a lot is encryption, using encrypted data in the first place. And this is also something that's very important. Also, these different measures are not either or, but they can also be combined. Then something that we can do is pseudonymize attributes. So this would mean, for example, that you would always use the same avatar for a person if you have image data of that person, or you would always use a different name for a person's data set if it's medical data, for example. And then there's also anonymization, where you would completely remove the data from the actually identifiable person so that it's no longer identifiable. And as mentioned, like with adding privacy by design layers to your technologies, you can also better fulfill requirements like GDPR, and it's also possible to combine these. And then something that's very interesting, also if we look at the area of self-driving cars, is synthetic data. Here a fully synthetic image would be generated from scratch. And this can solve some of the problems, but this can certainly not solve all problems. I think when you look at corner or edge cases for autonomous vehicles, this is inherent that there is a problem because our own creativity would probably never be enough to put all those scenarios in a synthetic data-like scenario. But what you can do is you can also do like digital twins or create a virtual reality synthetic data where you don't have also privacy issues because you wouldn't have actual people, you wouldn't have the actual car and the license plates, but you have a synthetic world basically that you can use to train algorithms. And then something that can also be used is data augmentation. So with data augmentation, you can use an existing data set. And because at the beginning I said more data quantity, but also quality is relevant. So you can take data that you already have. And with that data, like for example, here a clean image, you could add certain artifacts to it. So here, for example, you could add fog to the image. And then you can create some of those corner cases by augmenting the data. So you can have maybe a subset of privacy compliant data and then augment it to actually increase the quantity of that data and also to have more corner cases. Of course, here again, a simulation can never fully reflect the reality. So there can be a bias in that data, especially if you have the same scenes with different augmentation levels. So the privacy dilemma that is often perceived for AI when it comes to image and video data is something that we know mainly because of this kind of pixelation. So if you look at a lot of studies or at the data that automotive companies are collecting for self-driving, you wouldn't find a lot of pixelated data. As a research scientist or as a data engineer, you don't want to work with this kind of pixelated images because what it does is it creates artifacts for your AI systems Here on the right side, this is a segmentation map by Google DeepMinds, which segments all the objects. And what you see here is that on the left side, a phantom person appears. And also here in the head of that person, there's a bird apparently. And this is artifacts that are solely introduced to this image because of the pixelation. And at the same time, you also don't want to train images or AI systems based on this kind of pixelated data, because it might increase a bias. Think about self-driving cars. If you would pixelate all the license plates of the cars, then maybe subconsciously you would train a neural network to actually recognize the pixelated license plate. And if you would then use this kind of algorithm in real life, it might happen that it's not detecting a car, because in real life, cars don't have pixelated license plates. So what we at Bright AI developed is we want to enable companies to collect the actual real data, but with privacy compliance. So what we do is we generate synthetic objects for faces and for license plates. So here on the left side, you see a synthetic face here, and this is the actual real face. And thereby, this is a fully natural picture that you can use for your AI models. And what is very important about that, I was earlier showing how facial recognition models are really the biggest threat when it comes to identifying individuals in large data sets. And what this can really exclude is the chance of re-identifying an individual in a large data set. So here we test this with different facial recognition algorithms. Here, for example, from Microsoft Azure. And what this shows is that there's only a 16% match, which effectively means this face belongs to a different person. And this is even considering that this image is the exact same scenery with the exact clothing and everything. So this is something that is very fundamental, where we as Bright AI work with a lot of companies in automotive, in data labeling, in retail and smart cities, to take the pain away from data privacy that sometimes AI researchers feel. At the same time, to have more data privacy, to remove this threat of re-identification, and create high quality data that can be used for AI systems. So that was an introduction of our company. As we had in the introduction, this talk was supposed to be given by Marian, our CEO and co-founder, who couldn't be here on short notice. My email address is thomas@brightai. My name is Thomas Strottner, and thank you very much for listening to this talk.
Yes, Thomas, thank you very much for the talk. Thanks again for filling in. I have a couple of questions for you. I encourage our audience to also ask further questions. The first one would be, you were talking about the California data privacy law, which is very similar and orients, I think, itself at the GDPR. And you said this might be very good for you and maybe other European companies. I was thinking, if this law exists in California, why don't companies in the Silicon Valley do it themselves? Or maybe the big players have already done it, because of course Google and Apple, they have to be active in companies in countries where they already have to be GDPR compliant.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we definitely see it that these companies also engage in privacy topics. So, for example, one of the big Silicon Valley companies opened an office in Germany that is specialized in data privacy. And I think this move also emphasizes one of the reasons why we are in a good position in Europe to develop these kinds of solutions, not only because we have a reputation, but also because we have a lot of expertise in these areas. We find this as a company that there's also a lot of trust, because like with the introduction of GDPR, the European Union was the first one with very strict privacy laws. And I think this first mover advantage we also have to take for new solutions. So I think we are in an extremely good position to be known for data privacy and to have a good reputation on that.
Thank you. And there's one more question regarding the synthetic faces. Are these pictures that you generate or that you modify good for all kinds of research and AI training, or are they maybe incompatible when you try to train for emotions, because obviously it's not the same face anymore?
Yeah, excellent question. This is in fact different from use case to use case. There might be differences if you just simply want to do an instant segmentation. You want to differentiate between objects like cars and people in general, or you want to detect the emotions. However, in general, we don't introduce any artifacts. So the artificial faces that we generate have the same kinds of emotions, the same attributes like age and gender that the original image has. So in general, this can not only be used to augment your data sets, but also the attributes should stay the same. However, if this should be tested, so if there's anyone who's very interested, this needs to be tested on the individual data set. And then we can also make comparison from how a system trained on the original data behaves and a system based on anonymized faces.
Right. So you're obviously developing edge technology. I'm interested in what are the next big steps for you? What are maybe big problems that you know you will have to tackle but are not so sure how to do it at the moment? Like, where is the edge that you perceive?
I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly, but for us, so the problem of privacy and having good data for AI is actually not a small problem. So I was mentioning some of the use cases, and if you look at, for example, the amount of data that is being collected already for self-driving car development in the retail space, this is quite a significant problem. So this is really something where we see an excellent fit and not only a big market, but also something where we can really support companies in the future.
Right. Thank you very much again, Thomas. We don't have any more questions for you. So again, thank you. We wish you a lot of success in your endeavors, and we're very curious what Brighter AI will do in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks. So it's time to wrap up a long and insightful day, and I would not dare to do this on my own. Rather, I'd like to ask the father of Rise of AI to join me on stage. Fabian, why don't you come on up for a minute? Be careful, but join me. Obviously, you invited everyone we heard and we saw today, right? But still, did anything to surprise you? Did you learn anything new?
So positive, I would say this was the best speaking day I had in a couple of years, because all the speakers I know this time in person, I have all of them had talks with them prior, especially with my virtual chats, and they all performed really good, especially like in the rhetorics. It's something else to stand in the camera, to look at it, to communicate than being on a stage. It's a different skills, and I'm very happy that they performed well. I'm also very happy about the Zoom calls. They were technical, almost perfect, and that we had, especially on the second stage, the hybrid stage, a lot of very, very cool interactive people with a lot of passion. Also, one thing I like, we had the highest percentage of female speakers this year. Why? Because the field got so broad that in the technical field, we don't have enough women in the tech research, but outside it is, and we finally had a good percentage that this time I didn't even think about, oh, do we have enough women or not? This year, it was just by nature, by default, a very good ratio of everything, and I like this. It was a really good mixture.
What I was thinking was that we talked a lot about Europe versus the US versus China, global political things. We heard about the German AI strategy from Dorothee Bär. But reflecting on the day, on the operational level, cooperation seems great. We have US capital going into German companies and startups. We have this great cooperation of Hans Usgod with China. So it doesn't seem to be that big of a problem, although we talk about it a lot.
So first, we Germans are world champion in complaining and self-criticizing, and we don't have the confidence to say we are great, like some other nations like to do. I would say, as I said, 2 years ago it changed. 2 years ago, until it was I mean, I went the first time to the German Bundestag and explained them what AI is, where it is already present. They were like, this will take time. We do it in 5 years again. And 1 year later, they started to work on the strategy. So the speed is accelerating. everything is accelerating.
Right.
It's just more.
But that's typical. They were saying this for fiber to the home since 20 years, I think. But yes, maybe with AI it's going to go a lot quicker.
I think we're not at the end. I mean, look at social networks. Right. They tipped at a certain time. Google, they had a market share huge, but they tipped. Everything we all know, they make cash. It's an old business model. With AI, we're not there yet. There is not cash money. I mean, no one is really earning a lot of money with AI. Who started a couple of years, is still in the investment phase. So we will see the fruits of AI in the next couple of years.
Right. Rise of AI, day one is not over. There's still a lot of going on in hybrid space.
Physical behind me, virtual just one swipe.
Right. But we're wrapping up future space now. So tell me, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
So tomorrow it's applied. It's really applied. We will have Christian Gutmann, who will open the stage. We have Rasmus Roth, we have Andreas Liebe. They are all people who didn't exist a couple of years ago. Business background with a technical knowledge who are now helping to execute, to build processes, to set up structures. We have, for example, Uli Waltinger, who is head of AI at Siemens, and had a really good virtual chat with him, who told me, oh, we have this and how we do it, and we do it this. And I was like, 2 years ago, no one had a clue how to do it.
Right.
Now they have it, and they will explain it tomorrow. They will go into details. We have a lot of use cases, especially in the AI solutions. As I said, the hottest AI companies will come here in person or virtual to present their technologies. I think this is cool. And I'm proud on this because I wanted this for years, to have a whole day on how to apply AI.
Right.
Finally, I have it.
Great, and you should be proud of this. And you should all be tuning in tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Central European Time. We will take a look at an AI journey from grassroots to boardrooms first. That's going to be good, so please definitely be there. Thank you for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.